My dad missed my shows and my brother's games because he was secretly with his affair partner, and now he's mad I won't check on her during her complicated pregnancy. My dad cheated on my mom with the woman he's married to now, Lou. Their affair lasted 4 or 5 years, and during that time Lou was actually engaged to someone else. She got pregnant, and that's how both my mom and Lou's fiancé found out. At first they thought my dad was the father, but he wasn't. Lou's ex didn't want to be involved after everything fell apart, so my dad adopted her baby and raised her as his own. The problem is my dad already had me, a 16-year-old daughter, and my 19-year-old brother with my mom. We don't like him after everything that happened. He constantly chose Lou over us. He missed my shows, my brother's games, even birthdays, because he was secretly spending time with her. He told us and my mom he was working extra hours because life was expensive, but it was just a cover. Finding out the truth made everything worse. He didn't just betray my mom, he abandoned us for someone else. I've called him and Lou awful people to their faces before, which he didn't like. What I hate most is that I still have to go to his house every other week until I turn 18. My mom and brother tried to get custody changed, and I've tried too, but the judge didn't accept it. Even at 16, they don't listen when I say I don't want to go. The judge even threatened my mom with losing custody or going to jail if she didn't make me go. My brother tried to refuse once and my dad called the cops on him, which turned into a whole scene until my brother gave in. It's ridiculous. When I try to avoid things and stay busy, my dad takes away my stuff during his week and grounds me. The only reason he and Lou even thought about giving up custody is because me and my brother don't treat Lou's kid like a sibling. I don't spend time with her, I don't help, and in therapy I made it clear I'll never consider them my family. I plan to go no contact like my brother did. Now Lou has epilepsy, and she's pregnant again. She's had complications, had to stop working, and is supposed to take it easy. They have a nurse who checks in sometimes, but my dad says it's not often enough and wants me to check on her. I refuse. On my mom's time he can't force me, but even on his time I just stay out after school. He says it's dangerous to leave her without anyone checking in, and I told him that's not my responsibility and I don't care to be involved. He says I should at least want her healthy, but I don't see why I should be the one taking care of the woman who helped break up my family. My brother refuses to help too. So I'm wondering, am I the problem here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Downloaded comment: this is a rough situation, and none of it is your fault. Lou and your dad made your life harder, and you're still stuck in that fallout. But with her health issues and pregnancy, things are risky for her right now. I wonder if there's room for you to do something very small, like a quick check-in, a short hello, or even making a cup of tea before heading out. It doesn't have to mean forgiveness or closeness, just a brief act of kindness. You might be surprised at how it feels, and I don't think you'd regret it. OP's response: I don't want to do anything to help Lou or my dad. I don't want to make their lives better, and I don't want to be put in the position of helping them through something scary. I can't picture myself ever stepping in for her. Even if my dad had to be away longer than usual, I still wouldn't go check on her. Commenter 2. It sounds like your dad turned away from your mom because he wanted happiness, and he clearly treats his new wife with love and care. You come across as spoiled and unable to see things from anyone else's perspective, with anger over things outside your control. I think your mom poisoned your relationship with your dad, which is typical of controlling behavior. My advice: stop acting entitled and actually get to know your father for yourself. OP's response: I'm not asking my dad for anything except to leave me alone and stop forcing me into their lives. I want nothing to do with him or his wife. In my eyes, they're both awful people who don't deserve me or my brother. Their kids are nothing to me either. Commenter 3. He doesn't like being reminded that what he did was wrong or that it hurt people, so he tries to make it seem normal. You're still young, and while you may not want their support, this is a chance to practice boundaries and learn to handle tough relationships. In the end, there's no should here, it's your choice. But learning to deal with selfish people now can help you later. OP's response: I don't think I could ever bring myself to go to them or ask for their help. They're not the kind of people I want in my life.
My stepmom called herself our custodial parent and my mom our birth giver on social media, so I showed up in her live with photos proving her story was a lie. A few months ago I, 17M, found out my dad's wife had a social media account where she called herself a custodial stepmom who was mistreated by the kids she raised and our so-called birth giver. She told stories about how we supposedly abandoned her to run back to our mom, who she called our birth giver, and said none of us ever appreciated her. She claimed she had raised us since we were toddlers because dad was the custodial parent when she met him, that she became a stay-at-home mom, and that she treated all the kids the same. According to her, We didn't even know what our mom looked like until I was 13 and looked her up online. She posted Q&As for other step-parents, shared details about us, and even uploaded a photo of my younger brother without his face blurred. Then she told this big story about us supposedly running away to our mom's house multiple times until the courts gave up and let us live with our birth giver. That's completely false. In reality, our parents always shared custody, and mom had us more often because dad worked out of town 5 days a month. Dad's wife has never been our primary parent. Even when dad was gone, she wasn't the one taking care of us full time, and she never did all the things she claims. We never had a good relationship with her anyway. She always had a problem with mom and tried to start drama, like being upset that mom wouldn't just let us stay with her when dad was out of town, or complaining that mom still had to use the co-parenting app to talk to dad. When I found her page, I went through her videos, saved them, and showed them to mom. Then one day she did a live, and I started commenting, calling out her lies and exposing her as a fraud. I even made my own page public so people could see photos of me and mom together through the years. That set her off. She got so angry that she made a threatening comment about my mom, and mom ended up calling the police. Dad wanted to know what was going on, and when I showed him the videos, he defended his wife. He said she hadn't hurt anyone, that she only talked about loving me and my siblings, and that it wasn't a big deal. After everything blew up, me and my siblings started living full-time with mom. But my dad's wife said I had no right to intrude on her private space, even though it was a public account, and that calling her out publicly was harmful. She claimed I did it out of spite. My dad's sister and brother-in-law even took her side, saying I only did it to humiliate her and that I should have had a private talk instead. I still think that's ridiculous, but it left me wondering, was I really in the wrong for exposing her? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You're not in the wrong for exposing her lies. I'd honestly cut contact with her and with anyone who defends this kind of bizarre, attention-seeking behavior. There are plenty of great step-parents out there, but she clearly isn't one of them. You didn't humiliate her, she did that to herself, and anyone defending her is just as unreasonable as she is. Commenter 2. You're definitely justified, and honestly she deserved harsher pushback. The fact that she badmouthed the mother of her stepchildren and even tried to block basic communication between your parents through the co-parenting app says everything about her character. Commenter 3. She sounds unstable, and if it comes to that, your mom should take this to court and push for full custody. Your safety has to come first, so make sure to save everything as evidence.
After 3 years engaged, my fiancé's mom started controlling everything. When I didn't immediately apologize to her for disrespect, my fiancé said I crossed a line and broke up with me. I was engaged for almost 3 years, and we went through a lot together. Our first breakup occurred after a year because of a misunderstanding. We both thought the other wanted to end things. When he saw me crying, he tried to fix it, but then he pulled away. I cried and asked him to come back because I felt guilty, too. Eventually, we got back together. However, I started noticing some patterns. Whenever we had an argument, his mother would get involved. He shared every detail with her. I asked him to keep our issues between us, but he always turned to her. It felt like there were 3 people in our relationship. He would agree with me when we were alone, but then change his mind after talking to her. Despite this, I stayed committed, especially as our wedding date approached. He said he was ready, and we began planning seriously. During his last visit, I noticed a change in him. He seemed stressed about work, his PhD, his family, and our relationship. One night, while we were practicing our wedding dance, he suddenly left, claiming he had a stomachache. Later, he said he felt overwhelmed. He canceled all our plans and didn't want to do anything. I had just had a work accident and was worried about my dad's health, which he didn't know about. I ended up having a panic attack and asked if we could go outside, but he refused because of the weather. I asked to be left alone, and he got angry, calling my reaction nonsense and threatening to never return. Out of frustration, I handed him his ring back and said, "You've been acting like you want to break up." Things escalated from there. My parents got involved, and he cried, saying it was too much for him and that he would have ended things if someone treated his brother like that. But we made up. We both apologized and felt happy. He even cried when he left, saying, "I don't want to leave. I feel at home here." We had plans to get an apartment near his PhD program, and he seemed excited about it. But after he returned home, he backed out, saying the rent was too high and he couldn't afford furniture, even though his family owned several properties. He mentioned that he and his parents had talked about it together. I felt like I was left out of the decision. I had asked him not to let anyone influence him before he left, and I suspected his mom told him to delay signing anything. Still, I stayed calm and suggested we look for places again later. Then his mother texted me, saying she agreed with him. I replied kindly, saying these issues could be solved and that I didn't want to burden them because she had a lot going on. She responded with a heart emoji, and then there was silence for 3 days. Later, she sent several reaction emojis to my messages at 7 a.m. Shortly after, my fiancé texted me, saying that my reply to her was unacceptable. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "If you don't know, I can't explain." He ignored my calls and texts. I showed my parents the message, and they agreed that it was respectful. I sent him a screenshot of our conversation, but I still didn't get a response. Then his mom messaged me again, and this time she was angry. She brought up past issues and accused me of moving too quickly with the wedding. She said I was disrespectful, that I had a cold tone, and that I didn't use emojis. She even sent a photo of a Word document she had typed up and took a picture of with her phone. My fiancé ended up siding with her and shared our private messages with her. I felt really betrayed. I told him I was hurt and that I would talk to her, just not right away while things were heated. He insisted that my message was clear and called his mom wise. Then he went silent for almost 2 weeks. Eventually, he told me he wanted to break up because I should have called to apologize. He mentioned that he would return my things. I was shocked. I reminded him that the situation could have been easily resolved. I hadn't told him my dad was going through a biopsy because I wanted to keep his birthday special. That's why I had been busy. He said he was confused, scared about the future, and didn't see me as the one anymore just because I hadn't called his mom. I eventually did call her in a calm manner, but she was cold with me. She said everyone had read my message and claimed my tone was cold, stating that her son finally saw who I really was. I asked why she didn't just call me if she was upset, especially if she viewed me as like a daughter. She replied, "It's not me who fixes it, it's my son." I reminded her that I never meant to disrespect her. She said, "Every time he visits, something happens." That really hurt me since he had promised never to share our private issues. I tried calling him again, but he didn't want to listen. He said he felt pressured by the wedding timeline and claimed I never appreciated him. I told him I supported him when he was unemployed and when he was a student. None of it seemed to matter to him. We had agreed to get married after I graduated, which would be happening soon. Yet, he didn't care. He just said, "I have to go." After we broke up, he sent a formal message to my parents saying that his boundaries were crossed, and that he tried to be understanding and forgiving, but it wasn't enough. He returned my ring a week later. What confuses me is that he hasn't deleted photos of us, still has my family as friends on social media, and checks my Snapchat with his location off. He's distant but not completely gone. I still love him, but I feel he's too weak to stand up to his mom or take responsibility for his own actions. He says he's confused and doesn't know what to believe. His mom always told me he wasn't ready or financially stable, but he was the one who was pushing for the wedding, the apartment, and making future plans. Now I'm heartbroken, confused, and blaming myself for something that felt small and fixable. I keep asking myself if it was really my fault or if this was something he and his mom were always waiting to blow up. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you haven't done anything wrong, but your relationship should be over. He's not willing to stand up to his mom for you, and that won't change even if you get married. It's best to let go now. Just because something can be fixed doesn't mean it should be. This pattern will keep happening, and he won't respect your privacy. He's showing you his true colors, believe him. Commenter 2, this is a whole mess on both sides. But just so you know, returning a ring isn't just a small issue, it means you're breaking off the engagement. If that wasn't your plan, you've sent the wrong message. Commenter 3, he's a mama's boy. You will never get out from under her without some type of counseling, which he'll tell his mom about, and she'll decide for him that it's ridiculous, and won't happen. Tell that child goodbye.
After 26 years of being her dad, my daughter abandoned me for her real father. Now that he passed away, she's asking me to walk her down the aisle. Plus 2 updates. My daughter, who is now 26, and I haven't talked in years. When she was 15, we found out she wasn't my biological child because my wife had cheated on me with a friend. This friend suddenly decided he wanted to be part of her life. That led to my wife and I getting divorced, and when my daughter learned the truth, I told her I still loved her no matter what. However, she then wanted to get to know her real father. It hurt, but I tried to accept it. After that, she started distancing herself from me. Even when I made efforts to keep our family together, she seemed uninterested. The breaking point came when she was 20 and living at my home. We had a big argument because she had dropped out of college, hadn't done anything for 3 months, and was upset when I told her she needed to either go to school or work to stay here rent-free. In the heat of the moment, she said I wasn't her real dad and that I should stop pretending to be one. She claimed she'd just go live with her biological father. That really hurt. In response, I told her if she truly felt that way, there was nothing more to discuss. She ended up moving out to be with him. For a long time, I struggled with depression and turned to drinking. My son, who is 24, was my only reason to keep going. I tried reaching out to my daughter for the first couple of years, but she wanted no contact, so I learned to accept that and move on. This helped me find some peace. My son was also upset with her and didn't talk to her for a while. They do chat sometimes now, but it doesn't bother me. Through him, I learned that her biological father passed away in October 2019. She also got engaged. Recently, she reached out to me after a long time and asked if I would walk her down the aisle. She also acknowledged how much pain her past actions caused me. I told her no. If she didn't want me to be her dad anymore, I had accepted that and stopped seeing her as my daughter. This led to an argument because, according to her, it's not her fault she wanted to know her real dad. I agreed it wasn't her fault, but I pointed out that the way she treated me was her responsibility. I can't help but think that if her biological father hadn't passed away, we wouldn't even be in touch now. I ended the conversation by telling her I hope she enjoys her wedding, but I want no part in it or her life. My son said I was ruining her day, and she thought parents should love their kids unconditionally. My brother seems to believe that I'm being unreasonable, thinking this is my chance to reconnect with her. But honestly, I have no interest in that. Everyone seems to have strong opinions, saying I'm making it hard for my daughter to have the wedding she wants and that it would mean a lot to her. My son supports me, but the comments are getting to me. Am I really being a jerk? Update: I appreciate all the support, especially from fellow parents who reached out to offer advice and share their thoughts on my family situation. I finally decided to send a mass text to everyone who wouldn't stop bothering me about it. It took me some time to figure out what to say and to clear my mind. Reflecting on everything I've done over the years to be a part of her life, I remembered how it all ended and how it affected my mental health. Everyone remembers how tough that time was for me and how much therapy I needed to move past it and be there for my son. Afterward, my brother called me. He apologized for pushing me. We ended up having a longer conversation, and I made it clear that my choice to step away from her life is final. He understood. Since no one else has spoken up, I'm hoping that means they've gotten the message. Some people suggested blocking out those who were passing judgment, including her. It was only adding unnecessary stress. I reached out to her over the phone to address her online behavior and what others in the family were saying. I apologized for how things unfolded and wished she didn't have to face these big moments so young. She made her choices over the past 6 years, just as I have. I even asked her to consider honestly, if her biological father hadn't passed away, would we even be talking now? She didn't respond. But that's okay. It's a question for her to think about, just like I did. In the end, I told her to enjoy her wedding and wished her a happy, healthy marriage. This chapter in our relationship is closed now. I hope she finds peace with that and can enjoy her life the way I have. The conversation wrapped up shortly after that. She never said if she would stop talking about me online, so I decided to block her and her relatives to avoid any more hassle. This gave me the peace of mind I needed, and I'm glad I took that advice. Relevant comments. Commenter 1: I'm glad to hear you and your brother worked things out and that he apologized. It's great to know you have peace of mind. You made the right call, even if it was tough. Maybe deep down, she knows the truth but just didn't want to say it. OP's response: she didn't say anything. As long as she knows the truth, it doesn't matter if she shares it with me. I just hope she would think about it. You want to know why she dropped out of school? She claimed it wasn't for her at that time because she couldn't decide on a major. She had switched majors twice already. We discussed that. It's fine, not everyone fits into school, and I understand feeling lost about your future. But just hanging out with friends or doing nothing at home isn't an option. I told her if she wanted to live there rent-free, she needed to find a job while figuring out her next steps, otherwise, I would have to start charging her rent, not kick her out. After the divorce, we put both kids in therapy because it was clear we couldn't handle it all on our own. She continued therapy for years to deal with everything that had changed. We also took the right steps to slowly introduce her biological dad into her life since she wanted that. I didn't step back as her father when he came around. She lived with me, and we worked together to build that relationship. Her biological dad passed away almost 2 years ago, and I hadn't heard from her until now, when she reached out to ask about his presence at her wedding. I just wanted her to reflect on that. It doesn't matter to me what made her think of it, I've moved on with my life alongside my son. Commenter 2, this might be a side note, but if you're still listed as her father on the birth certificate, remember to update your will to avoid any inheritance claims from her. OP's response, no, I'm no longer on her birth certificate. Update 5 months later, thankfully, not much has changed. My family has mostly left me alone, and from what I hear, she got married, but I don't know any details. I'm just relieved it didn't escalate. I know my ex tried reaching out to vent about everything, but my brother told her where to go and didn't give her my contact info.
The night my mom passed, my boyfriend chose beer and buddies over me. Then I learned he'd been living a double life, telling his friends I was fake and using her passing to control him. That's when I walked away for good. I, 25F, have been with my boyfriend, 27M, for 4 years. Our relationship has mostly been great, occasional arguments, nothing serious, until last week. I got a call from my brother telling me that our mom had passed away last Friday. Growing up, we weren't that close and often argued, but in the last 5 years, everything changed. We talked all the time, texting during the week, and on Sundays, I'd take long drives with her on speaker for hours, talking about anything and everything. She became my best friend. My boyfriend knew how close we were and had even joined in on some of those calls. Here's the issue. My boyfriend has a tight friend group he games with during the week, and once a month they meet up in person. A few days before, he told me he'd be going out with them that Friday. When I got the news, I called him right away, sobbing, saying I didn't know what to do and that I needed him with me that night. He went from comforting me to saying, I already told you I have plans with my friends, I only see them once a month. I told him I understood, but this was different and I needed him. He insisted they couldn't reschedule. After going back and forth, I said fine, he could go, but I wanted him home by 11. He agreed. That night, I tried to distract myself but ended up going through old messages and photos of my mom. At 10 p.m., I texted him asking if he'd be leaving in an hour. He replied, you told me 12, so I'll leave then. I reminded him I'd said 11 and that's what I expected. He didn't respond, came home at midnight, and when I asked why, he got upset. He told me I was being selfish for ruining his night and that an extra hour didn't matter since he still left early. Then he said I'd be fine because I didn't grow up close with my mom anyway. I told him I hadn't wanted him to go out at all that night, but agreed under that condition. He still said I was selfish and that I shouldn't expect him to drop everything. Since then, we've been distant. I'm heartbroken that he wasn't there for me, but his words have me questioning everything. I don't know if I should walk away or if losing him on top of losing my mom would break me more. Update. First, thank you to everyone who left a comment or shared their own story, it means more than I can say. Not long after I posted, one of my boyfriend's friends reached out. He asked if I had made that post, and when I confirmed, he told me something I never expected. Before my boyfriend left their guys' night, he'd been telling everyone I was acting crazy and forcing him to leave. He claimed I wasn't close to my mom at all, that I rarely spoke to her, and that I was using her passing as a way to control him. He also said that throughout our relationship, he had told his friends about every argument, but twisted the story each time. Apparently, he told them I was fake when I interacted with them, and that I talked badly about them when they weren't around. The friend who reached out said my boyfriend had done the same in past relationships, which made him start to question things. When I confronted my boyfriend, he denied it at first but eventually admitted to everything, crying and saying he didn't know why he did it, that he loved me, and couldn't live without me. I packed my things and told him I needed time to think, planning to stay with my brother since I was traveling for my mom's funeral. What he didn't know was that I'd already decided not to come back. Before this, I thought his behavior was out of character, maybe he just didn't know how to handle my grief. But now I know this is who he really is when I'm not around. If I hadn't posted, I might never have found out. I can't risk going through another major life event with someone who wouldn't be there for me. So I've cut all ties. No amount of tears or apologies will change that. He wasn't there when I needed him most, and learning about all the lies only confirmed my decision. I know my mom would be telling me to run, and that's exactly what I've done. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Your mom would be so proud of you. I wish you peace in your grief, there are a whole bunch of people rooting for you. Commenter 2. He made you move to isolate you. So glad you made the right decision. Commenter 3. Good for you. So many people post here about awful partners and toxic relationships, and then cannot find the courage to get out. You'll meet someone who deserves you. My friend wants me to bake her a multi-tier fondant wedding cake with gold leaf for free as part of her $0 TikTok wedding. I'm not even a baker. I, 24F, am a member of a friend group in which one member, we'll call her Coral, 23F, is getting married. She announced her engagement to her fiancé, 25M, a few weeks ago, and we were all happy for her. Over the weekend, though, she shared more specific plans for the wedding, and that's where things started to go off the rails. She said she's been seeing a lot of people on TikTok and Instagram showing how to plan free weddings where the couple spends $0 aside from the marriage certificate. At first I thought she meant a city hall wedding, which would be fine, but then she explained her expectations. She wants to find someone with a large outdoor space to donate in the name of love, have all the guests bring a potluck with specific assignments, a friend to officiate, a friend to photograph, another to do invites, or family to handle flowers, and even harder things like a tent, decorations, wedding favors, speakers, and a band. Coral and her fiancé aren't poor. She's an accountant at a big company, he works in software sales, and his parents are wealthy. It sounds like they just want to do the free wedding trend for its own sake. That would be fine, but she's shifting the costs and labor onto everyone else, some of whom aren't well off. Then she told me she wanted me to make the cake, and sent inspiration pictures of multi-tier designs with fondant flowers, gold leaf, and even watercolor painting. I'm not a professional baker, just someone who likes to make cookies and brownies. I told her cakes like that would take days and wouldn't turn out the same. She laughed it off and said it wasn't about perfection, just everyone pitching in, having fun. I told her that what she was describing was really just everyone else subsidizing her wedding, with time, money, and labor, which wasn't fair. Or else it meant everyone showing up to a lackluster event and pretending it was amazing. I compared it to a group project none of us wanted, since we'd all already graduated and moved on. I said if she wanted a free wedding she should just elope or go to City Hall, because this wasn't really free, it was just free for her. I may have been forceful in my wording, but I didn't swear or call her names. She went quiet, then left with another friend driving her home. Later, that friend texted me that I'd hurt Coral's feelings, and that even if her plans were unrealistic, I should have let her come to that conclusion on her own. That night Coral messaged me, just saying sorry, don't worry about the cake with no other context. Now I feel pretty bad, because she was happy and excited and never said anything mean to me. Maybe I should have just gone along with it, since she said she wouldn't be mad if it turned out badly, but I worry the wedding wouldn't be what she imagined. And I was frustrated about being asked to bake something that big. Honestly, Coral really is a sweet person, just a little naive, and people are tearing her up more than she deserves. She's always been the baby of the group, and I got frustrated. I don't know what her fiancé thinks about all of this. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. When I got married in grad school, we had almost no money. I rented a park shelter for $50, my parents grilled, my mother-in-law brought cupcakes, and I made fake flower centerpieces. Bridesmaids wore their own dresses, groomsmen just bought a matching tie, and my friend officiated after we'd already done the legal part. It was simple but lovely. You can pull off a cheap wedding, but you can't have a fancy one for free. Commenter 2. How thoughtful of her to let you drop $100 on cake supplies just for the privilege of baking her wedding cake for free. Commenter 3. Your friend is embarrassing herself. Guests aren't free labor or employees, and asking that much is just tacky. Honestly, it gives me secondhand embarrassment. Telling her the truth is like pointing out spinach in her teeth. It might sting, but it's better than letting her walk around like that.
My niece has honored her late mom for years by using her name. But now her stepmom says it's too uncomfortable and wants her to stop, and my brother is siding with his wife. Many years ago my brother married my best friend, and together they had 3 kids, Luke, 16M, Cam, 14F, and Bo, 11M. My best friend passed away young from a brain bleed, but before that, she and my brother had named their daughter after her. My best friend always went by Cam, while my niece used her full name. After her mom's passing, my niece chose to go by Cam too, as a way to feel closer to her. Everyone, including my brother, respected it. She was Mini Cam, and she was proud of that connection. That changed when my brother remarried. His new wife hated that my niece was called Cam. She kept pushing the full name, and when my niece refused, it caused tension. At first she complained quietly, but when she realized nobody in the family supported her, she turned cold toward me, because I had been late Cam's best friend, and started resenting how often people said my niece looked like her mom. 2 months ago, it came to a breaking point. My brother and his wife sat the kids down and told my niece she had to stop using cam because it upset his new wife. They also asked the kids to talk less about their mom at home. Instead, the kids doubled down. They used cam more, mentioned their mom constantly, and the boys even teased their stepmom by repeating the name. When she tried to shut it down, my brother sided with her. Eventually, my niece snapped and told her stepmom she would never be as good as her mom, and that she was only jealous and insecure. She got punished, and the boys backed her up. The three of them gathered all their mom's things and sent them to me for safekeeping. Their stepmom then accused them of turning her into the enemy and started insisting on the full name even harder, with my brother backing her again. When the kids told me what was happening, I finally stepped in. I told my brother and his wife that they were destroying any chance of building a blended family. By making their mom's memory into something forbidden, they were guaranteeing resentment. Fighting a child over her name only highlighted how insecure they were. They told me I was overstepping. But I think someone needed to say it. Am I in the wrong? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Your brother is completely wrong for supporting that nonsense. He's putting his kids second, and that makes him a real disappointment as a father. Commenter 2. I am so sick of hearing about people trying to erase their late spouse or parent from their kids' lives just to appease a new partner. It's absolutely awful. Commenter 3. It doesn't take a professional to see what's happening here. Tell kids not to do something, and they'll do it even more. And honestly, the kids are right. His new wife comes across as insecure and jealous, and she has no right to tell Cam to change her name or to stop remembering their mom. She was their mom. Keep supporting the kids and let them know you'll always honor their mother with them. They need at least one adult in their corner, especially since their dad seems to have forgotten what being a parent means. One careless joke about my daughter's looks made my pregnant wife furious and sent me straight to the couch. I'm a 37-year-old guy, married to my 38-year-old wife. We have a 9-year-old daughter, and my wife is also 7 months pregnant with our son. When our daughter was little, she looked a lot like me, but as she got older, she started to resemble her mom more. For context, I've got some very strong features. One night, I was in the backyard with my brother-in-law, having a couple beers while our kids played inside. We were getting a little tipsy, and the topic turned to kids. I told him I hoped my son would take after me. He laughed and said our daughter used to look like my clone. I replied, yeah, thank goodness she's starting to look more like her mom. Can you imagine this face on a teenage girl? That would be rough. Unfortunately, my wife overheard while bringing us food. She dumped it and stormed off, calling me awful for saying our daughter wasn't attractive. I ran after her, but she told me to stay away. My in-laws left shortly after, and I cleaned everything up and put our daughter to bed. Later, my wife exiled me to the couch, saying I thought our daughter was unattractive. I tried to apologize, but she wasn't having it. I didn't want to stress her since she's pregnant, so I accepted the couch and woke up with back pain. Now, I wasn't drunk, just buzzed, and I honestly thought I was making a lighthearted joke. As I write this, my wife and daughter are still asleep. I don't think I did anything wrong, but am I really callous for saying that? Update, to clarify, when I said she dumped the food, I meant she set it down angrily, not that she threw it away. No food was wasted. And I need to stress, I love my daughter and think she's beautiful. What I meant was that my sharper features don't translate well onto a girl's face. After reflecting, I decided to make it right. I took my daughter out to pick up my wife's favorite breakfast and surprised her with it in bed. She was still upset, but softened when she saw we put effort into it. I explained myself fully, how I was glad our daughter had taken after the most beautiful woman in the world, my wife. She admitted she thought I was calling both her and our daughter unattractive. Once I cleared that up, the tension eased. We spent the rest of the day as a family, lunch out, take out for dinner, and way too much ice cream while watching movies together. And that night, I got to cuddle my wife in bed instead of the death couch. At the end of the day, who was right or wrong doesn't matter. I'd rather have peace with my family than hold on to pride. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Once when I was pretty young, one of my cousins on my dad's side told me I looked exactly like my dad, as a compliment, and I burst into tears. Let's just say he wasn't winning any beauty contests. Commenter 2. Pregnancy hormones probably made her reaction bigger, but the real problem is how it came across. You know what you meant, but she only heard you putting your daughter down. That's why it stung. Commenter 3. The good thing is you owned it and made it right. Not everyone would have taken their kid for breakfast and tried to smooth things over. That shows you care about how your words land, not just your intent.
After 20 years of carrying this marriage, I've realized the truth. I don't even like my husband anymore. I'm a 42-year-old woman, and my husband and I, also 42, have been together for 20 years and married for 15. To be honest, we've both sucked at different points in our marriage. The first year was great. But years 2 through 6 were rough. We moved for my job, and he became unemployed with years of on and off work. He was lazy and entitled, and I was mean and emotionally volatile. We fought constantly. We both handled it badly in our early 20s. Things finally stabilized once he got a good job and matured a bit. Still, he's always had this streak of entitlement. Financially, I make more. I do about 80% of the housework. He does his own laundry, but I do mine plus all the sheets, towels, and anything joint. He thinks taking out the kitchen garbage means he does the trash, and acts like I'm unreasonable for asking him to empty the bathroom bin because I'm the one who uses it. I've spent years planning vacations, doing all the Christmas shopping and wrapping, and making sure his family was cared for even though it's not my religion. He does mow the lawn and snowblow in the winter, and I'll help shovel sometimes. I maintain my own car. In his mind, his big contributions are managing Netflix, driving, and being fun. And I'll admit, part of this is on me. I can be controlling and I hold a higher standard. So it's a bad mix, me being particular, him being incompetent. Around 2019, he started becoming rude. It started small, like blaming me for things. If the TV remote was missing, he'd snap, "Where did you put it?" The rudeness escalated after he lost his best friend under tragic circumstances. I gave him a lot of leeway and stopped pushing back. I told him over and over he needed therapy. He always had excuses, and eventually admitted he didn't want to do the work. So I stopped asking. Then in 2022, I got sick. I was terrified it was cancer. Test after test came back clear, but I wasn't getting better. Finally, the 9th doctor I saw helped me clean up my diet, get active, start meditating, and build better habits. I'm not cured or even diagnosed, but I'm much better. It's something I have to work on daily. I'm training for a 5K, I quit watching TV, and I read books instead. During that time, I moved into the guest bedroom because I needed better sleep. He refused to treat his sleep apnea and blamed me for not giving him the number to a clinic. Since I wasn't watching TV anymore, I stopped hanging out with him. When I asked him to go for a walk, he always had an excuse. I ended up creating my own separate life in the same house. Eventually, I think he realized it, and finally he stopped being so rude. But what hit me hardest was realizing he only treated me with respect once I pulled away completely. Now, I'm happiest when he's out of the house. I don't miss him if we're apart for a week. Honestly, I get annoyed when he's around because he spends every waking hour watching TV. I don't even want to do our normal summer plans. So I think I need to tell him soon that I want a divorce. Probably after his upcoming trip, so I don't ruin it for him. What I'm struggling with is how to start the conversation. I don't want to get pulled into a back and forth where I have to justify or explain or convince him it's not worth saving. I don't hate him, but I don't really like him anymore. I'm just done. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Phrase it is a fact, not a question. When I left my ex-husband, I told him straight, I'm not going to be your wife anymore. I'll be moving out. I knew if I left it up for debate, he'd drag his feet because he never wanted the divorce. He promised change, but I realized my pain was never enough to push him, only his own loss was. I've never regretted leaving, even when a tree fell on the house I bought. We're both remarried now, and I'm much happier. I hope he is too. OP's response, this hits hard. It took him months, maybe even a year, before he finally saw a sleep specialist. The only reason he did it was because I made it clear I wasn't coming back to our bed until he addressed it. I told him, my sleep is important for my health. I'm not sharing a bed if you won't deal with this. I even slept on the couch when his parents visited. Months later, he finally made the call, and now he's sleeping better than ever. The hardest part is realizing that when he finally started to improve, that's when I knew I was already done. Commenter 2. I started dating a guy and stayed over a few times until I had to sit him down and explain that I couldn't sleep with him because of his loud snoring. I told him I couldn't stay over if I had work the next morning. He booked an appointment with a specialist the next weekend, in the meantime, bought me different pairs of earplugs to try. Now he sets up a bed in the guest room, snuggles me until I fall asleep, and then moves to the other room until we figure out the snoring. If he wanted to, he would. Find someone who values you like that, you're worth it. OP's response, oh my god, I've lowered my bar so much. I don't know how it happened. Thank you. Editor's note. OP posted in another subreddit. I've decided I want a divorce. I know I'll never want to touch him again, we haven't been intimate in at least 5 years. I spoke with several lawyers, and legally it would be straightforward: no kids, no debt, just splitting the house and retirement accounts. The financial part is tough because I've always earned and saved more, and selling our house now would hurt. On top of that, my mom has been sick with cancer for years, and I feel drained. But even with all that, I know life will be better without his heavy energy. I've made changes that forced him to be less mean, but that only showed me he could have been respectful all along. This is the best he'll ever be, and it's not nearly good enough. He's boring, lazy, and has taken advantage of me for almost 2 decades. I'm done.
My wife will not take any accountability for my cheating. She stopped meeting my needs after we had a baby. I feel awful, but I wish she'd stop blaming me 100%. Before I begin, I want to say how much I love my wife. She means everything to me, she's my heart and my angel. However, she's not taking responsibility for our marriage or our current situation, and even her mom is getting frustrated. Ever since we had our daughter, I feel like my needs are not being met. She says she's busy with our daughter, but I'm busy too, and I still try to make time for her. Over time, I started opening up to a woman at a bar I'm a regular at. We connected because we were going through similar struggles. Her husband also had poor time management and struggled with being a parent while taking care of her needs. Things escalated and we began an affair, giving us the emotional and physical support we were both missing. When my wife found out, she was heartbroken. She wants to work things out, but she's blaming me entirely. Even her mom has pointed out that if someone isn't getting what they need at home, they might seek it elsewhere. I'm not trying to justify my actions, I genuinely feel awful, but her mom often tells me that I did what anyone might do in that situation. Unfortunately, my wife doesn't seem willing to accept any responsibility, which is straining her relationship with her mom. We both want to reconcile, but I'm unsure how we can move forward without her taking any accountability. I've tried and fought for our marriage, but I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, so she's still doing all the child care. When did she have your baby? Her mom agreeing with you doesn't mean anything. Depending on how her mom was raised, she could believe that a woman has intimacy whether she wants to or not to keep a man happy. Your wife is exhausted and you only care about you and your needs. You're super selfish. Commenter 2, she's busy being a mom. You are at your regular bar chatting up another woman. I wonder why your wife is so busy being a mom. Such a mystery. Commenter 3, you had time to carry out an affair. Did you ever consider that you could have put that free time to better use helping your wife, and maybe she would have had more energy for you? Did she get time off from the baby to go drink in bars? Edit, I communicated my needs multiple times. I constantly let her know how I was feeling. I talked to her mom. Her mom mediated, and when she heard both our sides, she was on my side. I made sure her needs were met constantly. Our daughter turns 2 soon. We both work full-time, and yes, I help out around the house. Don't believe me? Fine, believe her mother who has called her out multiple times. My dad cheated on my mom and got his side chick pregnant. I cut him off the second I found out. Now he's begging me to be part of his and the baby's life, but I want nothing to do with either of them. Last year, my mom found out that my dad was cheating on her with his friend's sister, who ended up being pregnant with his kid. I was in college at the time and didn't hear about it until after my mom kicked him out and filed for divorce. Even though the divorce is finalized now, my dad still won't accept it and keeps trying to get her back. Once I found out, I quickly decided I was done with him. I told him he was disgusting and to never contact me again. I blocked his number and moved on with my life. Even when I heard the baby was born, I didn't feel any different. Knowing that my dad has custody of the baby and that the baby's mom isn't involved didn't change my feelings either. A big part of my anger was how he harassed my mom trying to win her back, even showing up at her job and house with the baby, acting like everything would just be okay with an extra kid. I hated him for putting her through that. He never had social media before, so I didn't have him blocked there, but a few weeks ago, I did block his new account when he reached out, asking for a relationship with both him and the baby. I just told him to screw off before blocking him. Then he made 2 more accounts, and on the last one, he was begging, saying he loved me and that we were still family. He said we needed each other and that my mom didn't look like she'd take him back. I told him he didn't deserve that and questioned why my mom would want to raise a kid with someone who cheated on her, and why I'd want to know his child with another woman. I made it clear he lost me, and nothing would change that unless he went back in time and didn't cheat. After that, I blocked him again. I thought that was the end of it, but then my uncle, my dad's brother, decided to defend him. He said Dad might have been a terrible husband, but he's a good dad, and that should count for something. He even suggested I think about what I'd do if I got the call that dad died tomorrow. I told him I'd keep living my life and wouldn't want to be part of that. This made him angry, and he said I was being too harsh about things. He argued that dad cheated but didn't physically hurt anyone. I pointed out that he could have put my mom's health at risk and he did make a baby with someone else. My uncle insisted the baby was a good reason to let go of the anger because she needs more family. I told him to drop it because I really don't want anything to do with my dad or that baby. He said I'm old enough to be mature and not an ass for the innocent ones and that I should stay out of my parents' relationship. Am I the bad guy here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, your dad wants a free babysitter. He lost his affair partner and was saddled with the baby, and wants to play happy family in a house that he, single-handedly, destroyed. Commenter 2, people with families, who cheat on their spouses, need to accept that they are also cheating on their children, and the consequence of that is that their children may choose not to continue a relationship with them. Your dad is probably panicking about being a single father. His continually reaching out is probably driven, at least in part, by a desire for free childcare. Commenter 3, your dad is pretty much the worst for expecting, or wanting, the family he destroyed to help him raise his daughter. I can pretty much guarantee that if there was no child, he would still be out screwing around. He just needs help with a baby. He is undeserving of help.
My friends think the world revolves around them now that they're parents and ruined my husband's birthday weekend. Last weekend was my husband's 35th birthday, and we had two things planned: Friday dinner with friends and Sunday an outdoor festival. We invited our two friends who have a 1-year-old daughter. The restaurant we chose for Friday was definitely not kid-friendly. It's really small, no set menu, and everyone sits around a counter to watch the chef cook and plate the food right in front of you. When we invited them, we told them all of that. We even sent the website so they could see for themselves. We said we'd understand if they couldn't make it because of the baby. They said they'd be at both events, so I assumed the grandparents, who lived nearby, were babysitting. We made the reservation and bought the festival tickets. Friday night comes, and they show up to the restaurant with the baby. I hadn't reserved for her, and the place doesn't have high chairs, so she had to sit in her mom's lap the whole time. She usually gets overwhelmed with the baby anyway, so she was already annoyed. No kids menu, couldn't enjoy her dinner, and the baby started crying. At one point she had to step outside, and her husband actually asked me to go check on her. The whole dinner felt tense, and they left quickly after it ended, saying, "See you Sunday." Then Sunday rolls around. Once again, they show up to the festival with the baby. This event is outdoors, in the woods, and not stroller-friendly. They've been there before, so none of this was new to them. But it turned into the same story: constant stops for feeding, changing, calming the baby. We told them we could share our location so they could catch up with us afterward, but they got huffy whenever we suggested splitting up. So instead, we ended up sticking with them most of the day, parked under a tent at a table. There were parts of the festival they couldn't even bring the stroller into because of the trails. At one point, I was holding the baby myself while she fed her. The whole day revolved around baby care, and we didn't get to do even half of the things we planned. This festival only happens once a year, so missing out was really disappointing. Yesterday she texted me saying she had fun and was sorry if the baby ruined things. I told her it wasn't ruined, but it was frustrating since we'd warned them ahead of time and still missed out on so much. She got defensive and said they're parents now and have more important things to worry about. We haven't talked since, and now everything feels awkward. Honestly, I can't tell if I should have just kept my mouth shut. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. It's fine that they're parents now, but not every event is child-friendly. They should have either said no or arranged a sitter instead of bringing the child along. Commenter 2. The husband had you go check on his wife and baby? I hope you didn't go. Please tell me you didn't go. Next time just don't invite them. If they ask why, be upfront. You aren't losing friends, they're pushing you guys away. Commenter 3. Yes, they're parents now, but that doesn't mean everything has to revolve around their needs. They should take responsibility instead of making it everyone else's problem. Honestly, it sounds like the mom is exhausted and just wanted adult time, but maybe the grandparents weren't available or dad didn't want to miss out. Still, it was strange that Op had to check on her during dinner. That should have been her husband's job.
What started as a happy night with my wife and son ended with me questioning everything about my relationship. All because of potato chips. I've been married since 2017. Today, I came home from work in a good mood, enjoying time with my wife and our son. But within an hour, I went from feeling happy to feeling like I couldn't stand being in the same room. Here's what happened. I was frying some potato chips. My wife told me to only make a small batch. After cooking 10 or 15 chips, I figured I'd make a few more while the oil was hot. She came over, grabbed the bag from me, and raised her voice, telling me to stop. I asked her why she was reacting that way over something so small, but she just kept repeating that I should try the first batch before making more. I got frustrated. Our son even tried to step between us, saying stop. That broke my heart. It reminded me of all the times before when we've had arguments over little things, her being controlling, me feeling unheard. We've talked about it so many times, and she always promises things will change, but they don't. I love my son and want peace in my life. But with her, I don't feel it. Honestly, I've felt this way since before we got married. I stayed, hoping things would get better. Now, 8 years later, it feels like nothing has changed. And I worry it'll only get harder in the years ahead. So I'm stuck asking myself, do I keep hoping, accept this as my reality, or finally take steps to move on? Has anyone been through something like this, and how did you decide whether to stay or leave? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I grew up with parents who argued constantly over the smallest things, and they stayed together thinking it was best for us kids. Honestly, I wish they had separated from the time I was little. Please don't stay just for your son, sometimes the fighting hurts a child more than separation ever would. Commenter 2. When my wife left and I raised my kids alone, it actually got easier. Without constant tension or second-guessing every decision, parenting felt more peaceful. It's harder in some ways, but the freedom from daily conflict made a huge difference. Commenter 3. I grew up with parents who fought constantly, and I even asked them why they didn't just divorce. They stayed together for financial reasons, but it left me thinking constant fighting was normal in relationships. It really shaped how I see things as an adult.
My ex hasn't paid child support in over a year, but his mom says I'm living off him. I laughed and sent screenshots showing he's given me nothing. Now they're both furious I exposed the truth. I, 35F, split up with my ex a little over a year ago, and we've had some challenges, particularly with him providing for our son, who is now 8. His parents got quite involved in the situation. When I filed for support through the Child Maintenance Service, he received a schedule with his monthly payment obligations. His parents reached out to ask if we could agree on an unofficial payment plan because they thought the amount set by CMS was too high. They argued that it would be better to settle for a lower amount instead of potentially getting nothing. I decided against it, thinking that a formal agreement was better than taking a chance on a verbal deal. Since then, my ex hasn't made any payments and lost his job shortly after the split. His payments were recalculated to about £7 a week, which he still hasn't paid. As a result, the CMS is now collecting the money directly from him and charging both of us additional fees for the service. His parents are aware of this and have voiced their complaints, especially about the fees and the arrears that have built up. I apologize for the lengthy backstory, but I feel it's important to set the stage. Now, to the issue at hand. It was my son's birthday last week, so I took some time off to take him on a short trip to one of the UK's theme parks. When his dad and family found out, I received a call from his mother, who expressed frustration, saying that now that I was living off her poor son, I could afford these trips and was making his dad look bad in comparison. For context, my ex has refused to contribute financially for years, including last year when I took my son to several theme parks. I couldn't help but laugh at her comments. I realize now that it may not have been the most mature reaction, but I just didn't manage to compose myself quickly enough. I told her not to contact me with concerns about this again. Well, she texted me not long after. It was a long message basically scolding me for making her son struggle while I spent his money on memories and tried to present myself as the better parent. I couldn't just let that slide, so I took 2 screenshots. One was the holiday booking confirmation, which included details of the hotel and park tickets, and the other was a summary of the total child maintenance payments I'd received in the past year. I replied with a note saying, "Did your son fund our trip, or has he actively contributed to son's name S support over the last year? You can't claim both. Please choose one." Then I got more angry messages, this time from my ex-mother-in-law, upset about being confronted, and from my ex, who was furious that I involved his mother and pointed out how poorly he supports our son. I'm not sure I actually drew her in, but I know I might be biased. So here I am, asking, Reddit, Ida? Edit, just to address the most common question, I've been in touch with my ex-in-laws just to help them maintain their relationship with my son. They have a good bond, but they find it hard to schedule proper grandparent-grandchild time during my ex's custody periods. It's been going well recently. However, I agree with all of you, this whole situation has made me want to cut ties with my ex-mother-in-law. I'll let them know that moving forward, I'd prefer they arrange visits among themselves so I can have some peace. Your comments about being tough on myself really opened my eyes to how much I've allowed them to interfere in my life while trying to keep my child happy with his extended family. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I had an ex like this. The payment calculated was next to nothing, but he still wanted a different agreement between us for less. I had it collected from the start, he worked under the table to avoid it. Luckily, I didn't have his parents to deal with like you do. I feel for you. From the moment I got divorced, I promised myself that I wouldn't let his issues decide our lives. I took my kid on trips and to theme parks and put him through private school on my own. He is grown and his dad was never a part of his life. He never missed him. Commenter 2. Why is it okay for people to not pay proper child support? And why do people think they can comment? Tell his mother you are bringing your son up to be a responsible, productive man. Maybe she should take some notes to fix where she went wrong. Commenter 3. You couldn't buy a bottle of water at a theme park for the £7. He's not paying you, so I hardly think this is a you problem. He's a deadbeat, and his mother is delusional, and the combination has to be hard to take, but you're handling this just right. He wants 50-50 custody, but has left our toddler stranded at daycare 8 times. So last week, I let CPS handle it. Now I'm the cruel one? Plus one update. I'm a 33-year-old woman currently going through a trial separation from my husband, who is 35, and he wants half custody of our toddler. It's been several months, and this is the 8th time the daycare has called me because he didn't pick up our kid. Sometimes he just doesn't show up, and the daycare ends up calling me because it's half an hour past their closing time. Every time this happens, the daycare gets frustrated with me for keeping them late, and we get charged $2 per minute for being late. They've even mentioned calling the authorities and CPS if this continues. I tried explaining the situation, but honestly, they don't really care, and I don't blame them. Last week, the same thing happened again. I told the daycare to feel free to call the authorities and CPS this time. My soon-to-be ex-husband showed up an hour late and met our toddler there with the cops. The daycare also warned that they might have to kick our kid out, which I totally understand. He was really upset and called me a cruel mother for leaving our child behind. I reminded him that I've warned him multiple times, and it seems like issues always pop up when it's his custody week. We switch every week and are also trying a house swap. I've told him that if he can't leave work on time, he needs to hire a babysitter or nanny and not depend on me as his backup. I would understand if it were just a couple of times a year or if his babysitting plans fell through, but given that he has custody, he shouldn't rely on me. I do feel bad about leaving our toddler, but if we're separated, this will just keep happening. I think that a little short-term pain could lead to better long-term solutions. I hate that our kid is stuck in the middle of all this, but was I out of line for letting the daycare call CPS? Just so you know, both of us work high-paying jobs, but I make it a point not to schedule late work on days I have our kid or I arrange for a nanny or babysitter. Now that we're in this trial separation, I've cut back to part-time. I work half days when I have our toddler so I can spend time with him, and I work longer on the days I don't have him. He hasn't changed his schedule at all. Update. Not too much to share, but after speaking with our lawyers and mediators, we've decided that I'll be moving back to our old home with our toddler in another state and going back to my previous job. We moved less than a year ago for his career, but now I'll have primary custody since he hasn't shown that he can handle it. We've agreed on child support of about $4,000 a month. He'll keep the house we're in right now after we leave and take on the mortgage, and I'll take back our old home once the tenants move out. We're planning to move back in about 2 months. His lawyer advised him to accept these terms, especially since I have clear documentation showing he has failed to meet his parenting responsibilities. There's also evidence of alienation and potential career sabotage, and he's lucky I'm not seeking compensation for that. To answer some questions, I didn't call CPS, the daycare actually called the cops, not CPS. I was scheduled to work the weeks when he was supposed to pick up our toddler. I chose not to scramble to find coverage because I had already been in trouble for leaving every 2 weeks on his weeks to cover for him. Plus, finding coverage would take over 30 minutes, and then another 30 minutes to get to the daycare. Yes, I could have problem solved and asked my friend to pick up our toddler, but I didn't. The daycare knew about our trial separation and knew it was supposed to be his day. Since he wasn't coming, they called me. I'll be going back to my old job because they still have needs. Most days I'll be working from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., but there will be some longer shifts of 12 to 24 hours. I'll have an au pair like we used to, and my family will be around to help. My mom and siblings can assist with pickups if needed. We had moved away from my family, so it's nice that my mom can help out sometimes. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I have a family member going through a divorce. Soon-to-be ex wants full custody, but still wants her to have the kids full-time so she can raise them. He'll just pop in and out when it works for him. And he's shocked and upset she isn't going for it. Commenter 2, I don't understand men who want 50-50 custody, but don't want 50-50 responsibility. I know most gripe about money, or trying to punish the ex, but, come on people, please think about your children. Do what is best for the children. Commenter 3, these men think it's easier to have split custody than paying child support, and sometimes it's a power play, because they want to punish their ex. It's disheartening, but at least he did it so awfully that you had a way of rectifying custody, and also seeking compensation if you so choose.
I'm 30 and she's 20, but we clicked right away. I'm her superior at work, and she told me she liked me, but now I'm wondering if she ever meant it. I really thought it was mutual. I got this story that unfolded over the past couple of months, and now that I've had some time to think about it, I'm hoping to get some outside perspective. I'm a 30-year-old guy and I met a coworker, who's 20, about a year ago. Since then, she's become a key part of our team. To my surprise, we discovered that we share a lot of interests: music, movies, jokes, you name it. It felt like we clicked right away. Since she joined the team full-time about 4 months ago, I started looking at her in a different light. She has this magical presence, she's driven and genuinely aims to improve and work hard. I enjoyed our daily chats about all the things we liked, and she really felt like a good friend to me. Naturally, I developed quite the crush on her. The thing is, since I'm her superior as a full-fledged engineer and she's relatively new to the company, I felt uneasy about my feelings. I mean, our workplace has a reputation for gossip, and I was concerned that if I expressed my feelings, it might negatively impact her career. My own job would likely take a hit too, but her career was my primary concern. Still, I found the courage to ask her to go out together, not in a romantic way, but to see a band we both liked. I had talked about it so much that I invited some colleagues, but in the end, it was just the two of us who went. She mentioned she wasn't feeling well that day, but we enjoyed the concert together, and I drove her home afterward. A few days later, things took a more flirty turn. She invited me to another concert featuring a band she liked, and we had a great time drinking and enjoying the music. I caught some signs that she might have liked me too, like fidgeting with her fingers. So, I took a leap and shared my feelings with her, and she replied, I kinda like you, but we can't have anything because of work. And that's where I'm at now. I'd love to hear what you all think or if anyone's been through something similar. I was really happy about the whole situation. I mean, I realized we were in a complicated place, but it felt nice to know there was some mutual interest, you know? We ended up sharing a long hug, about an hour, and then we chatted a bit before I drove her home. What struck me as odd was how distant she became over the next few weeks. Anytime I tried to suggest we deepen our friendship or go out again, I got a response like, not a good idea. So, I asked her directly, what's going on? You said you liked me, but now we can't even be friends? She later explained that she still liked her ex and didn't want to give me false hope, which was confusing since we had just discussed how we couldn't pursue a relationship. I might have made things awkward by casually flirting with her during this time, maybe without realizing it, especially when talking to others at work while she was around. But that seemed to push her further away. She became so distant that she wouldn't even look me in the eye when we spoke. I felt a bit betrayed because she was unclear about her feelings, and I didn't know if she was trying to protect herself from a relationship, given how it could impact her career, or if she simply didn't like me at all. I really wished for some clarity. Out of frustration, I dropped a hint or two about how it wasn't fair for her to say she liked me and then pull away. I realized that wasn't appropriate for our workplace, especially since we were both uncomfortable with the situation. But it just didn't feel right, so I approached her to express that I was feeling sad about everything. I wanted her to know that I hoped we could still be friends, understanding that nothing could happen between us. She responded, I like talking to you too, if it were up to me, it wouldn't end. But strangely, she became even more distant after that. Now she seems to be intentionally avoiding me. We only communicate through our messaging app, and it's frustrating. Given that we work closely together, talking almost every day is unavoidable, especially since she sits right behind me. Last week, I talked with 2 coworkers about the situation because I was feeling pretty overwhelmed. Friend A, who doesn't know her that well, said she was being really unfair to me and that I shouldn't feel upset about someone who treats me this way. Friend B, who has heard both sides of the story, thinks I was wrong for having feelings for her since she's still hung up on her ex and is also younger than me. They mentioned that my coworker shouldn't have given me any hope, which I understand. Still, I can't shake the feeling that there may have been something there. I've been trying to keep things professional, but it's tough not being able to talk to her. I'm managing, but it's definitely sad. What do you think? Is there any chance to fix this situation, or am I stuck working with someone who deliberately avoids me and may or may not have feelings for me? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, let's recap. She faked being sick so she didn't have to hang out with you after the first concert. She made snarky comments. She gave a neutral excuse as to why your relationship couldn't progress. She continued to tolerate you because you had her trapped, you were her ride home. She started ignoring you. She turned you down for any other hangouts. She said she still likes her ex. You kept trying to flirt with her anyway. She ignored you even more. You tried to force a conversation. She kept ignoring you. And now you're gossiping about the situation with your coworkers, which was part of why you didn't approach her earlier. She doesn't like you, and she thinks you're creepy. Leave her alone before HR decides to crawl so far up your colon that they start paying you rent. What you're doing is textbook harassment. Knock it off before she runs out of patience. Commenter 2, did you make a mistake when you said you were 30? You seem very immature, although, I feel like mature guys your age wouldn't even entertain dating a 20-year-old who they are kind of a superior of at work. Commenter 3, I get why she's acting like a teenager, she basically is barely not a teenager. Why are you acting like a teenager? You're embarrassing yourself. Have some dignity and leave her alone. I was cyberbullied for months by anonymous accounts. It destroyed my confidence and nearly tanked my business. Then my wife admitted her own family was behind it. My marriage is in a really tough place right now after a serious breach of trust. I'm struggling to figure out how to rebuild my trust in my wife again. For some background, I'm a 27-year-old man, and my wife is 30. We've been together for 7 years and married for 5, and we have a 2-year-old son. We first met at a convention where I was struck by her amazing cosplay, and we ended up hitting it off. She's the most loving, selfless, and genuine person I know. Our relationship has faced challenges, the biggest being her family. They haven't welcomed me, and they are very close-knit. If one of them doesn't accept you, it's hard to break through. While a few family members have broken away from the rest, generally, they become the black sheep and are no contact. I understood family was really important to her, so I tried hard to make a good impression. They didn't really start accepting me until after our son was born. During the lead up to our wedding, I experienced some serious cyberbullying that lasted for a while. It got personal and affected my business, with fake negative reviews diminishing my reputation and costing me potential clients. I was at a loss as to how to handle it. Every time I tried to report it, there would be new accounts appearing, and I felt powerless, which took a toll on my mental health. Throughout all this, my wife was incredibly supportive. She was my rock and my best friend, and her support made me love her even more. Eventually, the harassment stopped, and I wanted nothing more than to move on and leave it behind. But the other day, my wife confessed that her family was behind the harassment. I couldn't believe it at first, but she showed me proof from their family group chat. I was in shock. They were bragging and justifying their actions, saying things like some people have to learn the hard way and if he wants to be part of the family, here's his initiation. While I knew I wasn't their favorite person, I never realized the extent of their feelings and that they would go to such lengths. I asked my wife when she found out and whether she took part in it. She insisted she had no part in it and would never do that to me. She claimed she didn't know it was her family until a few months before our wedding, when she spotted a profile left open on her sister-in-law's phone. After that, she confronted her family and made them stop. I asked why she was telling me everything now. She said it was weighing on her, and she opened up to her eldest sister, 35F, one of the family's black sheep. She threatened to tell me the truth if my wife didn't. Nothing my wife said made it better. She knew for years what her family did and hid it from me. She kept everything quiet. It hurts more coming from her because she knew the pain I was going through. I was pretty numb. My wife was anxious and kept pushing for me to say something. I told her there wasn't anything she could say right now that would make it okay. What she did was no better than her family. They made my life hell, and her first instinct was to cover for them. She started crying and begged me to understand. She said it wasn't like that, and she was trying to make things right with as little damage as possible and mend relationships. I wasn't very receptive to it. She wasn't reaching me. I told her I needed some time to clear my head. She was against it. She said we could work through this together, but I was firm on space. She didn't respect my request for space. I'm really trying to understand her side. I'm trying to move past it, but I feel so betrayed. I trusted her more than anyone. I'm my most vulnerable with her. I kept opening up to her about the incident even after she knew the truth. She encouraged me to let it go and not allow it to hurt me. I thought she had my best interests in mind. Now I just see it as her attempt to protect her family yet again. I haven't confronted anyone involved. I don't think they're worth it. but I've made it clear they're no longer allowed to see our son until further notice. Now I'm getting texts about how I'm depriving my child of grandparents and aunts over past family spats. One of the hardest parts is the distance from my wife. She's my best friend and partner in every way. Now we're mostly only communicating about our son and other household stuff. She's hurt by my rejection, and she's been crying often. I don't know if I'm being unfair to her. I hate all of this. I want to make our marriage work, but I'm questioning our relationship up to now. I'm just really lost. I need an outside perspective. How do I navigate this situation and move forward for my marriage and myself? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I think what is bothering me most is that your wife is still not getting it. She doesn't understand how vile her family is, and if they did it once, they could do it again. They took your money, your peace of mind, your confidence. Even though she stopped it, she never told you, leaving you to wonder why and who. And, past family spats? It's not like this was a little tiff and they apologized and you won't let it go. I'd suggest therapy for you both. At the very least, you'll learn how to co-parent together if you can't save the marriage. Maybe a therapist can get her to see how huge this is. Commenter 2, your wife is fully aware her family are a bunch of bullies, and she is a passive enabler of their horrible behavior. Your child has a pretty high chance of growing up to be just like them. Is that what you want? The constant waterworks are a classic manipulation tactic. If she were truly sorry, she would be offering solutions, the main one being going no contact with her family. They are the way they are because they're jerks, and because they haven't faced any consequences for their actions. Your wife wants to let bygones be bygones because the current situation affects her. She didn't give a single thought about your feelings then, and she doesn't now. Commenter 3, personally, I don't think I could come back from this. Your wife defended people who tried to ruin your life for no reason. These aren't just some strangers. These are her family. What if something similar happens in the future? Could you count on your wife being there for you? Sticking up for you, and taking your side? I highly doubt it. My wife's job hours are down to 0, she won't drive, and she's diagnosed herself with depression. Yet somehow, I'm expected to do even more at home. My wife has been a stay-at-home mom for the last 14 years, but she went back to work last year. At the start of this year, she decided to cut back her hours, and I supported her choice. However, she ended up cutting her hours to 0. As far as I know, 0 hours means you quit your job, but apparently, she thinks she still has one. On top of that, she's decided she has depression, which she insists on calling it that way, and she won't even drive anymore because of anxiety. Honestly, I was completely blindsided. We had been going to couples counseling for a few years before COVID, and things were good. Now, when I suggest she should get back into therapy, she insists it doesn't work and claims I'm the one who needs it because I'm a jerk. In the midst of all this, she told me that I'm not doing enough around the house and need to step up. I had been working from home, but since COVID is behind us, I'm back in the office for 10 to 12 hours a day. It's pretty hard to do laundry or take the kids to school when I'm tied to my desk. I also can't be there to get the kids off the bus in the afternoon like she wants. I told her I can help in the morning but not in the afternoon, and somehow that's not working for her. So here we are. My wife has anxiety that prevents her from driving, she has depression that she refuses to address, and she claims she has a job while working 0 hours a week. Yet, somehow, I'm supposed to do even more at home to keep her happy. I've tried talking to her about this, but she just changes the topic to how her job is harder than mine and how men don't help enough around the house. I've been doing all the grocery shopping since she won't leave the house. I go twice a week to a store 5 minutes away. I also take the kids to the activities she signed them up for and cook dinner 4 nights a week. I feel taken advantage of by someone who doesn't seem to realize that doing laundry twice a week isn't the same as having a full-time job. Sure, she puts the kids on the bus, but since she reduced her work hours to 0, she insists she's fully managing the house and kids on her own. Is there any way I can convince her to find a different job? The whole, I can't drive because of anxiety situation is really getting to me. I'm ready to cut down my job to 0 hours, too, since work keeps getting in the way of everything I need to do around the house. But, unfortunately, my kids like food, and my wife loves the internet, so if I quit, the circus tent collapses. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, time for a de voce. Commenter 2, honestly this sounds so frustrating. Can any family or friends help with some sort of intervention? She really needs to do something to help herself and, if she doesn't, it's maybe time to consider the marriage is over. Commenter 3, you can't make her do anything. You do have choices, however. You can choose to stay and deal with this, or you can choose to end the marriage.
I gave birth after a traumatic C-section, and my husband failed me. No help, no care, not even a hot meal. While I was healing, he disappeared for hours to fish and go to the gym. Now I'm seriously considering divorce. I'm a 30-year-old woman and I gave birth 8 weeks ago after a really tough delivery. It involved over 10 hours of active labor, a high fever, an emergency C-section, and my son didn't breathe for 8 minutes once he was born. Before the birth, I told my husband, who is 37, that I didn't have a birth plan. I just wanted us all to come out of the hospital healthy. However, I did have a very specific plan for the first 40 days postpartum that included eating certain Chinese foods, staying home as much as possible, and avoiding the cold and wind. I mentioned it was crucial for my culture and healing. While I was pregnant, I had prepped and frozen a lot of meals that I asked him to reheat, just needing him to add some vegetables and make rice. He assured me, "I got you, baby," but he really didn't. For the first 2 weeks after giving birth, I ended up sleeping on the couch because I couldn't manage getting in and out of bed after my surgery. I handled all of the night shifts alone and mostly just ate fast food he brought home, or I had to cook for both of us. He thought the idea of staying indoors for 40 days was silly, so by the 10th day, we were out and about. I know I should have insisted on staying in, but I was too exhausted to argue. On day 14, we went to the beach, and it was super windy at 35 miles per hour. My husband said he'd just fish for a bit and then we'd leave, but he ended up disappearing for 3 hours with the car keys while the baby and I sat in the wind. On day 16, he invited his sister to stay with us for a week, which meant I had to move from the couch to our bed and still take care of the baby overnight. His sister had a similar surgery earlier this year and started talking about the risk of hernias after our surgeries. Meanwhile, both of them just sat on the couch while I ran laundry back and forth from the garage. She also insisted we eat food she couldn't find back home, which my husband ordered for her, but I couldn't get him to simply heat up the frozen meals I had prepared. She mentioned the importance of scar care after surgery and suggested I look into a C-section massage, but the places I found were charging over $200. I texted my husband about feeling guilty for wanting to spend that much on what felt like such a selfish thing. He totally changed the subject and didn't even respond to my message. I felt really hurt by everything that's been happening. I'm not sure if it's hormones or what, but when he didn't say anything while I was feeling guilty for wanting to do something nice for myself, it made me feel unloved and insignificant. It really stung, especially since he talked about wanting to send his sister $10,000 from our savings to help her with medical bills, yet he didn't even acknowledge or offer to pay for a $200 massage for me. After I got cleared for regular activity at 6 weeks, I asked him if I could spend 30 minutes a day working out in the garage, and he agreed, saying he'd watch the baby for me. But the next day, when I asked him to hold the baby while I worked out, he just put him in the baby Bjorn. The baby started crying partway through, and I ended up having to finish my workout while holding him. He told me when I was pregnant that it was essential for him to go to the gym 3 times a week, and he started going back at week 4 from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., leaving me to manage dinner and the baby on my own. Then yesterday was really tough. I had been with the baby all night and morning, and he wanted to go out for lunch. I asked him to watch the baby while I got dressed, but I took longer than usual. He made a sarcastic comment to the baby about how I had to try on 6 more pairs of pants before we could leave, and I lost it on him. I ended up telling him that nothing fits me since I just had a baby, and I don't get to work out at all. I said that I couldn't stand being around him and needed some space, whether that meant he went to his parents' house or slept on the couch. He just shook his head at me like I was overreacting, and it filled me with so much anger. How could he not see how overwhelmed I was feeling? I ended up spending the night looking up divorce lawyers, and now I'm wondering if I'm overreacting. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, if anything, you're underreacting, he's worse than useless. Commenter 2, you're not in the wrong. My ex once went hiking with a friend and left me alone with a 4-month-old while I had a pretty serious case of the flu. That was only the beginning. Notice I said ex. These guys just don't get it, don't want to get it, and should never marry in the first place. You are not overreacting, you aren't dragging it out for over 20 years like I did. That's the type of wisdom I did not have. Commenter 3, you have had no support, and it is suffocating you. Being a new mom is hard and he is not there to support you. If he is willing to drop $10,000 on his sister post-surgery, I would just hire some home help or a nanny to help you adjust for a few hours a day. Tell him he needs to remain gone for the foreseeable future.
A DNA test exposed my mom's 17-year lie about my biological father, and it cost her the man who raised me. I'm a 19-year-old guy, and I always knew my dad wasn't my biological father. It never mattered because I knew I was loved. My mom always told us that my biological dad didn't want me and walked away as soon as he found out she was pregnant. When I was 12, I started having health issues, and doctors kept asking for family medical history. My mom swore she had reached out to my biological father for information, but claimed he refused. That made me feel awful, like the guy who made me didn't even care if I was sick. My dad, the man who raised me, was always there for me. He comforted me whenever I got upset about it. But it always stung knowing I had only half my medical history and no way to get more. A year ago, my aunt, my mom's sister, told me things might not be what they seemed and suggested I do some searching myself. She didn't give details but hinted my mom wasn't being truthful. So, I did a 23andMe. That's when I matched with a paternal aunt, and everything came out. She was shocked to learn about me and said her brother, my real dad, had no idea I existed. She even helped us reconnect. When I finally met him, he already had medical info ready for me. He explained my health issue came from his side, and he promised to be a donor if I ever needed one. He kept apologizing for not being there, swearing he never knew. He said my mom cheated, then vanished from his life. When I confronted my mom, she first denied it. Then she asked why I searched behind her back. Eventually, she admitted the truth. She said she invented the story so we could be a normal family. She never told my biological dad, not even when I got sick, because she didn't want to ruin the lie. I was devastated. But so was my dad. He was furious that she robbed me and my biological father of knowing each other, furious that she lied to him their entire marriage, and furious that she let my health care be harder just to cover herself. The medical info has helped my doctors, but my relationship with my mom is destroyed. My dad has filed for divorce and already moved out. My siblings blame me for breaking the family when in reality, it was her lie that did it. So now I'm wondering. Was I wrong to search for the truth? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You're not in the wrong. I'm sorry about what happened with your mom, but it sounds like you might actually have two great dads in your corner now. Commenter 2. It's one thing to lie, but risking your child's health just to keep a secret is another level. Honestly, you handled the fallout with more maturity than your mom did when she chose to hide the truth. Commenter 3. You didn't ruin the family, the truth did. It only hurts this much because it was buried for so long. What you did was brave, necessary for your health, and gave you the answers you deserve. Don't carry blame that isn't yours.
My dad excluded me from family nights and never came to my recitals, then told me to call him by his first name once I found out he's not my biological father. I'm 16F and I always wondered why my dad treated me differently from my siblings, 15F, 12M and 11M. Even though my sister and I are barely a year apart, he was her biggest supporter. He showed up to all her plays, encouraged her hobbies, and cheered her on when she needed it. He does the same for my brothers. But he never came to any of my recitals, never cared about the things I liked, and whenever I went to him for comfort, he brushed me off. He spoiled my siblings with toys and candy, but never me. When my mom wasn't home, he'd either send me to a friend's or relative's house, or he'd do movie and game nights with my siblings while telling me to stay in my room. I cried to my mom many times about it. She told me he treated me that way because we were too alike and we butted heads. But I never fought with him, I never even got the chance. A few months ago, a relative told me the truth, he isn't my real dad. Back then, my mom was seeing him and my biological dad at the same time. He knew about it and said he wouldn't share her, so she chose him. When she found out about me, he said she could keep me, but if I wasn't his, he wanted a child of his own. They did a DNA test, I wasn't his, and that's why my sister was born so close to me, because of that promise. After I saw proof, I confronted my parents. He told me now that I know, I should start calling him Drake instead of Dad. My mom wasn't relieved at all, she just wanted to know who told me. She asked me every day, sometimes multiple times, trying to figure out which relative said something. I refused to tell her. Even if it was behind her back, I'm glad I found out. It also came out that I don't have a college savings like my siblings. Drake told me he doesn't want me staying a day past my 18th birthday. He said I was never his, he never loved me, and he wants at least 1 year of just his family. All my mom cares about is finding out who told me. She even tried to ground me for not saying. She keeps telling me that whoever spoke up is terrible because they encouraged me to keep secrets from her. But honestly, I'm grateful I know the truth. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Your mom and stepdad are the real problems here. She's only angry because her secret came out, not because of how you've been treated. At least now you finally understand why things were the way they were. If possible, lean on grandparents, an aunt, or even the relative who told you the truth to support you while you finish school. That might upset your mom, but it will get you out of a toxic situation. Commenter 2. Tell your relatives everything: what life has been like, how you've been treated, and what's happening now. Make sure they know you're the only one without a college fund and that you're being pushed out at 18 so he can have just his family. With any luck, your family will be shocked enough to step in, whether that's helping with school or giving you a place to stay when the time comes. Commenter 3. I'm really sorry your mom stayed with someone who treated you so poorly and refused to give you the love you deserved. Your stepdad is awful for taking out his issues on an innocent child. I hope the rest of your family steps up for you, and that you find people you can truly count on. Wishing you nothing but success moving forward. For years, my ex-husband controlled everything, even our passports. Now he wants to take our kids to Dubai, and I don't think they'd ever come back. I'm a 41-year-old woman. I had a very difficult marriage with my ex, 42M, who was both financially and emotionally controlling. We lived in the Middle East, where he kept my and the children's passports locked away and restricted us from traveling. His family constantly interfered, and because he was financially dependent on his father, he never defended me. Eventually, we came to the US with my 2 children, who are 11 and 13. His family told me I could only return if I followed their rules. Sounds unbelievable, I know. Instead, I chose to stay, built a career in IT, and ultimately left the marriage. Since then, we've been co-parenting. I have primary custody. While he pays child support, he refuses to provide clothing or essentials, and instead deducts those costs from my payments. I currently have a case pending with child services because of his violations. He doesn't work and relies on his family for income. Earlier this summer, he asked if the kids could travel with him to the Middle East. I said no, because I'm not comfortable with the risk that he could keep them there. Since then, he's ignored me completely. He blocked me after I sent over 20 messages, and now only communicates through the children. During that time, I handled all of their medical and school needs, physicals, dental cleanings, orthodontics, back-to-school prep, without any help or input from him. He's even made comments to the kids, saying I'm just mad because I can't afford to travel, and he laughed about it with his brother in front of them. Now, with his brother's girlfriend expecting a baby in December, he suddenly wants the kids to go back for the birth. Given his history of control, lack of communication, the child support issues, and the very real risk of the children not being allowed to return, I don't feel safe letting them go. Am I wrong for refusing? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Make sure you have a lawyer and keep control of the children's passports. If possible, give your 13-year-old a phone and a code word so they can alert you quickly if anything feels wrong. Commenter 2. When I was a kid, my dad took all 5 of us to the Middle East and left us there with his family. My mom had to fight to get us back, and honestly, we were lucky. It changed our lives forever. My sisters never forgave him, and we didn't get our passports back for years. Please, protect your kids no matter what. Commenter 3. You're not in the wrong. There's a very real risk he might not return the kids, or could use them to pressure you. I denied the request and switched to communicating only through a parenting app that logs and timestamps every exchange. It can be a huge help if you end up back in court. My brother-in-law decided to announce a pregnancy at my 2-year-old daughter's birthday party. And the whole thing turned into a dumpster fire. Plus one update. Some context. My brother-in-law, 30M, has lived with my husband and me on and off for close to 8 years. Even when we had kids, he lived with us. Last year, he finally got serious about finding a relationship. I was happy for him when he met someone in November, and by December, he moved into her house. In April, they found out she was pregnant, due in January. She told her family right away, but he chose not to tell ours. He kept putting it off. Well, tomorrow my daughter was turning 2, and that's the day he decided he'd break the news, because his girlfriend is visibly pregnant and couldn't hide it anymore. I was livid. Here's the problem: my father-in-law is known to fly off the handle. He once stormed out of a family gathering because my toddler ate a goldfish cracker off the floor. He's also told my husband that I'm not the right kind of woman. So you can imagine how nervous I was about the timing of this big reveal. I told my husband the only way this could happen is if his brother told their parents before the party. Otherwise, I'd kick people out. He brushed me off but agreed. Update. Well, if anyone smelled smoke today, it was my daughter's birthday, because it turned into a dumpster fire. To my surprise, my Phil actually took the news pretty well. But my Mill was furious that Bill had waited so long to tell them. No big scene, but from that point on, every conversation was about the pregnancy, names, how her parents already knew, what baby stuff they could get from us. My mill even joked about us handing down everything we weren't using. And just when I thought it couldn't get worse, my brother-in-law dropped 2 more bombshells. He and his girlfriend are engaged, and they're planning a big move before the baby comes. So now the whole party was baby talk, wedding talk, moving talk. Everything but my daughter's birthday. But wait, there's more. My sister showed up with my niece, who had an active staph infection. She'd been on antibiotics for just 24 hours. I didn't even know until the party was almost over. My husband was furious, pulled me aside, and said some things about it. After that, I completely shut down. I isolated myself, just putting together my daughter's new toys. Everyone left early. The vibe was tense. Now, instead of remembering my daughter's special day, I'm stuck monitoring 3 kids for signs of infection and sanitizing my house. At this point, I think I'm done hosting family parties for a while. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. So is your husband upset at his family as well? Because both your families suck. OP's response, no, he's really pleased with how his family was. Commenter 2. Yeah, your sister was wrong for not saying anything about the infection. But honestly, how does your husband think it's okay to get on your case after everything his family just pulled? I'd shut that down fast. You two really need counseling, because it's not right that his family walks all over you with no problem, but you get blamed for something you didn't even know about. Commenter 3. Not trying to be harsh, but you should think about what this is teaching your daughter. She deserves her own moments and to see her mom treated with respect. If this keeps up, it'll be hard for her to feel valued and safe. You really do deserve better than this. The daughter I gave up 25 years ago just found out the truth. Now she's accusing me of stealing her life and demanding I act like her mother. But I was never supposed to be more than an egg donor. I'm sorry this is a bit long, but I really need to share something complicated and get some perspective. 25 years ago, my close friend Clara and her husband James were having a tough time with infertility. Clara couldn't conceive using her own eggs, so she asked me if I would be willing to carry a baby for them using my egg and James's sperm. I had already had my 2 kids, and was done having children, so I was hesitant at first. But in the end, I agreed because I wanted to help my friend become a mother. 9 months later, their daughter Bella was born. From the beginning, Clara and James raised her as their own. I've always been auntie to Bella, and that's how she knew me. My kids always knew the truth. I never hid it from them. They understood that Bella was biologically related to them and that I had helped my friend start a family. I never mentioned anything to Bella because I felt it was up to her parents to decide if or when to share that information with her. A few weeks ago, Bella and her fiancé were at his family's house and decided to do one of those DNA tests for fun. When she got the results, she saw that she had Cuban and black ancestry, which confused her since she knows her parents are both white. Instead of asking them, she figured out the combination to their safe and started looking through their personal documents. She found an old photo of me pregnant in a hospital bed with Clara holding my hand and also came across paperwork regarding Clara's infertility. After that, she started pulling away from everyone, especially Clara, and we didn't know why until it all blew up. My family and I were over at Clara and James's house helping with wedding preparations. While Clara and I were in the kitchen talking about my kids, Clara mentioned that I had paid for both their weddings and wished she could do the same for her daughter. Bella must have overheard because she came in and said that I should be paying for her wedding too since she's also my daughter. I was completely taken aback. Clara asked her what she meant, and Bella snapped back. She claimed I was her real mother and accused Clara and James of lying to her. She said she had grown up in a fake home while my kids had the life she thought was meant for her. Then, she slammed the photo on the table and stormed out with her fiancé. The next day, Clara asked me to come over. Bella didn't want to come but showed up later after Clara begged her. She explained what happened with the DNA test and going through the safe and how this revelation seemed to make sense of something she always felt deep down. Bella admitted she had been jealous of my kids, not just for their vacations or home life, but also because I had given them a good life without any hardships. She said she still loves Clara but feels like she never truly belonged and now thinks I'm the missing piece. She even called Clara a child snatcher. That's when I stepped in and told her she needed to stop talking to Clara that way. She looked at me and asked, "You're my real mother. Why don't you love me?" I tried to explain calmly that I was just an egg donor. I told her that I love her like a niece, but that's all. Clara is her mother, not me. I didn't raise her, Clara did. I was never there during her childhood. She walked away crying, and since then, I've received over 20 messages from her. Some are angry, and some are begging for a response. She's asked to meet with me and James because she believes we are her real parents. She says she loves Clara, but she feels a disconnect and thinks I'm the reason for it. Clara and I have been keeping in touch since the argument, and we're both feeling heartbroken. My husband thinks I should sit down with Bella one-on-one, but honestly, I feel like there's nothing more to say. I didn't raise her, Clara did. Clara has always been a great mother, and until now, she and Bella had a good relationship. I don't understand why Bella is going through this. Clara was there for every birthday, every school event, every scraped knee, heartbreak, and important moment. I accepted my role in Bella's life a long time ago. I never viewed myself as her mother, not because I didn't care, but because that was never the agreement. I helped a friend become a mother, and I kept my promise. So, am I in the wrong? Edit, just to add, I'm mixed myself, and Bella has light skin with very loose curls. From what people see, she does look like she could be Clara's biological daughter. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, honestly, Bella really needs therapy, not just closure. This isn't just about biology, it's about some deep anger she's been holding on to, and now she finally has a reason to let it all out. Commenter 2, from what it sounds like, she's been jealous of your family all her life. Now that she knows you're her biological mother, all that jealousy is turning into a feeling of it should have been me. You might need to remind her that if it weren't for her real mom who raised her, she wouldn't even be here. You were done having kids, and the only reason she exists is because your friends wanted a child. Commenter 3, I don't get why anyone expected a different reaction. Many people who find out they were adopted later in life are angry, and this situation isn't any different. Her whole sense of identity was built on something false. It's one thing to not know, but it's completely different to have that knowledge taken away when you thought you had it right. Plus, others in the family or friend group knew the truth while she didn't? That's tough to accept. She should have been told before she was old enough to understand. They need family counseling, and you also need to work on showing more compassion. It's great that you're supporting your friend, and I know she's in pain, but this isn't just about her. An entitled mom told me if I had time to make a Rapunzel cake for my own daughter, I should have time to make one for hers too. I'm 33F, and I work a stressful job with long hours. Even when I'm off, I'm still technically on call, so I treasure my free time. Back in college, I worked at a bakery and learned cake decorating. I quit after graduating, but once in a while I make elaborate cakes for my partner, family, or friends. They come out great because I make them with love, with the person in mind. For my daughter's 4th birthday, she asked me for a Rapunzel cake with a tower. I took a week off and made it happen. She was thrilled, and her friends talked about it for weeks. Fast forward. Last week I was picking her up from school and ran into a mom I'll call Allie. Her daughter Kara was at the party. Allie said Kara loved the cake and now insists on having the same for her birthday. Allie asked me to make it. I told her it took a lot of time and effort, and I didn't think I could. She kept pushing, so I said I'd think about it. That night, I asked my daughter if Kara was even her friend. She said Kara is bossy and she doesn't like her. So I texted Allie and said I couldn't do it because of my schedule. Allie replied that she'd pay me, but I told her it wasn't about money, it was about the time. I even offered to recommend bakeries. She shot back saying if I had time to make it for my daughter, then I should have time to make it for hers. At that point I told her it wasn't her decision, and I wasn't interested in continuing the conversation. She then started cussing me out and said I was an off for not thinking about her daughter's happiness. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You're not in the wrong. If she really wanted the cake, you could quote her your weekly salary plus the full cake rate, and add an inconvenience fee for the time it takes away from work. Honestly, it's clear where Kara picked up that attitude. Commenter 2. People don't realize the favor they're asking takes hours of your life. I started charging a huge inconvenience tax when people wouldn't take no for an answer. Funny enough, the ones who actually value you still agree, and the rest vanish. It saved me so much stress. Commenter 3. Taking a week off work is a huge sacrifice, and of course you do that for your own child. But for a random kid you barely know? Absolutely not. That mom can either put in the effort herself or hire someone who actually offers the service. I'm pregnant, stressed, and suddenly without a home. My in-laws sold our place right before I'm due. I'm trying not to take it personally. But it's hard when it's family. My husband, 31M, and I, 28F, have been renting an older double-wide from his parents since 2021. Because the place needed a lot of work and my husband is in medical school, they've charged us a very low rent. The first year, we paid $400 a month while I worked on major home improvements, pulling up the old carpet, installing new floors, adding a sprinkler system, building a deck, redoing the kitchen cabinets and counters. In 2022, we agreed to raise rent to $500 after they replaced the broken air conditioning unit. We've put a lot of time and money into making this house better, and the low rent made it possible. For context, I'm the one covering all our living expenses while my husband is in school. He takes out student loans for tuition and gas, while I pay for rent, groceries, car payments, and insurance. My husband is wrapping up his third year of medical school and will take his big licensing exam in a couple months. Next summer, we'll move to wherever he matches for residency. Since we'll likely be far from family then, we decided now was the best time to start a family while we still have their support. This is the first grandchild for both sides, and I'm due at the end of May. Here's the problem: my father-in-law recently found a buyer for the property, 16 acres with our double-wide and a small guest house. The buyer agreed to his asking price of $700,000, and they'll be drawing up a contract soon. By state law, we'll have 90 days from written notice to move. My husband and I plan to relocate to my hometown, 2 hours away, so I can be near my dad, siblings, and close friends before we eventually move for residency. But I can't shake this feeling of hurt. We've been so open about our timeline, and now everything is happening at once: giving birth, moving, and my husband taking his biggest exam yet, all in the same 3 months. I know we've benefited from low rent, and I don't want to act entitled. But this isn't just a landlord/tenant situation, it's family. And it feels like they're choosing a big payout over supporting us during one of the most stressful times in our lives. I truly don't want to be bitter or damage our relationship, but my emotions are running high. How do I handle this with grace while still protecting my peace? Relevant comments. Commenter 1: This is a learning experience. If you find yourself receiving something very cheap, realize that there's always a cost. Not having a lease means that this could have happened at any time. You should have insisted on a written lease with them, and you should have saved all of your extra money instead of spending it to renovate a place you didn't own. Not only have you learned that you have to put yourselves first, you've also learned who your in-laws are. Don't hold a grudge, but also don't allow them to be intimately involved with your life plans, your housing, or your future. Never put your fate into someone else's hands. Commenter 2: Just give it time. It's fresh and you're currently going through it, and you begrudge them for knowing your plans, but not considering the plans. That's understandable. It would be entitled to demand to not sell the house, but your gut reaction is reasonable. Just focus on you, your husband, and baby right now, and in time you might come to feel it was all for the best to give you more time with your family and friends. Commenter 3: Learn from this. You decided to make home improvements on your own, so you cannot hold them accountable for that loss. I do get wanting to make your living space a bit nicer and less run down. Look at it as you having gained lots of DIY experience for your next permanent home. It is super helpful to be able to gain home maintenance and improvement experience as a future homeowner. And as a bonus, you had a bit nicer environment to live in while you lived there. My ex's wife tried to take my son out of daycare without permission, and later, she even tried to sue me for custody after my ex passed away. Hello. I'm 25F, and I have a 4-year-old son. His father left me for another woman, Mavis, when I was 6 months pregnant. They got married when my son was only 3 weeks old. From the start, they demanded that Mavis come to visits with my son. Their argument? That my son needed to know his mom because according to them, she was definitely his mom now. They were married, and that was that. I never stopped my ex from seeing our son, but I refused to let Mavis near him at my home. By the time my son was 10 months old, my ex finally took him out for visitation. That meant I couldn't stop her from being there, but at least she wasn't calling herself his mom in my home. Every drop-off turned into a fight. She'd demand to hold him, even after my ex handed him back to me. She got mad when I refused to let her spend time alone with my son. When my son was 18 months, my ex was awarded every other weekend visitation. That ended when my son was 2, because Mavis tried to take him out of daycare without permission. The police had to be called. My ex went back to visits at my house, and Mavis wasn't allowed near him. Months later, after an apology in classes, visitation restarted. Then last year, my ex died. My son was with me at the time, so there was no fight over custody. Honestly, I think Mavis would have tried to keep him if his dad had died on one of her weekends. But she didn't stop. She tried to sue me for shared custody, claiming she was his other parent. That case was thrown out, she had no parental rights. So she tried again, suing for visitation. That dragged us through court for months. The judge denied her. He ruled she hadn't played a big enough role and wasn't family anymore. I was relieved. She screamed about appeals as we left. A week later, she confronted me. I was so done with her drama that I snapped. I told her she would never be in my son's life again, and to go f herself. She screamed after me, but I walked away. Now I wonder, was I too harsh? She did lose my ex. Maybe she cared about my son, or maybe she's just unhinged. I can't tell. Am I the bad guy? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. She could have had a decent relationship with your son if she'd respected boundaries from the start. Instead, she pushed too hard, tried to claim the mom title, and even pulled the daycare stunt. That's why the judge didn't take her seriously. Commenter 2. I get that she lost her husband, and that must be awful, but that doesn't suddenly make your child hers. Step-parents can be important, but she never showed she could handle it in a healthy way. Commenter 3. What she wanted wasn't love or care, it was control. Taking you to court, showing up to start fights, and trying to cut you out proves that. You're not the bad guy for protecting your son, you're doing exactly what a parent is supposed to do.
My cousin falsely accused me of assault because I refused to pay for her daughter's tuition, and it destroyed my life. I, 34 am currently living in Germany, originally from an Asian country. I want to share an experience I had about 3 years ago. I have a cousin named Meena, 45F, and her husband, Rajiv, 46M. They have a daughter who was 19 at the time. To me, Meena was more than just a cousin, she felt like an older sister. She had always been supportive and kind, and our relationship was based on respect and care for each other. At that time, I was working in IT and earning a good living. I always tried to assist my family members when they needed help, especially with money. I was single and saving to buy my own home, which had been a long-held dream of mine. One day, Meena called me, clearly upset. Her daughter had accepted an offer from her dream university, but they couldn't afford the tuition. Meena and Rajiv had not saved anything for her education and were out of options, so they turned to me as their last hope. Initially, I wanted to help. However, after considering my own financial commitments, I realized I couldn't manage it. I politely declined and explained my situation. Meena seemed frustrated and said that since I was single, helping her daughter wouldn't really affect me. I told her that I simply didn't have enough resources and that financing her daughter's education was ultimately her and Rajiv's responsibility. She nodded but left in tears. I felt terrible because I wanted to help, but I couldn't sacrifice everything I had worked for. About a week later, I was at home when 2 police officers knocked on my door. I was shocked to see them there. They asked for my name and then handcuffed me. I couldn't believe what was happening. I asked why they were arresting me, and one of them coldly said that people like me disgust him. I asked for clarification, and he accused me of trying to assault a 19-year-old. It turned out that Meena and Rajiv had filed a report claiming I attempted to assault their daughter. I had never been alone with her in any inappropriate situation, let alone done what they were accusing me of. I thought it had to be a mistake, but it wasn't. My brother came to see me, and I told him everything. I asked him why Meena would do something so terrible. He didn't know either but promised to find the best lawyer to help me. The legal battle began. My name was dragged through the mud. I wasn't charged with anything because there was no evidence, but I was suspended from my job while they investigated, and then I was let go. Friends started to avoid me. Extended family members cut ties. Even my parents were caught between confusion and shame and didn't know what to believe. I was labeled a predator based on nothing but a false accusation. The only person who stood by me was my brother. With my reputation in ruins and no job opportunities, I left my home country for Germany. The betrayal and loss hit me hard. I lost not just my career but also my dignity, my relationships, and any sense of peace. I felt completely empty. 3 years went by. I didn't speak to anyone. My brother was the only one who checked on me. I'm still alone in this country. My trust was shattered, and I never bothered to try to connect with anyone again. I don't have friends here because the memories of my trauma still haunt me. I constantly worry that someone might hurt me again, dragging me back into that nightmare. About a week ago, my brother called to tell me that Meena's daughter had finally admitted everything to her family. It turns out Meena and Rajiv had made up the false accusation out of desperation and anger when I refused to give them money. They thought that a scandal would break me, and I'd either pay them off or quietly settle to avoid embarrassment. When I didn't, they allowed their lie to spiral out of control. They had even pressured their daughter to go along with their plan. She confessed that the accusation was false, that I had never harmed her, and that she acted under her mother's pressure. Now, those who turned their backs on me are trying to contact me again. Relatives and old friends are asking my brother for my whereabouts. He hasn't shared my information with anyone except for our parents. My parents reached out and asked for my forgiveness. They said they never meant to hurt me, but that Mina had lied to them and made them believe something false. I told them I bore no ill will because they didn't know the truth. We spoke for about an hour. The next day, I received a call from an unknown number. It was Mina. I barely recognized her voice. "Please. Just hear me out," she urged. "I know I'm the last person you want to talk to, but I need to say this." I didn't say anything. She continued, "My daughter isn't the same anymore. She's been crying for days. She says she ruined your life. She feels broken. And I can't stop thinking about what we did. I was wrong. I let my anger cloud my judgment. I lied about something that completely destroyed your life." She begged me to talk to her daughter, saying the guilt was eating her alive. I still didn't respond. Then she started crying harder, pleading for me to forgive her daughter. I didn't answer. I ended the call and blocked her number. I don't know if I'll ever be able to forgive them. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not the a-hole. Being wrongly accused of something as serious as assault, especially when it's meant to get money, is really hurtful and damaging. Forgiving someone is a personal choice, and nobody has to do it, especially after trust has been broken so badly. You have the right to protect yourself and step away from people who tried to harm you for money. Commenter 2, false accusations, especially for serious things like assault, can ruin lives. It's not just about feelings, it impacts your reputation, mental health, and safety. No one has to forgive someone who lies for profit. Taking care of your peace isn't being petty, it's essential. Commenter 3, you're totally justified in cutting them off. This wasn't a simple mistake, it was a cruel act that messed up your life. You don't owe them anything.
My fiancé told me he cheated, then dropped to his knees sobbing. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just handed him back the ring and left. Now people are calling me heartless. I, 31F, was with my ex-fiancé, 43M, for 5 years. About a week ago, a mutual friend sent me a message telling me they suspected that he was cheating. I remember laughing out loud and responding, "No, he didn't." He has always been very vocal about how much cheating affected him in his past relationship and how he views cheaters as terrible people. I didn't believe it for a moment. I had never loved or trusted anyone more than I trusted him. When he got home, I mentioned the text casually, thinking we could have a good laugh about it. But as soon as I showed him the message, his face went pale, and he said, "Please don't let this ruin what we have. I can't lose you." That's when it hit me, and it's like my entire body reacted to the shock of it all. He kept trying to take my phone and asking me to say something. I eventually asked him if he had slept with her, and got really quiet and nodded. That's when I felt something inside me shut off. The last thing I said to him was, "Well, that's the end of us, then." I handed him my ring and started to pack a bag. He panicked. He started crying, pleading, and trying to explain himself. I just shut down. While I packed, he was having a breakdown. The quieter I was, the more frantic he became. At one point, he dropped to the floor, clinging to my legs, asking why I was reacting this way, if I ever loved him, and begging me to fight for him. Then he started hyperventilating and grabbing at his head. I had never seen him like that, he was usually so strong and composed. Under different circumstances, I might have offered comfort, but at that moment, I felt no compassion. In fact, I felt something worse than nothing, disgust. Watching him fall apart and try to manipulate me made me feel ill. I looked at him and thought, how did I ever love this man? I could tell he knew what I was thinking, and fell apart even more. When I tried to leave, he physically blocked my way and kept begging me not to go and to say something to him. We stood there in a standoff for what seemed like 10 minutes, he was pleading, and I just glared at him. Eventually, he gave up and stepped aside, so I was able to leave. I spent 3 days at a motel, letting people know I was safe but needed some time alone, then I turned off my phone. Eventually, everything hit me hard, and I found myself crying and having a breakdown. When I finally put myself together and turned my phone back on, it was filled with missed calls and messages from my ex, family, and friends. I deleted the hurtful ones and learned that the affair had lasted a year, which felt like a punch to the gut. When I went back home to get my things, I found the place in shambles. He had punched holes in the walls and damaged some furniture and my personal items. It was honestly frightening to walk into that mess, and I wish I had gone with someone for support. Thankfully, he wasn't there. Now he's on an all-out smear campaign against me, claiming I just walked out while he was having a serious breakdown, suggesting that I didn't care about him, and that I was cruel for not getting someone to help him. I wonder if I should have reached out for help, but at that moment, all I could think about was escaping. While many of my friends and family are supportive, it's surprising that some mutual friends, and even my own mother, are siding with him. My mother said the way I left things was cruel and that I should have shown more compassion. She said that he must have felt remorse if he broke down like that, and pointed out that I always wanted him to be more open, but then I turned my back on him. She insists that men make mistakes and that he's family. She won't talk to me unless I reach out to him. I've realized she's never really been on my side, and this confirms that. I'm honestly thinking about going no contact with her. I think she thinks more about money than my well-being. When I said this, she hit me, and that was the last time we spoke. He's also claiming that I must have had someone else ready to go since I left so quickly and didn't fight for our relationship, and some people are actually believing that, even friends I've known for years. His charm seems to cloud their judgment, and it's really disturbing. I'm feeling really lost right now about these relationships and whether they can be saved, or if they were ever genuine. Should I open up about how much I'm hurting, or is it better to just cut ties and move on? Part of me wants to leave everything behind and not look back. But I also think about the people who have stood by me, and I don't want to lose their support too. I'm not sure why I felt the need to share this. Maybe I just needed to get it off my chest. Apparently, reacting calmly to betrayal is worse than being a cheating liar to some people, and that really frustrates me. I can't stand how good he is at manipulating others. Apparently, he's going through a tough time now and needed his mom to come help him because he can't eat or work. Meanwhile, my mom won't even talk to me. How does he get to be the one in the spotlight? It's really painful to feel like no one is there to support me. Even those who usually back me seem to be indifferent, and that hurts so much. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you are not wrong, and those people are insane. He not only cheated on you, but also showed you he can't control his emotions and will result to violence. You should block them all out of your life and focus on yourself and moving on. OP's response, he had never lost control with me before to that extent, but if I'm being honest with myself, I have seen him be violent. He got into a fight with his brother that turned physical, but I made excuses for him since his brother was the one in the wrong. I don't think he'd ever hurt me, but seeing how he destroyed our home was unexpected and scary. Commenter 2, honestly, I don't think you should bother explaining to anyone unless you value your relationship with them. And even then, if they don't have your back after that, cut them loose too. Your ex couldn't handle the fact he got caught, and tried to guilt-trip you into staying. Shame on your mom for not having your back. I have 4 daughters, and I don't care how much I like one of their significant others, I would never forgive them for hurting them. The fact that she said you could have been more compassionate speaks volumes. Who is compassionate to the person that literally broke their heart? OP's response, my mom was caught having an affair, and played the victim too, so she can relate to what he's going through, I guess. I don't know why I keep her in my life, all she does is hurt me.
I reported a guy to his employer after he used social media to spread hate. Now, after nearly a decade at his job, he's out of work. Plus one update. If you've never had to question your marriage being in jeopardy because of your partner's gender, maybe you won't get this. I'm usually passive, I believe in live and let live. But this situation felt different. I was scrolling when I saw a video a teenager posted. He implied he would hurt someone he thought was LGBTQ+ for the crime of being a child predator. You can see why that's a dangerous mindset. I'm not friends with him, but he makes no effort to hide his job online. He's fairly well known in the community, on the spectrum but high functioning, and I fear he's getting pulled into extreme online groups. He shares a lot of reels from far-right news sources. That's not unusual, but making comments about harming others is. So, I left a review on his employer's page, pointing out that one of their staff was spreading hateful views. I thought it might get their attention. Maybe they'd coach him on common sense, the kind you should know in your 30s. Being autistic isn't a free pass to be cruel. Quoting scripture is one thing, but talking about turning someone into Swiss cheese is another. If the adults in his life won't explain that, maybe his employer will. Update. He's been fired. He lost nearly a decade at that job. He was one of the few full-time staff, and even had family in law enforcement. The business responded to my review with a vague apology. They said all members of the community are welcome, and they'll be reminding staff about appropriate social media use. I didn't need to show proof, apparently his manager was friends with him online and saw it themselves. Based on the comments after his firing, I think that's what happened. Firing him wasn't my goal. I just wanted him to see how his words could cause harm. But even when confronted, he couldn't acknowledge it. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. He might not change what he believes, but at least now he'll think twice before posting that kind of hate online. If only the same could happen with everyone else. Commenter 2. People forget that free speech also comes with responsibility. What you say can have consequences, especially if it puts others at risk. Commenter 3. If every bad take online costs someone their career, a lot of people would be unemployed. Isn't free speech supposed to protect against that?
What started as harmless flirting with my manager turned into gossip, favoritism, and drama. And in the end, it cost me my job and broke my heart. Plus one update. Over the past year, I've built a great connection with one of my managers. Let's call him Lucas. We clicked right away. Our work ethic is the same, our humor matches, and whenever we work together, the shifts flew by. We're both single, in our late 30s, never married, no kids. Over time, that made me develop a crush. Now, while we were friendly and sometimes a little flirty, it never went further than that. And it couldn't. Our company has strict rules against managers dating employees. But then another manager noticed. Let's call her Jane. One day, she saw me bring Lucas a drink. From that moment on, she teased us constantly. In front of coworkers, she'd call Lucas my boyfriend. She'd say things like, "Control your girlfriend," whenever I asked questions. It felt childish, but because she was management, I didn't know how to stop it. Lucas never said anything, because his way of dealing with teasing is to ignore it. But for me, it was stressful. And I couldn't tell if I should bring it up to Lucas or confront Jane directly. Update. Eventually, word got back to Jane that I was uncomfortable. She pulled me aside, apologized, and said, "I didn't mean harm. I could just tell you had a crush on Lucas." After that, I tried pulling away from Lucas. But the more I pulled back, the more he leaned in. His flirting got stronger. Pretty soon, it was obvious to everyone. He gave me favoritism, and coworkers used it to get favors. The only one who hated it was a newly promoted shift leader. Let's call him Bill. He and I clashed because he tried to run things his own way, against company standards. I reported him, and he got in trouble. After that, he decided everything was my fault. A few months later, he was in charge one night when I had a nightmare customer. The customer insulted me nonstop. I snapped and said something I shouldn't have. Bill saw it, called the general manager, and I was sent home. My next 3 shifts were canceled, and then I was fired over the phone. I was devastated, not just about the job, but about Lucas. Later, I stopped by and Jane hugged me. She said no one had been told what really happened. She told me to talk to Lucas. So I did. Lucas agreed the firing was unfair. He told me if he or Jane had been there, I would have only been written up. Then, since he wasn't my boss anymore, I asked if he wanted to get dinner. He said no. I was crushed. After months of flirting and attention, the moment it could be real, it wasn't. My friends think he only liked the thrill of it being off limits. Maybe they're right. Either way, I've moved on. I'm finishing my master's, working in my new field, and I've learned the hardest lesson. Don't flirt at work. And don't let yourself get pulled back in. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I could be biased from my own experiences, but something tells me Lucas might not have actually been single. Commenter 2. Lucas may never have been interested in you. It could have been a case of having similar interests, and you misinterpreted his banter as flirting and interest. It's not uncommon and happens to both men and women. Commenter 3. So you admit you were flirty with him, that he did you favors so openly your coworkers noticed, and that he amped things up when you tried pulling away. Other managers saw it and ignored it. Then you admit you lost your cool with a customer in a way that, at best, deserved a write-up and, at worst, a firing. And in the end, the cherry on top is that he only seemed to want you as a work wife, because when you finally asked him out, he said no.
My parents fostered violent kids and expected me to survive the chaos in silence. I was choked, bruised, and scared to sleep, but they told me I was lucky to even have a home. Now I'm 18 and gone for good, and they're playing victim. I'm an 18-year-old guy, and the only biological kid of my parents. They wanted more kids but couldn't have any. When I was 6, they decided to start fostering kids, hoping some might become available for adoption later. At first, they only told me I would have a bunch of other kids to play with, which sounded awesome to me. But then they pushed me to say I wanted them to foster kids, and I agreed without really understanding what that meant. Things changed when they got a social worker assigned to their case, and I had to be interviewed alongside them. I found out a few years back that most people who foster usually specify certain needs they can't meet so that kids can find better placements. My parents, though, were open to all kinds of kids, including those with serious behavioral issues. They never considered how this would affect me. Because they were open to anything, we often had kids who were really troubled, some of whom could be violent or filled with anger. I faced a lot of aggression. I got punched, kicked, bitten, and even choked. They refused to put a lock on my door, and when I made a makeshift doorstop for safety, they took that away. Whenever I tried to talk about how bad the experience was, my parents would say I shouldn't ruin it for the kids and that I was selfish for thinking my life was worse than theirs. They said this even after one of the kids really hurt me and left bruises on my body. It was summer, and they could hide the marks until the kids went home. I had to be careful about how I acted depending on who was in the house. Sometimes the situation wasn't too bad, but overall, it made me not want any of the foster kids around. A social worker checked in with me every few months, but my parents made me feel too scared to speak out. None of the kids they fostered were ever up for adoption, and none of them stuck around long term. I was actually relieved when they left, and my parents knew that. Every time I was happy to see them go, they got angry. I turned 18 in March, moved out of my parents' house, and stayed with a friend and his family. I was there until a couple of weeks ago, and now I'm in another state, waiting for college to start. Since March, I haven't talked to my parents at all. A few times, I caught up with some extended family, and they asked why I'm not speaking to my parents. I told them I'm going no contact, and their reactions were pretty harsh. They think it's awful to just turn my back on my parents. Some of them pressed for details, so I explained my reasons, but it felt like everyone decided I was the bad guy for expecting my parents' kindness to extend to me too. When I asked why they want me to have contact if I'm such a monster, they just said my parents are my parents, and no matter what mistakes they made, I should forgive them and not be so quick to cut them off. They also mentioned that I'm young and that this generation is too quick to give up on family over little things. So, am I the jerk here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you were abused and neglected while your parents played saviors to others. That's not kindness, it's performative at best and cruel at worst. You're not a monster for protecting yourself, going no contact is a valid and often necessary choice. Commenter 2, your parents were bad parents. End of story. You as a child didn't deserve to be hurt, the children doing it didn't deserve to be hurt. Your parents' inability to protect you is the same reason why the foster children were removed from their homes. Commenter 3, not the jerk, you went through abuse and neglect. Your parents just wanted the money that came with the fostering of kids, and didn't care about you. You did the correct thing in walking away. OP in the comments, I once tried to argue with my parents, but they said it was evil to compare kids who lash out with those who are actually being abused by their parents or guardians. After that, I gave up trying to convince them. I'm mostly okay with the fact that my extended family is upset. I mean, a small part of me wonders if they're right, but deep down, I know I did what was right. I think my parents are only interested in a relationship with me now because the other kids aren't sticking around to get adopted. It feels like they just want to make sure they have grandkids in the future. I can't believe it's because they actually care. If they did, things would have been different. They should have protected me, put me first, and made sure this whole situation wasn't hurting me.
My frenemy was such a pick-me that she copied my dream tattoo, except I made it the wrong one. The backstory. It's been about 2 years since this happened, but I just got confirmation from a friend that Peggy's tattoo, yeah, the giant one on her arm, was because of me. I'm a 25-year-old woman, and I met Peggy, also 25, through a mutual friend. She had just moved into the neighboring apartment and quickly joined our group. Right away, I could tell we wouldn't get along. She threw out backhanded compliments, but I gave her the benefit of the doubt. I even invited her to a game night that I was hosting. Huge mistake. Game 1, sardines. We were playing in the dark, a little drunk. Peggy faked a fall, shoved my head into a shelf, and then laughed about it, telling everyone she only did it because she found someone first. Game 2, King's Cup. During Never Have I Ever, she singled me out for having gone through a divorce. Normally, I wouldn't care, everyone else there already knew and had supported me through it. But she did it to shame me. That set the tone for the whole night. By the end, I was convinced Peggy had a vendetta against me. And it didn't take long to figure out what it was. One of our friends, Mark, 28M, was there that night. He's tall, funny, attractive, basically catnip for her type. At the time, Mark and I were close friends, and Peggy did not like that. For the next 6 months, every time Mark was around, she went out of her way to single me out or embarrass me. Meanwhile, I'd been planning a dragon tattoo for over a year. It was special to me and my mom. I worked with my artist on the style and incorporated her favorite flowers. About a month before my appointment, Peggy overheard me talking about it. I'll never forget the look on her face, this smug little grin, like a light bulb had gone off. That's when I knew she was going to try to copy me. So, I lied. I told her I loved the movie Spirited Away, and that I wanted Haku, the dragon, wrapping around my arm. I told her it was special because my dad showed me the movie growing up. She had never even seen it, so I encouraged her to check it out. Then I dropped the subject. I honestly didn't think she'd go through with it. But she did. When she showed up 2 weeks later, she had a massive tattoo of Haku wrapped around her arm, exactly like I described. She probably thought I was upset. But the truth? I went home and couldn't stop laughing. For 2 years, I've bounced between feeling a little guilty for lying and absolutely cracking up that she copied the wrong tattoo. And just recently, I confessed to a friend that I'd lied about it. That's when she told me the kicker: she had gone to Peggy's appointment that day. Peggy literally said, word for word, she's going to be so upset. This is the exact tattoo she wanted. Except it wasn't. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Forget about Peggy. I'm curious about your friend who heard her villain speech about you and did nothing until you confessed. Commenter 2. Honestly, this is peak pick-me behavior. Instead of building real friendships, she copied you, mocked you, and tried to one-up you. The fact that it backfired this hard is chef's kiss. Commenter 3. The funniest part is she still probably thinks she won. Meanwhile, you have the design that actually means something, and she's walking around with your decoy forever. That's the ultimate petty revenge. My friend ghosted me years ago, then went clubbing with her other friends. When I saw her 4 years later, I walked past like I'd never met her. Now people are calling me dramatic. I'm still processing something that happened about a week ago, so I thought I'd share and get some opinions. A few years back, one of my closest friends, let's call her R, completely disappeared from my life after a 7-year friendship. It all started one day when she said she didn't have enough money to go shopping with me. I told her that was fine and suggested we just hang out before we both started our new jobs. I asked if she wanted to come over or if I should come to her place. She never replied. The day we were supposed to meet came and went, and then I found out she had gone out drinking with other friends. So, clearly, she had money to spend, she just didn't want to spend it with me. After that, I gave up on reaching out. It took a long time for me to accept it, and honestly, it still hurts in a way I haven't fully dealt with. Even though I have other friends now, I've been reluctant to let anyone get that close to me again. That was 4 years ago. Fast forward to a few days ago when I unexpectedly saw her while out shopping with some friends. She waved and smiled, acting as though nothing had ever happened between us, like we were just two old friends running into each other, not someone I once cared for deeply. My other friends greeted her politely, since they knew her from high school, but I didn't approach her or say anything. I basically pretended she wasn't there. I focused on chatting with my friends about what we had been up to and mentioned I was hungry, suggesting we go get pho before the wait got too long. Then I just walked past her without saying a word. Now I'm wondering if I was in the wrong here. Some friends later said I was too cold and that my reaction was overly dramatic since it happened years ago. They suggested she might have had her reasons for disappearing, and maybe I should have been the bigger person. But honestly, I don't feel like I owe her any kindness after she didn't even give me a proper goodbye after so many years. So, am I the bad guy for acting like she didn't exist? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I find it baffling that people always justify the things others do and expect the victim to be the bigger person. She completely ghosted you for years, and then acted like nothing ever happened, no explanation, no apology, nothing. And now, you're supposed to just take her as if it was all okay, and you had to suck up your feelings just to make her feel good. Forget her, she got what she wanted, and is getting the taste of her own medicine. Commenter 2, she ghosted you, and you just pretended she was a ghost. Not the jerk. Commenter 3, the people who say, be the bigger person, are not the ones who got hurt, period. It's all bull. She got hit with karma and consequences of her own actions. I paid for therapy to fix our marriage. He vanished, then popped up dating a married 55-year-old with kids. Was I trying to save something that was already gone? In January, I, a 30-year-old woman, separated from my 31-year-old husband after being together for 10 years and married for 5. Last year, we found ourselves homeless and had to move in with his parents. We were meant to be saving for our own house, but he kept spending money on his hobbies instead of saving. Living with his parents became really tough, and I ended up having a mental breakdown. I moved back in with my mom in January to get some space, as she lives a few miles away in the countryside, and my mental health was suffering. The first couple of months were pretty hard, and I missed him a lot. We talked regularly, but he wouldn't meet up with me. By March and April, we started hanging out again, and I felt like my mental health was getting better, and we were reconnecting. But then, in late May, he started acting distant. He would make plans with me but then cancel last minute with excuses. In June, he revealed that he was seeing someone else, a 55-year-old woman his co-worker introduced him to. She's married and has 2 daughters, aged 12 and 15, and her family doesn't know that she's been going on outings with my husband. He even told me they're just friends and that they're only going for walks. I was really shocked and hurt because I thought we were trying to work things out. When I asked him about it, he said, "You were the one who left. You abandoned me?" I get that, but I wanted to explain that I didn't leave because of him. I suggested marriage counseling, and he agreed, so I paid for it and booked the first session. But now, it's been 3 weeks since I last heard from him. He hasn't responded to my calls or messages, even though he's active online and posting on Facebook and Instagram. I'm starting to wonder if I should just give up and file for divorce. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I don't think his girlfriend wants him to talk to you. OP's response. I asked him when he first mentioned her if she was telling him not to talk to me. He said she's really chill and a lovely person, and that they're just friends. I then asked him if her husband would be okay with her going out for days with another guy. He replied that her husband isn't nice and that she's been thinking about leaving him and her 2 daughters for a while now. The problem is that she can't afford an apartment on her own. I have a feeling she's probably looking for someone to help her out, and since she's good friends with his colleague, my husband seems like an easy option. Commenter 2. So, she is having an affair and is planning to leave her children with her husband, who is not a good man. Mother of the Year, this one. He will be back begging when this affair collapses. File for divorce ASAP. OP's response. Those were my thoughts. Why would she leave her 12 and 15-year-old daughters with their dad if he's really not a nice man? Either she's making him sound worse to defend her actions, or she's not bringing her kids because she knows my husband isn't into that. Edit. Thank you so much for all your advice and encouragement. I'm going to look into filing for divorce. Would you fight for this marriage? Or finally walk away? I asked a wealthy 85-year-old resident at my job to host my baby shower. She'd already been giving my mom cash, groceries, and help under the table. Now her daughter says we've been milking the gravy train. My mom, 48F, and I, 25F, both work at a nursing home. I'm in the dining hall, and she's a CNA. We've never been swimming in money, but we usually managed until 2 big things hit us hard. First, my mom had to take an extended medical leave, and then I found out I was pregnant. For personal reasons I won't dive into, the baby's dad doesn't know and probably won't offer much support. To save money, we decided to move in together, which has helped a bit, but things are still very much up in the air. About 2 years ago, my mom became friends with one of the residents, Jenny, 85F. Jenny clearly has a lot of money and is very generous. When she learned my mom couldn't work her regular job, she hired her to help with some errands and chores, paying her under the table. The extra cash has been a lifesaver. I genuinely don't know where we'd be without it. Plus, Jenny has even let my mom use her credit card for groceries when things got really tight, which definitely made things less stressful for us. Recently, my mom suggested I have a baby shower at the nursing home and have Jenny host it. Jenny is very social and loves hosting parties and events, and I know she'd throw a great party. I'm pretty friendly with a lot of the residents, so there'd be plenty of people to invite. And yeah, it would be nice to get some free gifts for the baby. But my mom was nervous about asking Jenny herself. She didn't want to risk alienating her, so I decided to step in. I approached Jenny in the dining hall and said, "Hey, my mom is terrified to ask, but we'd both appreciate it if you could host my baby shower." Jenny kind of smiled and said she'd need to talk to my mom about it. I wasn't really sure what to take from that but didn't want to push it. A few days later, Jenny's daughter, Mary, confronted me. She asked where I got the nerve to ask for that favor, claiming my mom and I are getting too comfortable with Jenny's generosity, and said, "The gravy train stops now." I tried to explain that I wasn't trying to take advantage of anyone, but she wouldn't hear it. She threatened to report us to management if we tried anything like that again. Now, Jenny hasn't reached out to my mom since that talk, and we're both freaking out. We really don't know what we'd do without her help. My mom thinks I should have let her bring it up in a more delicate way, but I honestly don't see how I was being insensitive. So, am I the jerk? Should I apologize? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you're definitely in the wrong, and so is your mom. In a lot of places, accepting gifts from residents is not just morally wrong, but illegal. Jenny would give your mom her credit card for groceries? How did Jenny even know you were struggling with groceries? Your mom and you have been taking advantage of this woman, and I totally see why her daughter is furious. If I was Jenny's daughter, you both would have been fired already. Commenter 2, pretty sure your work contracts have clauses about not milking the residents for money or other gifts. Anything more than a box of cookies or a slice of birthday cake could be seen as elder abuse and taking advantage of people who are no longer of clear mind. Commenter 3, you literally get trained in these jobs about how to work with vulnerable adults, and this is exactly the kind of thing not to do. You've taken advantage of an elderly woman's generosity when you had no real relationship with her. That's so inappropriate. And you asking this woman to host your shower at the facility with other residents with the motive of getting gifts? You're the jerk. Edit, it's just my mom and I. We don't really have anybody able to do something like this for us. Jenny is kind of like my surrogate grandma, that's why my mom thought of her. Jenny always wants to know how I am, how the baby's doing, etc. After we found out it was a girl, she knitted us this gorgeous blanket. Yes, I appreciate the money, but I genuinely do think of her as a surrogate grandma. I asked her because I wanted her to be involved, the gifts are just a nice benefit. I thought my daughter's boyfriend was 21 until I saw his ID at dinner. He's 29 and started dating her when she was barely out of high school. When my 42F daughter was little, she was strong-willed, stubborn, and determined to do everything herself. As she grew up, that independence became defiance. She'd sneak out, ignore curfews, and break rules. We clashed constantly, and my husband often played mediator. But even with all the fights, I knew she had a softer side, and we always tried to support her. At 16, she dated someone manipulative. He was older, controlling, jealous, and pushed her into situations she wasn't ready for. We banned him from our home, but she defended him and lied to cover for him. It ended badly, and rebuilding trust after that was slow and painful. So when she introduced us to her current boyfriend almost 2 years ago, we were cautious. She said he was 21. He looked young, fit in with her friends, and had a calm, steady personality. Unlike the last one, he wasn't manipulative or controlling. My husband bonded with him over football and cars, and I liked that he was polite, respectful, and helpful around the house. He seemed genuinely good for her, and we let our guard down. Then last week, everything changed. We took him out to dinner, and when the waitress asked for IDs, I saw his on the table. His birth year said 1995. He's 29, almost 30. Which means when they met, he was 28 and she was still in high school. I didn't say anything that night, but the next morning I confronted my daughter. She admitted she'd lied from the beginning because she knew we'd never approve. She told me it didn't matter, she was 18, an adult, and I had no right to control her life. I told her it wasn't acceptable for a man nearly 30 to be dating a teenager fresh out of high school, and that lying about it for 2 years was a betrayal. She fired back that I've never respected her, that I treat her like a child, and accused me of trying to ruin her happiness. In the heat of the argument, I snapped. I told her she had to end the relationship or move out. My husband backed me at first, but later admitted he thought I went too far. He worries that giving her an ultimatum will only push her closer to him and destroy what trust we've managed to rebuild. Now, my daughter is barely speaking to either of us. She told my husband that if we force her out, she'll just move in with him and never look back. I can't stop thinking about how she lied, how she's repeating old patterns, and how wrong this feels. But I also can't shake the fear that I may have just hurt our relationship beyond repair. So am I the problem for drawing the line with that ultimatum, or is it reasonable to feel like I can't accept this under my roof? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I'd think about where she'll go if you force her out. Most likely, she'll move in with him. Do you really want to push her straight into depending completely on a man you already feel has taken advantage of her? Commenter 2. This relationship will probably end badly, and she needs to know her parents will be there to catch her. It's better to step back, be honest about your concerns, especially the lying, but remind her she can always trust you to be there. Commenter 3. You're not wrong for being upset, but you didn't handle this well. The ultimatum backfired, and she knew you couldn't enforce it. By doing that, you've only pushed her closer to him. If his intentions aren't good, that gives him more control. You don't have to like him, but staying neutral would have been better. Make sure she knows she can always come home without judgment, because she may need that lifeline later.
My life fell apart at 19, dumped, broke, and fired. Then I trusted a $7.99 haircut to fix my confidence. The hair salon turned me into the punchline of my own life, but it fixed my resume. Turns out, looking like a meme can get you a career. I promise you, this story is 100% real and definitely 110% ridiculous. Picture this: I was 19, broke as a joke, and fresh out of a breakup. I'm talking about the kind where your stuff is unceremoniously tossed into a trash bag on the front lawn. To add insult to injury, I had just been let go from my job at a smoothie place because I mistook a metal scoop for an extra ingredient in someone's mango bowl. In my defense, the scoop was yellow, too. With my love life and bank account in shambles, I thought, why not tackle my hair? I waltzed into a discount salon, let's just say it rhymes with hair butchery, and asked for something bold but still employable. The stylist, with all the grace of someone dodging a grenade, looked me in the eye and flat out said, "Sweetheart, let's not get too ambitious today." Right then, I should have exited stage left. But no, I plopped down in the chair. Fast forward 15 excruciating minutes later, and I emerged looking like a mashup of Coconut Head from Ned's Declassified and a rejected character from The Sims 2. My self-esteem? Gone. My hopes? Evaporated. My hairline? Still recovering. Here's where it gets wild. I slapped a selfie up on Instagram, full cringe mode engaged, by the way, with the caption, "When life cuts you down, just add layers." Surprisingly, it went semi-viral. Not like Charlie D'Amelio dancing with a puppy viral, but enough that someone slid into my DMs saying, "Hey, I work for a small ad agency. You're funny. Want to intern?" I was sure it was some elaborate scam. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. Fast forward 3 years later, and here I am with a full-time job as a content strategist, complete with health insurance and clients lining up for brand makeovers. All of this because I dared to share a photo of the worst haircut of my life. So yeah, sometimes hitting rock bottom comes with Wi-Fi. And sometimes, a $7.99 haircut is the plot twist you didn't see coming. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, good for you. Sometimes things in life work out. I hope you enjoy your new job. Commenter 2, being able to laugh at oneself is a precious talent. I absolutely love your story. I am going to take it to heart and follow your example. Commenter 3, thinking of having a haircut now.
My school took away my leadership role because of my hearing disability, and gave it to the one coworker who hated me most. Now she regrets it. I'm a teacher, and a few years ago my old boss promoted me to a leadership role because I was good with data, spreadsheets, and parent communication. Things went well until she left, and I got a new boss who didn't know me. Here's the problem: I have sensory processing disorder and mild hearing loss. Sometimes I mishear things, so I'll ask people to repeat themselves or just email me instead. My old boss understood. But my new boss and a coworker, I'll call her Tenny, didn't. Tenny would yell instructions at me in crowded hallways and get annoyed when I couldn't catch everything. Even when I tapped my ear to signal I didn't hear, she'd brush it off. It caused some mix-ups, like one time I took students to the wrong assembly location because I literally couldn't hear the new one. Not long after, my boss called me in and told me I was being removed from my leadership role for being inconsistent and disrespectful to colleagues. She wouldn't say who complained, but I knew it was Tenny. And sure enough, a few weeks later, a school-wide email went out praising her as my replacement. Here's the kicker: part of the leader role was managing data spreadsheets and handling tough parent phone calls. I built advanced Google Sheets formulas that took me hours, and I'd learned how to get even the most difficult parents off the phone in minutes. Tenny? She had none of those skills. Within weeks she was begging me to keep updating her spreadsheets. I told her I'd be happy to teach her, but only if I got paid. Her face dropped when she realized she was stuck doing it herself. And the parents? I overheard her complaining that a single phone call ate up her entire grading period. Calls that would have taken me 5 minutes were taking her 45. So yeah, she might have my old stipend, but she also has all the headaches I left behind. And I can't lie. It feels pretty good watching karma do its thing. What do you think? Should I have just helped her anyway, or was it fair that she got what she wanted and now has to deal with it? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. As a teacher with hearing loss, this hit home. The fact that they refuse to accommodate you is not just unfair, it's probably illegal. I'm glad karma is catching up with her. Commenter 2. Classic case of someone thinking the title equals power. She wanted the leadership role but didn't realize how much invisible work you were doing to make it run smoothly. Now she knows. Commenter 3. I get being frustrated with her, but wouldn't it have been better to just help for the sake of the students? At the end of the day, they're the ones caught in the middle. I'm homeless and desperate to get my kids back. Now I'm wondering if leaving my husband is the only way forward. We recently moved to another state to grow our businesses, but unexpected issues have left us homeless. We had to send our daughters to stay with family in another city so they wouldn't have to deal with this situation. Our son is with us, and every day feels like a struggle to figure out where we'll be sleeping. Our car is in repo status, and we're selling our belongings just to afford hotel rooms. We've decided that enlisting in the Army is our best option to get our family back together quickly, but it's a long process that started back in May. He finally received a denial, and I'm still waiting for my medical processing. I had to stop taking my antidepressants to enlist, which has been really tough, especially being away from my daughters. I want to get my kids and run back home to where we came from, but he refuses. Since January, he hasn't made any money after his business failed, while mine has brought in about $1,000 a month. That's what we've been living on as best we can. I'm just so unhappy thinking how I'm selling my soul to the Army while he seems to escape reality by playing Star Wars roleplays. I've suggested taking on day labor jobs to help out, but he thinks it's not worth the effort for the pay. I can't tell if I'm just really stressed and down about everything or if it would actually be healthier for us to go back to our family and enlist from there. Part of me wants the relief of leaving, but I don't want to abandon him and our son, who is technically my stepson. I just miss my daughters so much. They are happy where they are, but I'm on edge and frustrated that he hasn't been able to support us. We've both applied to at least 100 local jobs with no luck. We're trying, or at least I hope we both are. For months my husband accused me of cheating. Then I saw him leaving a hotel room with another woman. I'll get straight into it. For some reason, my husband has recently started to believe I'm messaging and meeting other men. I'm not. Since the very first day we got together, I have never once messaged another man romantically, and I've certainly never met anyone. I don't know where this idea of his even came from. We have each other's passcodes, but I've never once felt the need to go through his phone. I don't mind him using mine for something simple, but what I do mind is him going through my personal messages. That's not fair on the people I'm talking to, they expect privacy too. Then came what happened. I went out shopping the other day and left my phone at home. When I got back, he was waiting for me, in my face, calling me horrible names, a tramp, a cheat, all sorts of cruel things. He had gone through my Facebook messages and found something from 16 years ago. Back then, I had just lost my job and I was flat broke. I was applying for hundreds of jobs and needed my car to get to interviews. My car broke down, it wasn't a huge repair, but it needed a new alternator. I reached out to a couple of friends who were mechanics. Both gave me fair quotes, but even £100 was more than I had. Out of desperation, I offered one of them something personal. I would send him a couple of nude photos and then pay him properly once I had a job. He agreed, he fixed my car, and within a day I was back on the road. Once I found work, I offered to pay him anyway, and that was the end of it. That man has sadly since passed away, so there's no connection or contact there, nothing for my husband to even be worried about. After my husband finished yelling and throwing accusations, I told him I'd never forgive him for invading my privacy like that. I asked him, "Did you find anything else?" He said no. And I told him, "See? How many times do I have to keep proving myself? I'm done." I packed up a few things and went to my sister's, where I've been staying since. Update, like many of you guessed, he was projecting. I had been at my sister's for a few days when I happened to drive past a hotel near her house. I saw his car parked outside. Something told me to wait. I stayed by that car for 3 hours. And eventually, he walked out, with another woman. When I confronted him, he panicked. He tried to say it was the first time, that he thought we had split up. But then she turned to him and asked, "What are you talking about? And who is this?" Referring to me. At that point, he literally ran off like a coward. I spoke to the woman, and she was honestly lovely. She told me they had been seeing each other for over a year. He had lied to her, saying he was living with his strict religious parents after leaving his wife, and that was why they could only meet in hotels. She was devastated when she found out the truth. I ended up consoling her and even drove her home myself. As for me and my husband, I'm back at home. He's living with his parents again, and when they heard what he had done, they were incredibly disappointed in him but kind and supportive toward me. I've started divorce proceedings, though the process will take some time. At least now, I know the truth. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. That was very nice of you to console her. Please be sure to tend to your own emotions as well. Gotta look out for number 1. OP's response, to be honest, I was already 80% certain I was going to divorce him after the name calling and snooping, so this didn't devastate me as much as it normally would. Commenter 2. I really hope his mother and father know that he abandoned the girl he conned into a relationship at the motel, and that you were kind enough to take her home. What a man. OP's response: I told them he abandoned a 23-year-old 30 miles from her home. I just found out my boyfriend invited his parents to live with us forever, without even asking me. So, I've been with my boyfriend for 4 years, and we've been living together for almost 2. Last year, we even bought a house together, after lots of talks about boundaries and making sure it felt like ours. Last week, he casually mentioned his parents might stay with us for a while. I thought he meant a short visit, maybe a few weeks. But yesterday, his mom told me they already sold their house and are showing up next weekend, with a moving truck. When I confronted him, he brushed it off. He said, "They're my parents, of course they have a place here." And when I said a permanent move was never discussed, he called me cold and ungrateful, like I hate his family. For the record, I don't hate them. But they've made it clear they don't see me as wife material. His mom talks about raising the kids we don't even want, and his dad thinks women belong in the kitchen. Now, I feel completely betrayed. My partner made a life-changing decision without me, one that completely changes my home. And he doesn't think it's a big deal. What would you do? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You're not wrong here. He made a huge decision that affects both of you without even asking. That's about respect, not about hating his parents. Commenter 2. Letting in-laws move in full-time changes everything. He should have talked it through with you first instead of deciding on his own. Commenter 3. I get why you're upset, but maybe he just panicked since they sold their house. The bigger issue is the lack of communication before making that promise.
I built the picture-perfect family, marriage, house, good job. But deep down, I felt trapped in a life I never chose. 13 years ago, my girlfriend at the time told me she was pregnant. Deep down, I didn't want to be a dad. I was in my early 20s, and I always imagined waiting until my mid-30s to even think about kids. But she was thrilled, glowing with excitement, and I didn't want to take that away from her. So I stayed quiet, pushed my doubts down, and accepted that I was stepping into parenthood early. We went through all the motions people expect, had the baby, moved in together, and eventually got married. I got a job at a car dealership, chasing the big money, and I did well. Really well. On the outside, we looked like the perfect young family. But inside, I felt trapped. I did everything I could to be a good dad, but it was like playing a role. I didn't feel the connection people talk about. I was there physically, but mentally I was counting the years of what felt like a sentence. Still, I gave my son the best I could. Trips, adventures, time together. If I had a day off, I made it special for him. 5 years later, everything changed in a single phone call. I was at work when my wife called, sobbing uncontrollably. She told me our son had been hit by a car and was in the hospital. My heart dropped. I rushed out of the dealership, speeding to the hospital, praying it wasn't as bad as it sounded. But when I got there, he was already gone. That moment is still a blur, the sterile smell of the hospital, my wife collapsing in tears, the overwhelming shock. But beneath the tidal wave of grief, something darker surfaced inside me, relief. A terrible, sickening relief that I buried as deep as I could. It was like a massive weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I hated myself for it, and I still do. But it was real. Less than a year later, my wife and I split up. There was no alimony, she had a full-time job too. We sold the house, divided everything, and walked away. She was devastated. I was free. I suddenly had more money than I knew what to do with, and for the first time in years, my life was entirely mine again. I kept working at the dealership for a while, stacking up savings, and then I quit. Bought a small lake house, just 1,000 square feet, but perfect. And I started living. I travel every few months. I fish, kayak, and hike. I joined an online group of fit people and found travel buddies, mostly women who don't want anything serious, just fun. My life became everything I once thought I lost when I became a parent. But the guilt never fully went away. My subconscious looks back on those years as jail time, and I hate that feeling. It's like my life was on hold until tragedy gave me an escape. Kids? Completely out of the picture now. I have zero interest. My ex still calls me crying sometimes. She's miserable, still chasing the dream of a family. She even remarried once, but it didn't work out. Every time she calls, I hide the truth, that I'm living my dream life. She always wanted kids. I never did. And sometimes I wonder if my silence in the beginning stole her chance at happiness. For anyone wondering, no, I'm not heartless. I love my family, my siblings, and my parents deeply. My dog is my world. I'd protect him with my life. Even my ex, despite everything, she's still like my best friend when I see her. I just never had the parent gene. I never felt the drive to nurture or protect my son the way parents describe. But I did my duty. I gave him the best life I could during those years, adventures across the country, new places, experiences most kids never get. People are complicated. My truth is that I never wanted kids, and when I lost mine, I grieved. But I also felt free. It's a horrible thing to admit, but it's real. And maybe the hardest part is knowing I'll carry both of those feelings for the rest of my life. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You're not a monster. You can love your son and still feel relief when the stress ends. Those two feelings can live side by side. Commenter 2. It's rough hearing you call those years jail time, but I get what you mean about being stuck in a role you never wanted. Commenter 3. People forget that grief doesn't look the same for everyone. Feeling relief doesn't erase the love you did have in your own way.
I inherited millions, kept it private, and lived modestly for years, but when my fiancé finally found out, he demanded something he hadn't earned and gave me an ultimatum. Plus one update. My fiancé Tom is 37, and I'm 28. We've been together for 2 years. He moved into my house 6 months ago, and we got engaged a month ago. I thought we were solid, until finances came up. 3 years ago, I inherited a fortune. I live modestly, work part-time as a teacher, and budget carefully so the money lasts. Only my dad and my sister know the full amount. When Tom moved in, I paid all the bills except most groceries. He wanted us to eventually buy a bigger house together so his dad could move in. I love his dad, but I don't want to live with in-laws. I suggested maybe a separate unit one day, but Tom kept pushing for us to buy a larger house. That's when we had to talk about finances. Tom earns about $10,000 a month and has $100,000 saved. I have millions invested, and about $40,000 a month in income. When I told him, he was shocked. His reaction was that if I had that much, I should just buy the house and cover everything. I explained that just because I can, doesn't mean I should. I proposed separate finances, a joint account for shared expenses, and splitting costs proportionally to our income. I also said I wanted a prenup. That's when everything blew up. He argued that we should be equal partners, meaning I buy the house, put it in both our names, and he gets 50%, even if he didn't contribute. After days of fighting, he gave me an ultimatum: final offer, you buy the house, we each own half, I'll sign the prenup, take it or leave it. When I asked if that meant breaking up, he hesitated, then said yes. So I took off the ring and told him it was over. He immediately backtracked, saying he didn't mean it, but by then I couldn't ignore what he'd said. Later, he accused me of choosing money over love. But I told him he threw the relationship away by demanding I bankroll our life and give him half of something I worked to protect. Edit. When we first started dating, Tom questioned how I managed my lifestyle on a teaching salary. I told him I had a small inheritance that let me buy my house and live comfortably, but I didn't share the full truth. During our relationship, we always split dates and trips 50-50. When he moved in, I kept paying utilities while he handled groceries. Everything was fine until after we got engaged and started talking openly about finances. That's when he said that since I had the means, I should buy the bigger house and still put it in both our names. I explained that his share of ownership would have to match his contribution. Until this point, I never saw him as a gold digger. That's why this shift shocked me. Right now, I'm in my bedroom, and I told him he can sleep in the guest room tonight, but that he needs to move out tomorrow. Update. This morning I woke up and Tom had made breakfast and asked if we could talk. He said things got out of control last night and he wanted to explain his side. He told me he was upset that I had lied about my finances and felt like I didn't trust him. He said the money difference made him feel that I would always have more power in the relationship, and that he might be vulnerable to financial abuse. He insisted that he wasn't interested in my money but wanted to feel that I would choose him over money. He admitted that he handled things badly and should never have reacted the way he did or given me an ultimatum. He said he felt lost and frustrated. The only thing he emphasized really matters to him is his father eventually moving in. They're very close, and he wants to take care of him as he gets older. He apologized, said he didn't want to lose me, and told me he was willing to accept my conditions. I apologized for not being upfront about my inheritance, but I also told him I wasn't sure I could continue the relationship. His reaction last night felt entitled and manipulative, and I'm afraid he was showing me who he really is. I told him I love him, but I'm worried money will always be an issue between us. If he's already pushing for a house before marriage, what else might he push for later? I explained that the only way I could even consider continuing is if he agreed to a bulletproof prenup stating that in case of divorce, he only leaves with what he contributed, nothing more. He would also have to agree that if we buy a house together, his equity would only reflect his contribution. I suggested other options like a guest house for his father or a condo nearby, but not living directly with us. We would also need to create a monthly budget where we both contribute proportionally to our incomes into a joint account for shared expenses, while keeping our separate accounts for personal money. And finally, we would have to go to counseling together. He agreed to all of this. Still, I told him I don't know if I can trust him again and need time to think. He agreed to go stay in a hotel for a few days to give us both space. Right now, I honestly don't know what to do. Part of me sees his point and wonders if he just overreacted. But another part of me is afraid that if I ignore his behavior, I'll be setting myself up for bigger problems in the future. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Money doesn't change people, but it exposes their true self. Take that information as you will. Commenter 2. He said the money difference made him feel that she would always have more power in the relationship than him, but I'm guessing it would have been okay for him to have the power. He's just telling on himself. Because, if he was in her position, he would financially abuse her. He's trying to do it to her now, talking about how she should pay more of their expenses because she has more money. And, if he were to bring his dad to live with them like he wants, no doubt she will be expected to cover his portion too. Commenter 3. It sounds like his fear isn't really about the money, it's about power in the relationship. That's fair to talk about. The problem is he didn't talk, he went straight to ultimatums. For 21 years, I was always the bad cop parent while my husband played the fun dad. But when his son dropped out of college and called me a gold digger, my husband actually agreed with him. That's when I decided I was done. I'm a 45-year-old woman, and I'm in the middle of divorcing my husband Jace, who's 47. We've been married for 21 years, and now we're fighting for custody of our 15-year-old daughter, Lizzie. It all started 3 months ago when Jace's son, Justin, showed up on our doorstep with all his luggage, smiling like he'd just solved world peace. Instead, he announced that he had dropped out of college after only 3 weeks. Jace immediately jumped into his usual fun dad role, telling Justin he trusted him and that he could move right back into his old room. But as soon as Justin headed upstairs, Jace's smile dropped. He turned to me and said it was my job to deal with him and give him the motherly advice he needed so he wouldn't ruin his life. That's how it always went in our marriage. Jace played the hero, and I was left as the bad guy. If Lizzie didn't want to do her homework, Jace told her it was me she had to convince. When Justin got pulled over for drinking and driving, I was the one grounding him, while his dad secretly helped him steal back his car keys. And when Justin was about to get suspended from the football team because of bad grades, I spent an hour arguing with the coach to keep him playing, only for Justin to quit later because he didn't like being tackled. Jace never wanted to be the one to say no. So I walked upstairs to talk to Justin myself. His room already looked like a tornado had hit it, dirty clothes spilling out of the basket, drawers hanging open with shirts half stuffed inside. But his PS5 was perfectly set up and already connected to the internet. I asked him what his plan was now that he quit school. He shrugged and said maybe he'd use the college money we saved to go to Italy for a while. I told him absolutely not. That money wasn't free, we had taken out loans to pay for it, and we were already behind on payments. If he wasn't using it for school, it needed to go back to the bank. That's when he lost it. He jumped up, threw his controller on the bed, and started yelling that all I cared about was money and appearances. He said I didn't love him, and that I wasn't his mother. Right then, Jace stormed into the room, looking back and forth between us. He had just walked in as Justin was calling me names, saying I was a gold digger and worse. I thought finally, after all these years, he would defend me. But instead, Jace just shrugged and said, "He's right. You're not his mom." That was my breaking point. After 21 years of marriage, I looked Jace in the eye and told him I wanted a divorce. I went downstairs, packed bags for myself and Lizzie, canceled Jace's and Justin's phones and car insurance, and left a note on the door saying I wasn't paying his bills anymore. Then I took Lizzie to my sister's house. At first, Jace blew up my voicemail with messages about how I was being irrational and how I needed to come home. Then Justin started calling me. And instead of apologizing, he ranted that his dad told him he couldn't go to Europe because it might hurt my feelings. I told him plainly, I had no problem with his trip, as long as his dad agreed. That set off even more voicemails from Jace, but I ignored them. A week later, Justin called again. This time it was about throwing a big congrats, no more college party at the house. His dad told him to run it by me. Once again, I said I didn't care as long as his dad was okay with it. That party ended with the cops being called. A few days later, Justin called to tell me he had bought a ferret, which they managed to lose somewhere in the house. And most recently, he called about turning the garage or basement into his own private break room, since his dad wouldn't say no. Meanwhile, I met with a divorce lawyer. The finances are easy, we always kept things mostly separate. He can keep the house, I have my own car, and we split bills as needed. The only real battle left is over Lizzie. And even though Jason insists he should have full custody, I know the court won't see it that way. Not with the parties, the wild animals, the yelling, and the total lack of responsibility in his house. So here's my question, am I the bad guy for still answering Justin's calls and just telling him, yes, as long as your dad agrees? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Jace never wanted to be the parent who said no, and now he's paying for it. If he had stepped up earlier, maybe Justin wouldn't be so entitled. Commenter 2. Justin is 20 years old, not 15. If he can call you names and demand money for vacations, then he can also deal with the consequences of his choices. Commenter 3. Justin is 20 and still running to you for approval. Even when you left, he kept calling because he knows his dad won't give him boundaries. That shows you actually were the parental figure, even if they both denied it. My boyfriend's sister-in-law went out of her way to give him a gift that felt way too personal. I tried to brush it off. But I can't shake how wrong it felt. Plus one update. I'll admit upfront, I might be totally wrong here, but I need another perspective. I've been with my boyfriend for 6 months. He's one of 4 siblings, and his family is full of long relationships. 3 are married, and 1 is in a relationship that's over 5 years. I already feel like the new girl, and it makes me insecure sometimes. This Christmas, his sister-in-law made him a handmade plushie. It was this little blue dinosaur from his favorite game, Guild Wars. The quality was amazing, and he absolutely loved it. But here's the part that threw me, she didn't make one for any of the other brothers, not even her own husband, who loves the game just as much. She even gave it to him privately, with only her husband there. To me, it felt personal. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Why would she spend so much time making something for my boyfriend and no one else? I tried talking to him about it, but he said it wasn't weird. He told me she's always been closer to him than the other brothers. I said that maybe she should be closer to her husband than him, since her husband didn't even get one. I asked if he'd give it back, but he refused and said I was being ridiculous. I can't help but feel like a woman doesn't make that kind of personal gift unless there's more to it. That's how I was raised. And what makes it worse is my mom and sister agree with me, they said this could be the start of her trying to push me out. Now I feel intimidated and jealous. My boyfriend insists it's nothing, but I keep replaying it in my head. Am I overthinking, or was that gift a red flag? Update. After my first post, I stayed quiet about the plushie for a few weeks. Most people online said I was overthinking, so I tried to let it go. Then one Saturday, my boyfriend told me he was spending the day at his brother's. Saturdays are usually our day, so I asked if I could go. He said no, it was just him and his brother. I pointed out that since it was his brother's house, his wife, the same sister-in-law, would be there. That turned into an argument, and I brought up the gift again. Later that day, my phone rang. It was his sister-in-law asking me to meet for coffee. I was nervous, but I went. At the cafe, she told me my boyfriend had told her everything. She wanted to be face-to-face and said she had no feelings for him and no plan to push me out. She explained that she originally wanted to make plushies for all the brothers, but it took too long. So she gave the one she finished to her favorite brother-in-law. Her husband already knew about it, and she could make him one anytime. I told her it still felt inappropriate since my boyfriend was in a relationship now. She paused, then asked if anything else bothered me. I said yes, the Saturday hangout. She explained that when it's a day with the brothers, she stays out of it and minds her own business. Then she gave me advice. She said the whole family likes me, but I need to work on my insecurities or I'll ruin a good thing. That's when I blurted out, well, if you ever got divorced, you'd just be another woman in his life. That was the moment it hit me, I sounded crazy. She told me they aren't getting divorced and gently suggested maybe I'm not ready for a relationship until I work on myself. I left embarrassed, spent the weekend crying, and didn't hear from my boyfriend. When he finally came over Monday, he said the drama was too much. He told me he cared, but he couldn't handle this kind of behavior long term. And just like that, he broke up with me. Now I feel like my heart's been ripped out. My mom and sister keep saying good riddance, but I know they fueled my jealousy in the first place. I want to change. I don't want to think like this anymore. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. It must be absolutely exhausting to view every person around you as an enemy at all times. Commenter 2. As a casual crocheter who likes to make stuffies, as soon as I saw it was homemade, I knew exactly why there was only one. Every year I think I can make something for everyone, I've only ever made it to 2 things. Even the little things take hours and hours and hours. Commenter 3. The sister-in-law extended so much grace to you just for you to turn around and disrespect her marriage. It sucks to see you turn away multiple lifelines, but here's to hoping you learn for next time. My mom read my journal, her husband kicked me out, and now she wants me to move back in, but I don't want to. I'm a 17-year-old girl, and 8 months ago, when I was still 16, I got kicked out of my mom and her husband's house. To be honest, I left more willingly than my mom wanted, because after everything went down, I didn't want to stay. Here's what happened. My mom read my private journal. She said she was worried about my behavior, or lack of behavior, and wanted to know my real feelings because she thought I wouldn't tell her the truth if she asked. Her biggest concern was that I seemed distant from my little half-sister, who was 3 at the time, now 4. Mom expected me to adore her like I adore kids in general, and like I adore my older brother. Instead, she found where I wrote that I didn't really love my half-sister. I was polite and kind, but it was only so I wouldn't come off as rude. She begged me to say it wasn't true. She wanted me to explain my feelings, searching for anything that would prove I really did love my half-sister. Then she moved on to the parts I wrote about her husband, how he wasn't my dad, how I didn't consider him family, and how I only tolerated him for her sake. I also wrote that he was awful for making me miss a paternal relative's wedding because it was his only day off and he wanted a family day. Mom asked if it was really that big of a deal. I told her yes, because he had cut into my time with my real family. She argued, but we're a family, and I said, you're my family, and technically my half-sister is, but he's just the man you married. Right then, her husband walked in. Turns out he had been listening the whole time. He exploded. He said if he wasn't my father figure and his daughter wasn't good enough for me, then I could get out. Mom tried to stop him, saying I wasn't leaving, but he doubled down. He said I could go be with the family I actually wanted, since I clearly didn't want to spend even one day with him. So, I texted my grandpa to come pick me up. While they argued, I packed my things. I left behind anything that had been bought by Mom or her husband so he couldn't claim I wanted his money but not his family title. Since then, my mom has always said she wants me back. She even pushed us into therapy. Recently she said she thinks we've made progress, and she wants all of us under one roof again. The therapist asked if she was forcing me, but she said she wanted me to come back willingly. That's when I told her I don't want to. I'm happier at my grandparents' house and seeing her when we can. She broke down crying. She told me this isn't how we become a family, and that she thought I'd eventually miss them so much I'd want to come home. So, am I in the wrong for not wanting to move back in? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Your mom already knew how you felt, that's why she went looking in your journal. Her husband doesn't really have authority over you, it was your mom who let him stop you from going to that family wedding. He may be trying to step into a dad role, but you're not comfortable with that, and that's okay. Staying with your grandparents is the safest choice. Just be prepared that one day he may pressure her to limit contact, and she might side with him. Commenter 2. Some people treat family like property, and it becomes all about ego. He probably saw your mom and you as a package deal and expected you to treat him like the most important person in your life. But the truth is, he can only act that way because your mom allows it. At the end of the day, she chose to marry him and bring him into your home, knowing how that would affect you. Commenter 3. What stands out here is that your mom is focusing on the appearance of family instead of the reality of it. By pushing therapy and asking you to move back in, she's trying to erase the fact that her husband openly rejected you. The real question is whether she wants reconciliation for you or just for the image of a united household. That difference matters. Karen spent years tattling on coworkers for minor infractions, never realizing her daily online shopping sprees were about to become someone else's business. We had a true Karen at work. And yes, her name really was Karen, and she lived up to it. She took it upon herself to police all of the other employees in a cubicle and office setting. Heaven forbid someone use the printer without using double-sided print, or worse, printing something for personal use. People even called her the printer police. Now, our company had 2 buildings, the corporate office and the production office. The production office is where I worked, but sometimes visitors from corporate would use a vacant cubicle there, and sometimes the reverse. Our IT department was normally located at corporate to stay close to upper management. One day, IT came over to our offices to do some systems upgrades, and they were using a few of our cubicles. Karen had no clue who these people were, so she immediately started walking around behind them, watching their screens to make sure no one was breaking her imaginary rules. One gentleman happened to be checking the weather, which was completely allowed. In fact, it was encouraged because there were major storms coming in that day, and it was important for employee and company safety. Karen saw his screen and decided to stop and scold him for using the company intranet for non-business purposes. Here's the kicker. Remember, I said she had no idea who these people were? The man she scolded was the head of IT. He didn't even tell her who he was. He just played it cool, then came and told me what happened during our next break, since he and I were close work friends. I explained that she was the office Karen, always making everyone miserable with her constant tattling and reprimands. So he decided to get a little petty revenge. He checked her internet history. Karen had her own office, so she usually got away with whatever she wanted. But what he found was that she had been online shopping nearly every single day, for hours at a time. And that very same day, after scolding him, she went back to her office and purchased a blouse. Eventually, I found out that he turned her in for misuse of company internet. And a week later, they physically walked her out of the building. Had she just minded her own business, nobody would have ever looked into her browsing history. But instead, she was hoisted by her own hypocrisy. Bye-bye, Karen. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I believe this story. I've seen people fired the exact same way after IT checks their system. That's why I never send personal emails or browse on a work computer. I stick to my phone and make sure it's off the company Wi-Fi. Commenter 2. There are 3 kinds of people you never want to mess with: the ones who handle your food, your garbage collector, and your IT department. Commenter 3. My mom's company once hired IT to audit staff internet use. The only one caught misusing it? Her boss. He spent most of his day watching inappropriate videos in his office. My nightmare mother-in-law has always been critical, manipulative, and toxic. Her best friend of 50+ years stopped talking to her because of her behavior. Turns out, she's been ruining lives long before I came along. I, 35F, have been happily married to my husband, Ken, 39M, for 6 wonderful years. We're parents to 2 little ones under the age of 4. Ken is truly a gem. There's no way I could ever find someone as amazing as him. His friends and most of his family are just as kind-hearted. On the flip side, my mother-in-law, Martha, 66F, is nothing short of a nightmare. No matter what I do, she's always quick to criticize. I could invent a way to end world hunger, and she'd still manage to criticize me. In the past, we had to limit our contact with her because she tried to create a rift between me and my kids. She even showed up at their daycare without our permission, which led to her being banned from the premises. To paint a clearer picture, she's the absolute picture of a Karen. If she has to wait even a few extra minutes for something, she turns into a nightmare, making it unbearable for the staff. It's also worth mentioning that she falsely accused me of trying to sleep with Ken's cousin, which my best friend shut down immediately. Things came to a head last Thanksgiving when Martha showed up uninvited while we were still in low contact. She attempted to lure our kids to her car with gifts. That was the last straw for Ken, and he decided it was time to get a restraining order and go completely no contact. We've blocked her from all our phones and social media accounts. Recently, we bumped into Ken's godmother, Carol, 66F, at the store. She has had the displeasure of knowing Martha since the beginning of high school. As we talked, Carol revealed that she had decided to cut ties with Martha about a year ago. Since retiring, she's had the chance to reflect on her life and realized how many years she spent trying to please someone who was never truly satisfied. She shared some disturbing stories about how Martha falsely accused 3 different guys of assaulting her in high school, nearly destroying their futures in the process. Ironically, Martha was also one of the girls who was most active in the dating scene. After high school, they both attended the same college, and Carol described how Martha took control of their social circle, dictating what everyone should do. It was as if their entire friend group had to cater to her whims. Carol had even urged Martha to seek therapy back in college to avoid causing harm to others later on. Unsurprisingly, Martha dismissed her advice and played the victim, a classic narcissistic behavior. It's amusing to see how Carol's insight back then turned out to be spot on. Carol also pointed out the strange contrast in how Martha treats her children as if they are the best thing ever, while Ken and my sister-in-law, Jen, 35F, endure her constant verbal abuse. It's a classic case of a narcissist choosing favorites, never their own family. I'll keep everyone posted if Martha reappears. Thankfully, we haven't heard from her since we decided to cut contact.
She turned 19 that night, and I thought she was into me. I'm 31. Then her friend called me R. Kelly. Am I really the creep here? Plus the girl's response. I'm 31 and recently went through a tough breakup. It really got to me. Not long ago, I checked out a cool bar downtown with one of my friends. It's a place where people of all ages can hang out. While we were there, a girl was having her 19th birthday party, and they even had a cake with 19 on it. I thought she was attractive, and her friends were cute too, so I wanted to strike up a conversation. My friend hesitated at first, saying they looked really young, but since my breakup, it felt like every other woman except for my ex was out of my league. Eventually, he decided to come over and help me out. We approached the birthday girl and wished her well. It seemed like we were having a good time, and the girls were laughing. But then out of nowhere, one of them snapped at me to take a hint, R. Kelly. I was shocked and asked, "Excuse me?" She told me I needed to read the room because they felt uncomfortable. Another girl asked us to leave. I was about to walk away, but I couldn't shake off that R. Kelly comment. I mentioned that it wasn't fair to call me a predator when we're all adults here. My friend suggested we should go, but I stood my ground. The birthday girl insisted that it's strange for someone my age to approach them when they seemed uncomfortable. She even made another comment implying I was out of line. That really upset me. I apologized for making them uncomfortable, but I also felt they shouldn't label me in such a serious way. One of the women said it was a personal problem. I argued that adults are allowed to flirt with other adults, it's not a crime. One girl then loudly asked why I was still there and yelled for me to leave. I was definitely angry. When we sat back down, I was still fuming. Their entire table was singing Remix to Ignition and laughing really loud. My friend said it was my fault for not noticing they were uncomfortable and called me delusional. I pointed out that they were laughing, but he claimed it was just awkward laughter. I told him I had every right to be upset about being called a predator, especially since they were all around 18 to 19. It felt like a terrible accusation. My ex was 6 years older than me. He said they weren't really calling me a predator, just thought it was odd for me to hit on younger girls. He agreed it was wrong for them to sing after me and said that was bullying, but he thought I should have walked away sooner. I felt like he should have had my back. Was I wrong for standing up for myself, or for approaching them in the first place? I felt like I was respectful and not at all creepy. Edit 1. For the record, I usually date women my age or older. This was the first time I approached much younger women. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You're the jerk for being creepy, for not taking a hint, and arguing about it to women who asked you to leave. You're upset about being called a predator, but don't seem to care that your inappropriate behavior made a group of women in public feel uncomfortable. Commenter 2. The table singing Remix to Ignition was also hilarious in how badly it upset you. Commenter 3. The fact that both the girls and your friend easily recognized that it was creepy to hit on her should tell you that it wasn't okay. Edit 2. I understand now that I let my pride get in the way. I can't change what happened, but I'll do better next time.
I'm the girl this guy tried to hit on. A few weeks ago, I saw a post that pretty much summed up my birthday dinner experience. At first, I didn't really care, but now I feel like I need to set the record straight. Even though most people have called him out for being rude, some were upset about the R. Kelly comments and singing Ignition. Was it harsh? Sure, but I'm done being friendly to creeps. Let me just clarify, this was not a bar. It was a bar and grill, which means it was mostly a restaurant that happened to have drinks. We were sitting by a family, so it wasn't exactly the kind of place where people go to get hit on. We were just having a good time in our little corner booth. This guy came over to wish me a happy birthday, and I thanked him. Then we all returned to our conversation. I appreciated the birthday wishes, but he didn't seem to get the hint. We were clearly uncomfortable and just wanted him to go away. Every time he spoke, we exchanged awkward laughs and tried to go back to chatting, but he kept interrupting us. We politely thanked him and even said bye a bunch of times, but he was determined to stay. His friend made several excuses to leave, and honestly, I was feeling pretty annoyed and a little disgusted. Finally, I gave him a polite okay, have a good night. Here's some cake to take home, bye. But then he actually grabbed the cake and sat down in our booth. He said, "The night's not over yet." Seriously? That's when my friend decided enough was enough. She called him R. Kelly, not because she thought he was a pedo, but because he was just super creepy. I mean, 30-year-old guys hitting on us is just plain gross, no other way to say it. We were nice the whole time and I even threw in some cake for good measure. His friend was clearly trying to find a way to escape, but nope, he just wouldn't take the hint. When I finally told him he was way too old and it was uncomfortable from the start, he still tried to argue. After he left, we started singing Ignition ourselves, totally not singing it after him, just enjoying a throwback our parents loved. Instead of moping about our night being ruined, we made it fun with some karaoke. Also, when he asked our ages and revealed his, we were a million times more uncomfortable. A 30-year-old trying to flirt with 18-year-olds at a birthday dinner? Yeah, we've dealt with old guys bothering us before, and it's always gross. To all the folks saying if he wasn't ugly, he was actually a decent-looking guy, but he was still way too old. If he were younger, I'd even consider setting him up with my aunt. But nope, he was in his 30s, and that is just too much. This isn't some romantic movie, and I've never met a girl who's desperate for a 30-year-old divorced guy. The legal comment is just demeaning. When he announced his age and asked ours, it was kind of like he was eyeing us, at a family restaurant, no less. Seriously, can we just not? I'm over having to be polite to guys who cross the line into creepiness. Oh, and just to be clear, 30-year-olds aren't gross just for being 30. We all get older. But 30-year-olds who bother you at your birthday dinner? Major red flag.
I booked my vacation months ago, but my coworker demanded I cancel it because she needs that time for her kids and child-free people should be more flexible. Plus one update. I'm 25M and work in a small office. We have a vacation calendar based on a schedule provided at the start of the year. Back in January, I booked a week off in September for a trip with my friends and wife. A coworker, 32F with 2 kids, asked me last week if I could swap because she forgot to book her kids' fall break. I told her I couldn't. This trip has been planned for months, I already bought flights, and my friends arranged their time off too. She got upset and said, "People without kids should be more flexible. You don't understand how hard it is for parents." I told her I respected that, but it wasn't my responsibility to fix her mistake. Some coworkers said I should have given her the week because kids come first, while others agreed I wasn't wrong for keeping my plans. Update: by the time I shared this, I was already on my trip. My coworker went to our manager again. He backed me up, saying I booked ahead and followed the rules. Some people even asked if she'd cover my non-refundable flights and hotel. She said yes, but only after her next paycheck because she was on edge from her trip expenses. She also said I don't know how expensive it is to raise children, as if that was my problem. I told her no. If I canceled, I'd be completely at her mercy to pay me back, and she had zero obligation to actually follow through. Not worth the risk. That should have been the end, but she started telling people I refused to swap even after she generously offered to pay. I won't lie, I started doubting myself and felt like the office villain for a bit. I decided to ignore it since my trip was just days away. When I got back, though, I found out her little campaign had backfired. Word of what she was saying got to the manager, and he wasn't amused. Instead of brushing it off, he called a team meeting that same day and made it clear that spreading lies and harassing coworkers wouldn't be tolerated. Then, in front of everyone, he asked if she had anything she wanted to say to me. She looked embarrassed, mumbled an apology, and admitted she might have exaggerated things. It wasn't dramatic, but it was enough for everyone to see the truth. Honestly, that quiet, awkward apology in front of the whole team felt better than any big confrontation. Since then, she hasn't mentioned vacation days again, and I finally feel like the whole thing is over. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Glad you stuck to your guns, and it worked out well. Commenter 2. It is shocking to hear that a manager stuck up for you. You hear so many horror stories about managers not getting involved to stick up for their employees. You have a good one. And amazing that the manager got her to apologize to you in front of everyone. Commenter 3. She's not the brightest person, is she? After creating a hostile workplace, she should consider herself lucky she still even has a job, and the only real consequence she had to face was a public apology. My friend kissed me one night after my wife and I started helping her with childcare. Now everything's complicated. Plus one update. On Friday, Amy, who is 24, needed someone to pick up her 3-year-old from daycare since she was working late and had a date planned. I didn't know about the date at the time. Amy is a single mom who left her toxic ex not long after their child was born, and she's still involved in ongoing custody and court issues. My wife, who is 28, and I, also 28, have been helping Amy with childcare ever since the breakup. Her ex and his family are unreliable, and her own parents have the same attitude, so Amy really doesn't have much of a support system. We often do daycare pickups or weekend babysitting, especially since Amy works odd shifts at the hospital. I usually do the pickups because I have a regular 9 to 5 with a relaxed manager, while my wife's job and boss are a lot stricter. None of this has ever been a problem. In fact, it's actually helped my wife and me prepare for having kids someday and understand the work that goes into parenting. Friends have even joked that I've basically been playing dad to a child who isn't mine, and honestly, That's what shifted my wife's and my perspective toward wanting kids of our own. Anyway, Friday, I picked up Amy's child from daycare, stopped for groceries, and then headed home to get my wife so we could go to game night at a friend's house. They're great about us bringing the child along. Around 8 p.m., Amy texted my wife that she was on her way to pick up her son. When she arrived, she looked absolutely drained. I packed up the kid's things, carried him to the car, and started swapping the car seat back into Amy's vehicle. While doing that, we made small talk about her day, and that's when she told me her date had flaked. Apparently, he found out from a friend that she had a kid and decided not to see her. This wasn't the first time. My wife had told me about other dates that ended the same way. And once, Amy's ex even harassed one of her dates who actually seemed like a great fit, 3 dates in. From what I understand, Amy prefers to disclose that she's a mom in person rather than over text, because it's such a sensitive subject. She started crying. I finished buckling her son in and turned back to comfort her. Being awkward with emotions, I patted her on the head, which felt wrong, so then I offered a hug. During the hug, Amy looked up and kissed me. I froze. By the time I processed what had happened, she had already pulled away and said she needed to get home to bed. I was stunned, but I went back inside and continued game night. I told my wife Amy's date had flaked, but I didn't say anything about the hug or kiss. The next day, Amy caught my wife up on the details of her failed date, but again, no mention of the kiss. I still haven't told my wife about it, and I don't know what to do. Part of me thinks I should tell her, but I'm worried she'll lose a friend over what I think was a lapse in judgment on Amy's part. And yes, I know Reddit and my wife will both judge me for not telling her right away. I'll deserve it. Was this cheating? Update. If you haven't read the first part, it's clear I had a lot to learn from this situation. To clear up a few things, our friend group has about a 13-year age gap between youngest and oldest. Many of us are siblings or have siblings in the group, which is why the age range is so wide. Also, I'm autistic, and I struggle with handling uncomfortable situations. The kiss was on the lips, and yes, I froze. It didn't feel like anything other than odd in the moment. I thought about telling my wife immediately, but we were with friends, and I didn't want to do it in front of everyone. The thought weighed on me all night and made me unsure if it was something important to confess. After my post, I left work early to talk to my wife. We had a long 2-hour conversation. She agreed I was wrong for not telling her right away, but she was thankful that I told her it all. We promised to work on our relationship and our communication. The next day after work, following some commenters' advice, we went camping for a few days to reconnect. It helped us remember why we got married in the first place. When we got back, my wife invited Amy over to talk about what happened. She had already spoken to her briefly on Monday, but wanted to address it face to face. On that Monday call, Amy confessed immediately before my wife even confronted her. She admitted she had been struggling. The failed date and seeing me step into a father figure role had made her feel wanted. She said she felt awful instantly, and that's why she rushed home. That call lasted nearly an hour, where we talked about being hurt and the need to set boundaries. We agreed that for now, we would step back from helping her as much. If we did help, my wife would be the main point of contact. We agreed that I wouldn't be alone with Amy at all, not at game nights, not with childcare. Amy understood and showed remorse. Then, on Friday, my wife spoke with Amy again for a few hours, and they went over everything once more. Against my better judgment, my wife decided to continue the friendship. We'll still help Amy, but only under specific boundaries. Amy agreed she won't pursue dating right now, and will focus on her child, her job, and her mental health. She's already in counseling and plans to continue. We also agreed not to share this with our wider friend group, since everyone would likely have different opinions and we don't want unnecessary drama. One boundary that made a big difference was that I won't be carpooling with Amy to the university when she starts in the fall. I work in the next city, and before this happened I had offered to give her rides since it was on my way. My wife reminded me that this would have left me alone with Amy for long periods, which isn't appropriate anymore. Maybe someday things will change, but not now. My wife went to bed early tonight after all the camping, and I've been sitting here wondering about everything. Hopefully things will return to normal soon. Our marriage is still intact, we've shared more about our feelings, and we've admitted that our relationship isn't perfect. But we're committed to working on it. I'm still not sure if keeping Amy as a friend was the right thing to do, but time will tell. Was this the right decision? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You did the right thing by coming clean, even if it wasn't immediate. The real issue here isn't the kiss, it's setting and respecting boundaries going forward. Amy clearly crossed a line, but your wife choosing to forgive shows she values communication over drama. Now it's up to you both to enforce those boundaries and protect your marriage. Commenter 2. Sorry, but freezing and saying nothing doesn't excuse hiding it from your wife until later. If the roles were reversed, most people wouldn't be so forgiving. You should have told her the moment it happened. Instead, Amy got to control the story first. This could have blown up your marriage if your wife heard it from someone else. Commenter 3. I get why people are calling this cheating, but I don't see it that way. It wasn't planned, you didn't encourage it, and you didn't kiss her back. That said, keeping Amy around as a friend seems like tempting fate. Forgiveness is one thing, but why give someone who crossed the line another chance to do it again? I just found out why I kept getting sick at the gym. My fiancé was secretly drugging me. +1 update. So, I'm 31 and my fiancé is 40. We've been together for about 3 years, and things have generally been fine, except for one issue: she doesn't like how often I go to the gym. I'm not a gym fanatic, I go maybe 3 times a week for about 2 hours each time. For me, it's a way to stay sane, boost my confidence, and relieve stress. But she often made comments like, "You care more about the gym than me," or, "You're already in shape, what are you trying to prove?" I usually brushed it off, thinking relationships require compromise. But then things took a bizarre turn. Over the past year, I started noticing I was spending a lot of time in the bathroom while at the gym. Honestly, it was quite embarrassing. I would take my pre-workout, get to the gym, and then I'd spend half my time just feeling terrible in the bathroom. I talked to her about it, mentioning how odd it was and that something might be wrong with me. She acted supportive, saying things like, "Oh, you probably just have a sensitive stomach," or, "You're always constipated anyway, maybe this is your body catching up." A few days ago, my family shared something that completely shocked me. They overheard her at a family gathering, while I wasn't there, laughing and telling someone, "If you don't want your man at the gym all the time, just put some laxatives in his pre-workout." That's what I do. At first, they thought she was joking, but she went into detail about how she had been doing it for months. She called it helping with my constipation but also mentioned she liked having me home more and not ogling girls at the gym. I feel humiliated. She's been secretly drugging me and laughing about it. She watched me suffer and never admitted it, even when I asked her what she thought was going on. I haven't confronted her yet because I know she'll become defensive, say it was a joke, or claim she was just helping. But this feels like a massive violation of my trust and health. So, how do I even start this conversation? Can we come back from this, or is it already over? Update. I finally brought it up to her and asked if what my family heard was true. At first, she denied it and tried to pass it off as a joke, but when I pressed her, she admitted to putting laxatives in my pre-workout. She said she was just trying to help my digestion and keep me home more. I told her it wasn't funny and that it felt like a huge betrayal. Right now, we're not really talking, I'm staying at my brother's place while I figure out what to do. Relevant comments. Comment 1. Don't let her convince you that this is normal, it absolutely is not. The more I think about it, the worse it is. This is how she resolves conflict? This is how she communicates? Also, she doesn't mind making you sick to get what she wants? Comment 2. This is completely insane. This is actual assault. And should be treated that way. Comment 3. Dude, your fiancé was literally poisoning you. Just, don't marry her? Clearly she is insane, and if you brush this off, you are too. Edit. I definitely wasn't expecting this kind of response. Thank you all for everything you've said. I do think I've normalized this kind of behavior over time. Staying away is not so easy since there are kids involved. I have a lot to figure out.
My husband has cheated, lied about money, hidden bank accounts with his mother, and does nothing with our kids, but I'm selfish for wanting to leave. +2 updates. My husband, 38M, and I, 34F, have been married almost 5 years, together for 11. He has a teenage daughter from a previous marriage who stays with us most of the time, and we have 2 little girls together, ages 2 and 3. This past year has been hell. I've caught him in lie after lie. In the last year and a half, I caught him texting 3 different women, and when I try to talk to him honestly, I get more lies and gaslighting. I've also caught him messaging women inappropriately on TikTok. On top of that, he lies about money. He makes a lot more than me but refuses to share accounts. He told me he'd cover the mortgage if I handled childcare. I kept my end of the deal. But over the weekend, I found out we're 2 months behind on our mortgage. He has a history of hiding financial trouble too. Last time, his mom bailed him out and even opened a bank account with him, completely hidden from me. Meanwhile, he does almost nothing with our kids. I handle all the housework, all the pickups, and all the drop-offs for all 3 girls. I've suggested counseling, tried to calmly push for hard conversations, begged him to be more involved. Instead, I get yelled at, insulted, and called names like selfish. The stress has worn me down physically and mentally. I've lost 30 pounds, I wasn't overweight before. His reaction? Accusing me of losing weight just to leave him, then making constant snide remarks about everything I do. I can't do it anymore. I don't want to raise my girls thinking this is normal. I've spoken with a lawyer, and tomorrow I plan to leave with the kids and go to my parents. I'm scared of his reaction because his temper is explosive, but I can't live like this forever. Update 1. I left on Friday. He doesn't seem to understand what's happening. I told him I had left and explained why on both Friday and Saturday night. This weekend, he went to the ER twice, once Saturday, once Sunday, for what they called a stomach virus. He's been going to the ER a lot recently, always with his mom, and nothing ever turns up. It makes me feel guilty and anxious, even though I know I shouldn't. But the girls? They're happy. That was my biggest worry, and they seem lighter and more relaxed already. Update 2. He still doesn't seem to grasp reality. On Saturday he asked when I was coming home. I told him I meant what I said. On Sunday he went back to the ER again for vomiting. Today his mom texted to say he's been admitted with a fever and vomiting while they run tests. Hearing that made me feel awful. I don't want him to be sick. I never wanted anything bad to happen to him, I just wanted separation. The guilt is heavy, even though I know his frequent ER trips were already a pattern. Still, I don't want to see anyone suffer. The girls remain happy at my parents' house. My oldest only asked about Dad once. That gives me strength, even though today feels especially hard. This guilt doesn't make me want to go back. I hate the situation, but I know I made the right choice. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. He has his mom, your kid's their mom, and you have your mom. Everything's going to be okay. Commenter 2. Do you have any real proof of this, or could it just be made up to pressure you into going back? If it's real, maybe his stomach issues are from the stress of lying, texting other women, insulting you, and hiding money until it finally caught up with him. Commenter 3. Why feel guilty now when the constant ER visits were already happening long before you left? My husband walked out on our marriage to move back in with his ex-wife who has cancer. My husband, 44M, and I, 38F, have been married for just over 2 years. Before our relationship, he was married to a woman named Lexi, 43F. They met in their 20s and spent nearly a decade together, including 7 years of marriage. During their time together, Lexi was diagnosed with cancer. He supported her through the entire journey until she eventually recovered. But not long after her recovery, she said she wanted to explore life independently, and that choice ultimately led to their divorce. Several months ago, Lexi reached out again. The three of us had dinner together, and I found her to be warm, kind, and easy to talk to. Shortly after that night, she asked to speak with him privately. That's when she revealed her cancer had returned. This time, the outlook was much more serious, and she admitted she didn't think she could go through treatment alone. My husband told me everything, and I supported his decision to be there for her. I even offered to help, but Lexi gently declined, saying she didn't feel comfortable being that vulnerable around someone she didn't know well. I respected her honesty and stepped back. As time went on, my husband became more and more involved in her care. At first, I didn't question it. I knew how much she was going through and how much history they shared. But as the weeks passed, it became clear that something had shifted. His presence in our life together began to fade, and I could feel the distance growing. 2 weeks ago, he sat down with me for an open conversation. He promised that nothing romantic or inappropriate had happened, but he admitted the level of support Lexi needed wasn't something he could give while also being a husband to me. He said he believed we should separate, at least for now, and that he would understand if I filed for divorce. He left our home shortly afterward. Since then, we've had very limited contact. Now I'm torn. Part of me feels like I should move forward and ask for a divorce, but another part wonders if I should wait and see how things develop. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. This is tough because nobody's really the bad guy here. He feels like he owes her after everything they went through, but by choosing her, he left his current marriage behind. Makes you wonder where his loyalty really is. Commenter 2. He says nothing romantic happened, but the emotional part is just as heavy. If he can walk away from his marriage this quickly, can you ever trust he was committed in the first place? Commenter 3. Some people might see what he did as noble, but honestly it feels like the easier way out. Instead of trying to balance both, he just dropped one completely. That says a lot about how he handles pressure. After a year of hosting family dinners at my house, I discovered that apparently everything in it, including my boundaries, was community property. I, 28F, have been hosting family dinners for the past year because I'm the only one with a house big enough. It's usually my parents, my brother and his wife, and sometimes my aunt and cousins. It's a lot of work, but I honestly enjoy cooking and having everyone together. Last weekend, I went all out again. I prepped food for 2 days, cleaned the house, and even bought extra chairs so everyone would have a seat. After dinner, while I was serving dessert, I noticed my mom whispering with my sister-in-law in the kitchen. Then she started pulling things out of my fridge. When I asked what she was doing, she said she was just packing a few leftovers for my brother's family. But it wasn't a few. She had taken half the main dish and almost all of the dessert, before anyone else even had a chance for seconds. When I told her I wasn't okay with that, she brushed me off. She said I was being selfish, that family shares, and since I live alone, I didn't need that much food anyway. I told her it wasn't about the food, it was about respect. She got upset and said she was just being fair because my brother has kids and I don't. The mood instantly soured, and everyone left quickly after that. The next day, my mom texted me saying I embarrassed her in front of the family, and that I was being petty over a little food. I told her I felt disrespected, and if she keeps treating my house like community property, I won't be hosting anymore. Now my brother says I overreacted, and the family thinks I'm dramatic. But I feel like I had every right to draw a boundary. So am I wrong for saying I won't host family dinners anymore? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You bought and cooked the food, so you get to decide who takes leftovers and how much. Honestly, don't host again. OP's response, that's exactly how I feel. I put in the time, money, and effort to make the meal, so I should have a say in what happens to it afterward. Taking a break from hosting seems like the only way to make that clear. Commenter 2. Good for you for shutting that down. If you choose to send leftovers home, that's fine. But nobody else gets to decide what leaves your house, that's only your call. OP's response, what bothered me most wasn't the food, but that she decided for me what I was okay giving away. I don't mind sharing, but it should be my choice. Otherwise it feels like I'm being taken advantage of in my own home. My husband lied to his sister and blamed it all on me just to dodge responsibility. And now his whole family thinks I'm the villain. My husband, 35M, and I moved into a new place not long ago and had to leave some furniture behind because it didn't fit. The plan was either to sell it to the buyers of our old house or list it online. One day, his sister messaged asking if we were leaving any furniture. She said there was a piece she really liked and asked if she could have it. My husband didn't give her a clear answer, he kind of brushed it off with a no. She replied that she thought we were just leaving it behind, and soon after, his other sister and their mom started pressuring him to give it to her. He complained to me for days about how annoying the whole thing was. He said we'd paid a lot for the furniture, it was still in great condition, and he wanted to sell it. We both agreed to post it online, so I went ahead and listed it. A couple of days later, his sister saw the listing and called him out. And instead of being honest with her, he told her that I had posted it and that I didn't know about their earlier conversation. She pushed back and said I definitely knew what was going on. But instead of clearing it up or defending me, he just told her, I want you to have the furniture. I didn't even know any of this had happened until days later, when his mom, in a very passive-aggressive tone, said something like, so you tried to sell the furniture. I told her it was a joint decision, but she brushed me off with this aha kind of tone, like she caught me doing something behind his back. That's when I asked my husband if he told them I did it on my own. He said no. But I had a gut feeling, so I checked his messages with his sister. And sure enough, he had blamed the whole thing on me. When I confronted him, I was upset and raised my voice. He immediately got mad at me, not for lying, but for going through his phone. Then he said something that shocked me, my family already doesn't like you, so what's the big deal? No one had ever told me his family had an issue with me. But now I wonder if they've been blaming me for his distance, since they constantly complain he doesn't visit enough, doesn't buy gifts, and never does enough for them. And when I told him I was hurt by his lie, instead of apologizing, he called me a narcissist for caring about how I looked to his family. That threw me completely off. Now I'm questioning myself. So am I wrong for being upset that he lied about me? Or is it reasonable to care about how I'm being perceived, when I wasn't even the one who caused this issue? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Maybe they don't like you because he's been lying to them about you. Commenter 2. This sounds like a bigger issue with his family dynamic. They expect him to give in, and he's using you as the scapegoat. Commenter 3. Calling you a narcissist for being hurt is classic deflection. He didn't want to admit he was wrong.
My mom abandoned me for her new husband when I was 9. Now she wants my help to save the kid she replaced me with. I told her I don't care if he lives or dies. My parents divorced when I was 5, and honestly, it was for the best. They were never meant to be together, and I remember nothing but their constant fighting. My mom got custody of me, while my dad had me on weekends and during holidays. Things seemed to improve for a couple of years until my mom met Dale. He's not a bad guy, but he wasn't really stepping up as a stepdad. They got married when I was 9, and shortly after, we had to move for Dale's job. My mom left me with my dad, saying she'd come back for me once they got settled. My dad and grandma agreed to look after me until that happened. Fast forward to me turning 17 in May, and she still hasn't returned. In the meantime, she had a baby with Dale, my half-brother, who I've never met. Now, the situation has gotten complicated. My half-brother is sick and might need a transplant that only I could provide. My mom reached out, asking if I'd get tested to see if I'm a match. My dad said it's my choice. I declined. I have an athletic scholarship lined up for college this fall, and if I donate, it would jeopardize my ability to play the sport that got me that scholarship. My mom pleaded with me, and I thought long and hard about it. I realize I don't have a shot at a professional sports career. I'm decent, but not exceptional. I can compete at the Division I level, but I won't be making a living from it. So, I proposed a compromise. I would get tested, and if I was a match, I'd donate, provided my mom and Dale paid for my college tuition. I thought it was a fair solution. I'd help my brother, focus on my studies, and lighten my dad's load after all these years. They turned it down. They insisted I should do it unconditionally. That's when I firmly said no. They accused me of being heartless, to which I replied that just because my mom didn't care about my future didn't mean I didn't care about it. My mom said my brother would die without my help, and here's where I might have gone too far. I bluntly said that it made no difference to me if her kid lived or died. That it honestly didn't matter to me. My dad's staying neutral in all this, and my grandma is totally on my side. Most of my dad's family agrees that it's my decision, but my mom's side thinks I'm being cruel for what I said. I've been blocking their messages as they come in. So, am I the one in the wrong here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. No. Your compromise was fair considering that Mom and Dale have never done anything for you. Commenter 2. If you get tired of them asking, say you got tested but wasn't a match. If you do get tested and tell the doctors you don't want to donate, or you're being pressured into it, the doctors will tell them for you that you're not a match, even if you are. Commenter 3. They think he will die without your donation but they're not willing to pay the price of the tuition you would lose? You just found out what his life is worth to them. Nothing. My wife says my son and I are making memories without her. But she never shows up. The truth left her in tears. Last weekend, I helped my 14-year-old son dye his hair purple. Well, technically, a good friend of mine who actually knew what he was doing handled the dye, while I took music requests and ran for snacks. It was such a fun day, and I could see how happy it made my boy. But here's the thing, I didn't tell my wife before we did it. And that turned into a huge fight. The truth is, it's not just about hair dye. This fight feels like it's about everything. My wife has been pretty hands-off with our son for years now. His soccer games, little road trips, even back-to-school shopping, she's always either too busy with work or too tired afterward. So I've stopped bringing it up. Why keep having the same conversation over and over? That night, after she saw his hair, she cried and said we were making all these memories without her. And I told her, if we waited for you, we'd be sitting in a dark room doing nothing. The hard part is my son isn't even comfortable asking her anymore. He doesn't say, Dad can't take me, maybe Mom will. Instead, it's, Dad can't take me, maybe one of your friends will. Now, she's not speaking to me, and I can't tell if I pushed too far. I was hoping some brutal honesty might spark change. But instead, it feels like we're drifting farther apart. And here's the part I didn't share with her, I always wanted more kids. But now? Maybe it's for the best that she said no. Edit. For context, I'm a stay-at-home dad. The plan was that I'd go back to work when our son started kindergarten. But at the time, my wife was chasing a promotion. She asked me to keep running the house so she could focus. She got the promotion, but her hours kept increasing, and the stay-home just a little longer plan stretched into more than a decade. So I do it all, cooking, cleaning, yard work, groceries, driving, and every family task you can imagine. And I don't hate it. But I've been ready to rejoin the workforce for years. Now I plan to start working again once my son turns 16 and can drive himself. But even then, my wife refuses to adjust her hours. She gets frustrated every time I bring it up. At this point, it feels like no matter what I do, she won't compromise to spend time with him. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You're not in the wrong here. Kids don't pause their lives just because one parent is too busy, life keeps moving, and the memories you're making now are what your son will carry with him. I went through something similar. My ex barely showed up for the kids until after we split. It was like the reality of me actually leaving finally shook him out of denial. Everyone's story is different, but what I learned is that you can't wait for someone else to decide to show up. Keep doing what you're doing. Those little moments, like grabbing snacks together or yelling "come with me to the store," often end up being the best memories. If your wife wants those moments, she has to choose to take them. Commenter 2. Man, more power to you. I got lucky, my wife and I were always on the same page about parenting, so I never had this struggle. But I will say, being a dad has been the most fulfilling and fun thing I've ever done, and I've chased a lot of things in life. You're doing the right thing. Don't let her distance drag you down, you're showing up for your kid exactly the way a parent should. Commenter 3. Not the jerk. At least you are there for your son. He deserves at least one of you to remember he exists.
At my engagement party, my maid of honor stood in front of my family and told me I didn't deserve my own fiancé. Then she announced to everyone that he should have been hers instead. I uninvited her that night, but now I can't stop questioning everything. To put it plainly, before this spirals out of control, I've decided to uninvite her after something she said straight to my face, in front of family and friends, that truly upset me. He could have done better. The kicker? She's only met my fiancé once, and I'm absolutely certain of that. Here's the backstory. We announced our engagement to family and friends about 2 months ago. Recently, I hosted a small gathering to celebrate with my maid of honor, bridesmaids, and a few cousins and aunts. We made tasty cocktails, played some games, and enjoyed ourselves until the maid of honor started feeling dizzy after downing more than 5 Jell-O shots. At that point, she became a bit too carefree, laughing uncontrollably at who knows what, creating a pretty chaotic vibe. Then she launched into a speech about how lucky I was, going on about how she never imagined her quirky, gamer friend would get married, implying my fiancé must be out of my league, essentially saying I hit the jackpot. As she gushed about him, we were all exchanging awkward looks, trying to get her some water and hoping she'd settle down. Things escalated when a cousin confronted her about her comments, leading to a screaming match. I was desperately trying to call her a cab to leave before my family had her head. My mom finally stepped in, suggesting, "Jackie, you might want to rethink what you're saying," only for Jackie to double down and say something like, "If I had been there, the story would have been different." For context, my fiancé and I met in our last year of college while she was studying abroad for 4 years. That's when I snapped and told her she was no longer welcome at the wedding. I get that she was drunk, but I can't shake what she said. Some of the bridesmaids think I should reconsider and allow her back into the wedding party. She hasn't reached out since the incident, but we've been friends for years, so I'm torn about whether I should talk to her. Part of me is considering letting her attend the wedding as a guest, but the anger from her words still lingers. What do you think? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you did right. You don't need that drama. She would probably get equally drunk at your wedding and make a scene. Commenter 2, if she acted like that just at the party, imagine the chaos she could cause at the actual wedding. No way I'd want that energy around on my big day either. You did the right thing cutting it off early. Commenter 3, drunk words are sober thoughts. Keep repeating this to yourself and whoever tries to make you feel guilty for saying goodbye to this particular person. Good luck. I called the cops on the Mormons who kept coming to my home, got a missionary arrested and maybe deported, and now my friends, family and co-workers are treating me like a criminal, all because I wanted them to leave me alone. I used to be, and technically still am, a member of the LDS Church. I've tried to get my records removed, but it hasn't worked, and I still have missionaries showing up at my door, even after I moved. In the last couple of months, I've been visited weekly by the same pair of missionaries along with one of my male cousins. They can't visit a female alone unless another male is with them. I keep telling them to stop coming over and to let whoever they bring know that their visits aren't welcome or needed. Last Saturday, they showed up while I was having a barbecue with friends and coworkers. They just started preaching to my guests, and I didn't even notice them at first because I was busy at the grill. One of my coworkers came up to me, upset that I had invited him over to a barbecue just so church members could preach to him and his boyfriend. I had to explain the situation and assure him that I didn't set it up that way. I reached my limit when they kept harassing my guests without even trying to find me. So, I called the police. They came and said they could ask the missionaries to leave but couldn't do much else since I myself hadn't asked them to leave yet. I showed the officers my Ring camera footage, showing how I've been trying to get them to stop visiting for 2 months. They mentioned I could file a restraining order for stalking, but it might not lead anywhere. They helped me with the paperwork, and I have a hearing coming up soon. Since then, church members have been sending me emails, their youth have been showing up at my door, and my LDS family has posted on Facebook about me like I'm some kind of villain. As the hearing approaches, I'm feeling nervous and wondering if I've overreacted. After all, these missionaries are just teenagers, and maybe I should be focusing my frustration on my family who might be behind this. Am I in the wrong for going through with the hearing? Update: it's been 2 hours, and I think I've received enough advice and support to help me. Thank you, everyone. I still plan to attend the hearing. You're right, if these people weren't missionaries, I probably wouldn't be questioning things this much. I'll reach out to my co-workers to apologize and let them know about the restraining order hearing. I also plan to spend some time with my LDS family. They had been hard attacking my house, which means taping little paper hearts with quotes from the Book of Mormon and the Bible, along with notes saying "I miss you," to people's doors, windows, or porches. I recently learned that it's actually considered love bombing, which I hadn't realized before. Here's an update. I said I wouldn't log in again, but these past couple of months have been really tough for me. I thought writing things down might help me feel better. So, 2 days before the hearing, my uncle, who is also the bishop for the elders, showed up at my house with the missionaries. I followed the advice I got in these messages and only communicated with them through my Ring app. I told them if they didn't leave, I would call the police. One elder went to wait in the car, while my uncle and the other elder stayed at my door. My uncle said I was being dramatic and too sensitive, saying that by trying to protect my peace, I was ruining a young man's life. I reminded them that I had requested a restraining order and that they were still harassing me. My uncle insisted they wouldn't leave until I came out and talked to them like an adult so we could sort out the restraining order without involving the courts. I told them to leave again and, when it became clear they wouldn't, I called the police. They arrived, trespassed my uncle, and arrested the elder who stayed behind. I explained the situation and showed them video footage of the missionaries trying to prevent me from going to the hearing. I felt really bad about everything, and I know some of you might say I shouldn't, but I do. The next 2 days were full of calls and texts from people I care about, calling me all sorts of terrible names and telling me I was a disappointment. The guy I've been talking to even had to take my phone away and block everyone because he could tell how overwhelmed I was. I went to the hearing and was granted the restraining order for harassment. The next day, my parents came over to share their thoughts, and now I really dislike myself. That's just wonderful. I followed a commenter's advice and sent the paperwork to the mission president, asking to be put on the do not contact list. I found out that the missionary who got arrested has had his visa taken away, and they'll be sending him back home earlier than planned. I was basically told that if anything happens to him before he gets a flight home, it's my responsibility. People are talking on social media about how I've caused innocent men trouble and about wanting my own people deported. Even though he wasn't actually deported, his visa was revoked. For the past month, my home has been targeted. I've had eggs thrown at my house, rocks at my windows, and ice bags left on my porch. Even some of my friends and co-workers who encouraged me to go through with it now say I went too far. But I had no idea he was here on a visa. As far as I know, he's back home and safe. So, that's the latest update. My friends, family, and co-workers seem to hate me now, and I'm not feeling great about myself either. At least I don't have to deal with bothersome missionaries or those awkward 5-minute conversations anymore. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I'm really sorry you're going through this. Leaving that situation takes courage, and you seem to be doing everything right. I'm proud of you. We're here for you, don't give up. You've got this. Commenter 2, your family is being awful, they're the ones who created this situation, not you. Instead of feeling defeated, channel that anger into action. Do something. Commenter 3, I used to be part of the Mormon church too. I got my name removed from their records, and the harassment stopped for me. Sure, they still show up occasionally where I live, but they can't track me anymore. I'm really sorry you're dealing with this. Religious groups like that can be horrible, and they often try to make you feel like you did something wrong when you didn't. You might want to cut contact with the family members who are blaming you because you're definitely not in the wrong here.
Hours after my stepmom passed, her daughter accused me of being glad. The truth? She wasn't completely wrong. I, 16M, overheard my stepmom more than 11 times saying she wished my mom would just drop that life would be easier if she and my dad's family didn't have to share me. That stuck with me. My parents divorced when I was 3, and they shared 50-50 custody. Things were fine at first, until I was 6 and my dad started dating her. That's when everything changed. She and my mom clashed constantly, and every time she said she wanted my mom gone, I grew to dislike her more. Her daughter, who's a year younger than me, never forgave me for not liking her mom. She was fiercely protective of her, just like I was of mine. That meant the two of us fought a lot and never got along. Even after my half-siblings were born and almost 10 years passed, nothing changed in how I felt. My dad's wife wasn't special to me, and when she passed away a few weeks ago, I didn't grieve. I didn't miss her. A part of me even found it ironic, after all the time she said she wanted my mom gone. I never told anyone that, but I felt it. It was my mom's week of custody when she died, but I went to my dad's the next day since she passed late at night. The whole house was wrecked. My dad was a mess, my half-siblings were crying, and her daughter was devastated. I felt awkward being there because I didn't feel sad at all. My dad kept telling me I didn't need to hold back my tears, that it was okay to cry, but I just didn't want to. His stepdaughter noticed and called me out a couple of hours after I arrived. She told me I didn't look sad and accused me of hating her mom so much that I couldn't even pretend to care. I told her she wasn't my mom, and she stormed up to her room. A few days later, my dad asked me if I wanted to do something at the funeral. I told him no. That set his stepdaughter off again, because she said we were all supposed to do something as her mom's kids. I told her I wasn't her kid, and she wasn't my mom. After the funeral, she exploded at my dad and said if she had to stay in that house, then I couldn't be there. She told him she could see it in my face that I was glad her mom was gone and that she hated me. She said her mom and dad's family wanted me as a son and brother, but I never wanted that. I only ever wanted my mom. She told my dad she wouldn't even look at me anymore, because every time she did, she wanted to beat me up. My dad pulled me aside after that and told me I should try showing a little grief so she would feel better about me being around. I told him no. I wasn't going to fake emotions I didn't feel, and I wasn't staying there if it was going to get physical between us. He told me that wasn't the answer and insisted that faking grief would help everyone heal. I told him again that I didn't feel any grief. That made him angry. He said my lack of sadness was distracting and that at the very least I could have pretended. He also said my stepmom's daughter didn't want me there anymore, and he called her my sister. I told him no, we were never like that, and I wasn't about to fake grief just to keep her calm. I left and went back to my mom's house, because I knew if I stayed, it would end in a fight and I'd get blamed. My dad wasn't happy, but I stood firm. Now his stepdaughter is telling him that if I ever come back, she's leaving. She told him she was hurt that he was chasing after me instead of choosing her, and because of that, my dad is asking me more quietly to return. But I won't. She was never my mom, I don't miss her, and I'm not going to fake grief for someone who spent years wishing my mom didn't exist. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Tell your dad you overheard her repeatedly saying she wanted your mom to pass away. If he still doesn't get it after that, then he's not being a good father, and going no contact might be the best option. Commenter 2. Sometimes there are people we simply can't mourn. It feels almost neutral, like it doesn't matter if they're here or gone. Your stepsister's grief is valid because that was her mother, but your father also needs to understand your side. Have you ever told him that you overheard his wife more than once wishing your mom wasn't around? That would explain a lot. There's nothing you can say to your stepsister that will change how she feels, so the best choice may be to let her be. You're handling a very complicated situation, and I wish you luck. I opened my home to my wife's family when no one else could. Now they want me to move out so they can stay comfortably in the house I paid for. After everything I've done, they still treat me like I don't belong. My wife and I have been married for over 20 years, having started dating when we were just 16. Before I turned 21, I was a degenerate. I cheated, got into trouble with the law, and was verbally abusive. I was not a good person. Despite all of that, my wife stayed with me. When we found out she was pregnant, something changed in my mind. She decided to keep the baby, even though her family didn't approve of me and pretty much disowned her. I don't blame them. After that, I turned my life around. I married her, went back to school, got a job, and we had another child. I earned a degree and started my own business. Now, I make sure she never has to work if she doesn't want to. My focus is on making her life easier. We renewed our vows last year. Over time, my wife has reconciled with her family, but they still don't acknowledge me, which I understand. When my wife was about 13, her family lost their childhood home after her parents divorced. It had been in her family for generations, and she always wanted to own it again. Over the last 10 years, I kept track of it. About 3 years ago, it went up for sale, and we bought it. We've been living there since. Now that our kids are in college, it's just the two of us, and life has been peaceful. Last month, my father-in-law passed away. Now, my mother-in-law is alone and needs a place to stay. One of my wife's sisters has never married, she lives with and takes care of their mom full-time. None of the siblings can afford to take them in right now. My wife and I came up with a plan. Mother-in-law and the sister can move in with us. It used to be their home, so it will feel familiar. We have more than enough space and money to support both of them comfortably, and I see it as a way to improve my relationship with them. I recently got a call from my brother-in-law. He liked the idea and thinks it's the best case scenario for everyone, but he has one condition: all the siblings want me to move out. They don't want to deal with my presence when they visit their mother, and they don't want to feel like they are under my roof. I was ready to say no until he mentioned that he and his siblings had spent years dealing with the fallout from their parents losing their oldest daughter to me. The last thing I want to do is upset their family dynamics. I get that after my wife left with me, her parents became really strict with the other siblings, but that was a long time ago. We're all in our 40s now. They don't care if my wife stays or moves with me, they just want me gone. The family plans to put their mother in a nursing home when her health declines, which we expect will be in a year or two. They're not trying to claim the house, I trust my wife and her family on that. They just can't stand having me around and want me to live somewhere else temporarily while they take care of her in her final years. Part of me thinks his request is ridiculous, but maybe I owe it to them to consider it. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, the only reason that your mother-in-law and sister-in-law even have the opportunity to live in that house is because you bought it. Your wife's siblings need to grow up and realize that people can change over the course of 20 years. Their refusal to acknowledge the fact that you are a completely different person now than you were back then is totally insulting to you and your wife. They should be grateful that you made the opportunity available. Their proposal is utterly selfish and insulting. Not the jerk. Commenter 2, you were a degenerate from the ages of 16 to 21 years old. At 21, it sounds like you grew up and put your life together. I am, honestly, shocked that 20 plus years later the family is still holding that behavior against you from when you were basically still a child. These people seriously need to grow up. Commenter 3, they're using your mother-in-law's illness as an opportunity to separate you from your family. You don't owe that family a single thing. You owe your wife to be better, and you owe your children to be there for them, and you seem like you've done that.
My husband abandoned me weeks before I'm due, started dating someone new immediately, then accused me of keeping him from his child when I moved somewhere I can actually afford. I've been getting cruel messages from my ex, his family, and even some of our friends for the past few days. My soon-to-be ex-husband Levi, 33M, and I, 28F, have been together for a decade and married for 5 years. I'm pregnant with our first baby and due next month. After I graduated, I moved back with him to his hometown on the West Coast. I'm originally from a bigger city in the Midwest, but I loved living out there. I thought we were happy. We planned this baby together and were so excited. But just a few weeks ago, Levi told me he was filing for divorce. He said he didn't want to be tied down anymore, that he was still young and wanted to live his life. He swore there wasn't anyone else, but now he's already seeing someone. He wanted me to move out, but this is my house too. I paid the down payment, so he's been staying with his friend Louie instead. I realized I couldn't afford to live there on my own with a baby. Sure, I could make it work, but it wouldn't be the kind of life I'd want for us. Even with my good income, the cost of living is just too high, and I don't have the same support system he does. No family nearby. So I decided to move back home. Luckily, my company has a location there and let me keep my job. My parents have been amazing. Even though they're divorced and don't get along, they've united in their dislike of Levi. They found me a rental home and refused to let me pay them back, saying I should save to buy my next house. They're covering my lawyer and my new doctor's copays. My mom is about to retire and wants to watch the baby once I return to work. Honestly, it's been the best possible setup for me. Levi is furious. He's claiming I only moved to get back at him and that I'm trying to keep him from his child. I explained that I simply can't afford to stay in San Diego as a single mom, but he refuses to believe me. Now he's telling people I moved away to get the upper hand in custody. That's not why I left, though it does make things easier. His job has no locations here, and they wouldn't keep him if he moved. Of course, he could find something new, but he insists that's asking too much. I told him once the baby is born I'll be filing for child support. He snapped that I need to decide if he can be a dad or not. I told him he's going to be a dad no matter what, and if he chooses not to move, then he'll be a dad by paying support. I don't think I'm wrong for doing what I need to do. But I'm overwhelmed with calls and texts from people saying I'm keeping Levi from his baby. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. First off, congratulations on your baby. Stop wasting energy on those messages, just block them. If he sends anything hateful, save it in case you ever need it in court. Right now you need peace before delivery and a stress-free postpartum. And definitely go for child support. He wanted his so-called free lifestyle, and now he has it. OP's response, don't worry, I'm absolutely going for full child support. This wasn't some one-night mistake, we planned this baby together, and he doesn't get to just walk away from supporting his own child. Commenter 2. Most likely, the people harassing you don't actually know the full story. OP's response, they know he's divorcing me, but they act like I'm being petty and should just cut back my lifestyle to stay in California. Why should I give up my hobbies, travel, and savings just to make things easier for him?
My wife said I wasn't doing enough as a husband. Meanwhile, she was calling another man my love and sleeping with him in our bed. Now she says divorce would be a mistake. My wife Katie, 32F, and I, 30M, tied the knot in September 2018 after being together for 3 years. Right before our honeymoon, we decided to buy a house in Virginia, and once we got back, we put our money together and completely renovated her old starter home in Maryland before selling it in early 2019. We both work full-time in Virginia. I make a decent salary, but she brings in even more. Katie started pursuing her MBA last fall, and luckily, her parents had set up an educational trust for her, so she didn't need to ask me for any financial help. Seeing how much work her MBA was on top of her job, I took it upon myself to handle everything at home, dealing with contractors, managing bills, looking after our house, taking care of our dog, buying and assembling furniture, yard work, cooking, cleaning, doing laundry, and hosting her family who wanted to visit at least twice a month. Lately, Katie has been feeling unhappy in our relationship, saying I'm not spending enough quality time with her and that she doesn't feel appreciated. I tried explaining that with both of our jobs and her studies, we hardly had any time left for each other. Most nights, we wouldn't even eat dinner until 9 or 10 p.m., and I'd either bring her food while she worked or we'd rush through dinner so she could get back to her studying or group projects. She pointed out that what I was doing around the house was just what I should be doing as her husband, and while she was thankful, it didn't really help our relationship. We ended up arguing a lot about different things, and with the lack of free time, we were intimate maybe once a month. But about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we had a really emotional conversation, and yeah, a bit of drinking was involved. I realized that even though I thought I was prioritizing her needs, I needed to do more. I started taking time off work. I still had to go in during COVID when she didn't, going in late or leaving early, skipped hanging out with friends, and even put off my workouts. I'd wait until she was busy to take a shower just so I could be around her as much as possible. Since I've made those changes, things between us seem to be getting a little better. Last Wednesday was a turning point for me. Just like usual, I was in the kitchen making dinner and using our tablet for recipes. Out of nowhere, the tablet started pinging constantly, so I went to see what the deal was. I discovered that it was linked to Katie's Google account, and I found an ongoing Hangouts conversation with a friend of hers. They were talking about someone's wife who had come over while I was at work that day. As I kept scrolling, I stumbled upon some pretty intense stuff, Katie expressing her feelings about how she didn't care for me anymore and how she was dreaming of being with a guy we'll call Luke. At this point, I was shaking. I decided to check her Gmail, and it was even worse. I found several emails from as far back as March between her and Luke, calling each other babe, sweetheart, and my love. I didn't know what to do, so I took screenshots of everything I could find. Then I stepped outside to call an executive friend of mine from work who had some legal experience. He told me that I should confront her right away but suggested I have someone come over to act as a witness just in case things got out of hand. A friend showed up about 20 minutes later, and I confronted Katie. She admitted to being in a relationship with Luke and shared that they had been intimate several times in the last 4 months, both at hotels and in our home. I was completely wrecked but tried to hold it together. I asked her to leave, and she ended up staying at a hotel for 2 nights. Then, despite my objections, she came back on Friday, saying it was her house too. When she got back, she wanted to talk, and since I didn't have a witness this time, I decided to record the whole conversation on my phone. She claimed she had been unhappy but said she had also reached out to friends and her mom for help with our relationship, even though I had suggested counseling before, and she'd turned it down. She said she made a mistake and had already broken it off with Luke a week ago. She swore that I was the only person she wanted to be with, and the only reason she hadn't told me was that her friends had told her not to. She argued that if we truly loved each other, divorce was a mistake and we could figure things out together. I told her that love doesn't really mean anything without trust, and then said that if she insists on staying here, to please stay in the guest room. Obviously free usage of her home office and the guest bathroom, but to please stay out of our bedroom and bathroom unless telling me first. I'm sitting at home alone with my dog right now. She's at the neighbor's barbecue with her aunt, uncle, and cousins, but they have no idea what happened. I just can't bring myself to go over there. I don't want to see or talk to Katie, and I definitely don't want to pretend nothing's wrong in front of a bunch of people. Honestly, 90% of me feels like I should get a divorce, but I was really happy with the life we were building together. Just last year, we were talking about starting a family by this time next year. Before making any big decisions, though, I need to gather more information about my options and what might happen if I go through with this. I want to consult a few VA lawyers to protect myself. Right now, we only have one joint account with less than $20,000 in it, and the only asset we share is our house. So that's where I'm at. I apologize for the lengthy message. If you've read this far, thank you. I'd really appreciate any advice or suggestions you might have. I feel completely lost, empty, and alone. Edit. I'm blown away by the support you all have shown me. I can't believe so many of you took the time to offer your advice and kindness to someone you don't even know. I'm trying to read every response, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You've really brought some light into this dark time. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. During my divorce to an actual Katie, who was banging a dude at her work, my therapist said, "Someday she'll just be someone you used to know." 6 years later, I can't even picture anything about her. No kids makes it so much easier. Commenter 2. I'm sorry, my friend. I'm in no way qualified to give advice, but if this happened to me, I would be at a divorce attorney's office with my checkbook. Commenter 3. Seek a therapist and a divorce lawyer, so that you can prepare yourself for the future. Maybe you will survive, most relationships don't, but you need to be prepared either way. She needs her own therapy and then marriage counseling to even have a chance. Your journey from here is long and hard. You will have good and bad days. She is going to have to seriously understand how traumatic this was for you, and the serious number she did on your mental health.
My husband swore we'd never use his family's baby names. But when I got pregnant with a boy, his whole family ganged up on me at dinner. My husband, 32M, and I, 31F, have been married for 5 years. We have a 2-year-old daughter, and I'm expecting our son in just a few months. When we first got together, he told me about his family's tradition of naming boys after a handful of relatives. He said he hated the idea of being forced into it, and I agreed, because I've never liked the thought of being obligated to recycle family names. In fact, he mostly goes by his middle name just to avoid being another Tim in the family. When our daughter was born, naming her was easy. We picked something we loved, no arguments. But this pregnancy has been different. A few weeks after finding out we were having a boy and starting our name list, my husband suddenly switched up. Out of nowhere, he started pushing the 3 family names. I told him no, and reminded him of what he'd said before, but he argued that it would make his family happy. I asked if he really wanted to do that at the cost of me being unhappy, and he told me no. But then he kept trying to sneak those names back in. He suggested we pair them with middle names or try to frame it as a compromise. It dragged on for weeks. I finally told him we needed to stop talking names before we ended up in a full-blown fight. He apologized and we dropped it for a bit. But when we picked the topic back up, his suggestions were terrible, names I'd never even consider. Then he said, "See, maybe the family names aren't so bad." I still refused, but offered them as middle names instead. He shot that down, saying the family names should be first, and our names could be used in the middle. A couple weekends ago, we went to his niece's birthday dinner. It was supposed to be casual, but it turned into a nightmare. His whole family started piling on me about the baby's name. They mocked the names we liked, called some of them awful, and hyped their 3 names like they were the best boy names in the world. My husband joined in, and suddenly it was everyone against me. They told me I was selfish, that just because I'm the one giving birth doesn't make me the more important parent, and that since this baby is a boy, my husband should get priority. At that point, I was done. I grabbed our daughter and went home, leaving my husband there. He was upset when he got back, asking why I stormed out and left him behind. I told him plainly, they all ganged up on me, and he didn't have my back. I said he hasn't been acting like a supportive husband. He apologized later, but his family insists I made him apologize when he didn't need to. Now they're calling me childish, dramatic, and say I should be grateful I have 3 great names to choose from. Honestly, it feels like they're making this worse and worse. Like there are strict rules for naming kids that I never signed up for. My husband and I are still working through it. But am I in the wrong here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Not in the wrong. I can't stand when partners don't realize marriage means starting your own family, and your first responsibility is to prioritize and protect that. Commenter 2. Once you get married and have kids, that is your family. His relatives don't get naming rights, and he needs to realize that. Commenter 3. I get where you're coming from, but names are forever. If it means that much to him and his family, maybe using one as a middle name wouldn't be the worst compromise. I made my best friend move out, 1 week before her due date. For a year, she lived rent-free, took my things, and kept her new pregnancy a secret from me. I had no choice but to reclaim my home. Plus 2 updates. I, 30F, have been living with my best friend, 30F, since 2020. I own the house, and when she was going through a rough time, I offered her a place to stay. Early on, she told me she sometimes struggles with taking things that aren't hers. I appreciated her being upfront. A few months later, I noticed that some of my personal items were disappearing, including my recreational oregano. I asked her about it. She denied it and said maybe our other roommate was responsible. That roommate eventually moved out. But my things kept going missing. After a trip overseas, she announced she was expecting a child, right after I had gone through my own private, very difficult pregnancy loss. I wanted to be happy for her, but I was still grieving. As a gesture of kindness, I offered her the spare bedroom for her and the baby, free of rent. Once her baby was born, things became very difficult for me emotionally. Every time the baby cried, it reminded me of my own loss. She said she would move out when the baby turned 1, so I held on to that. But for months, she mostly stayed in her room with the baby. One day, she told me that CPS had gotten involved because the house wasn't being kept up to standard. I panicked and began deep cleaning. Months went by. My belongings and money were still going missing. No update from CPS. She got on a housing list but stayed in her room most of the time. Then she took another overseas trip. When she got back, she said the agency told her the home still wasn't suitable for a child. I called them myself, they couldn't give me details for privacy reasons. I told her that if the agency thought the home wasn't an ideal environment for a child, she needed to find another place to live. She said it would be fine until housing found her a place. We were now just days away from her baby's first birthday, and I was reaching my limit. We argued over dishes and garbage. I told her the simplest solution was for her to move. She asked if this was worth ending our friendship over. I told her I needed space to heal. Later, while her child's father was staying with us for 3 weeks, I asked him about a comment he made about a newborn. She looked at him, then at me, lifted her shirt and revealed she was about to have another baby, due in a week. I congratulated her and genuinely felt joy for her. Then, I realized there was going to be another baby in the house. I knew I wasn't mentally strong for this. She hid her entire pregnancy while we were living together. She said she couldn't tell me because every time we talked, it ended up being about my grief. The next day, I showed her our month-to-month tenancy agreement and told her I wouldn't be renewing it. She agreed with a blank look on her face. Even though I finally had proof someone was taking my stuff, I didn't confront her. At this point, I'm willing to take the loss. I never wanted to be the kind of person who asks a new mother to leave, but I couldn't take it anymore. In trying to protect my mental health, am I being unreasonable? Update 1. I got legal advice. Because we share a kitchen and bathroom, she doesn't need advance notice to move. If she's still here after the agreed date, I can call the police to have her escorted out and change the locks. I contacted CPS again, they still wouldn't confirm anything but said they'd check into my concerns. I found out her child's father wasn't visiting for 3 weeks like she claimed, he planned to stay over a month. I gave her 2 options, he leaves, or he can stay if he helps her pack so they're out by month's end. She chose the second option. They offered to pay extra rent, but I declined, telling them to save for their own place. Halfway through the month, there was still no visible packing. I started gathering her belongings from shared areas to make it easier for her to pack. They spent most weekends away. My plan was, if they weren't gone by July 1st, I'd call the police. On July 2nd, I'd change the locks. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You're the a-hole to yourself for living like this for a year. Learn to put yourself and your mental health first and say no. You are being taken advantage of. Put a stop to it. Commenter 2. Unfortunately for you, she sees you as her doormat. You've let her get away with so much, she likely doesn't think you're going to stand firm. Hopefully, we're wrong and she goes quietly, but be prepared for it not to. Get your paperwork ready. Let her see you doing it. Maybe it'll convince her you're serious. On the other hand, it could also just make her mad and go nuclear. Possibly she's going nuclear either way when she realizes she needs to leave. You should install locks and lock down all your valuables so they can't be stolen or destroyed. Update 2. She finally moved out, slowly, over the last week of the month. On moving day, she arrived mid-afternoon, just a month after giving birth, and began loading her things alone until the baby's father arrived. They rented a truck for the evening to move furniture. She did find a 2-bedroom apartment across town, though she didn't share details. She left behind some minor damage, stains, holes in the wall, and baseboards that need replacing. Even after moving, she returned asking for items she'd left behind. Our agreement allows her 6 months to claim items, but I'm boxing everything up and dropping it at her mom's house. She also took nearly all of my household supplies, pantry items, and spices. At this point, I'm just relieved she's gone. The agency never contacted me again, so I'm assuming the matter's closed. I'm done spending energy on this. My parents helped me clean afterward and brought fresh supplies. It's been lonely at times, but I keep reminding myself, an empty home is better than a bad tenant. Thanks to everyone who encouraged me to set boundaries. Lesson learned: kindness does not mean letting others take advantage.
My sister asked me to be her bridesman, and I was so proud to help her. But then she told me my boyfriend wasn't essential and couldn't come. I realized she didn't really respect me or my relationship. I'm a 19-year-old guy who came out to my family a few years ago. It hasn't been easy, but we've managed to find a way to coexist with a sort of don't ask, don't tell policy, which isn't great but is better than constant fighting. My older sister, Megan, who's 25, is getting married in a few months. I've been doing my best to be a supportive little brother by helping her with DIY decorations, running errands, and listening to her stress about everything from catering to flowers. She knows I have a boyfriend, Alex, who is also 19. We've been together for over a year, and he's my first serious relationship. Megan told me that Alex could be my +1 for her wedding, so I was really looking forward to introducing him to the family at such a big event. Then last night, Megan called me sounding really stressed out. One of her bridesmaids had to drop out, and then she excitedly suggested that I could be her bridesman. She thought I'd look great in a tux, and it would be a modern twist. I was flattered and said yes, but then I asked, where will Alex sit during the ceremony while I'm up front? There was a long pause, and then she said, well, about that. It doesn't really work for a bridesman to have a date there. And we're way over budget, so we have to cut non-essential guests. Since he's not family, we just can't include him. I was really confused and asked, are the other bridesmaids' boyfriends uninvited too? She told me they weren't because that was different. She said it would just look odd for me to be in the party and have Alex there. I felt crushed. After everything, Alex was being dismissed as not essential. I told her, so my relationship isn't valid like theirs? You just want me there as your gay accessory, but you don't want the reality of my life to be visible? She completely flipped out, calling me dramatic and selfish, saying I was making her wedding about my sexuality. She insisted it was just one day and I should support my family. I told her if my family doesn't include Alex, then I don't feel included either. I said I wouldn't be her prop, and if my partner wasn't invited, then I wouldn't come to the wedding. Now my parents are calling me non-stop, saying I've broken my sister's heart and am ruining the family over nothing. My dad said I need to understand that sometimes you have to make small sacrifices for the people you love. But this doesn't feel like a small sacrifice. It feels like I'm being told my love is only acceptable when it's convenient for them. So, am I the jerk for refusing to go to my sister's wedding? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I could understand if none of the groomsmen or bridesmaids had a +1. But if they do, then you have every right to be upset. Commenter 2, not the jerk. The fact that the other bridesmaids get to bring their male partners, but you don't, tells you everything you need to know about how your sister actually sees you. The most charitable reading of this is that she's just really scared of Alex's presence starting drama with other homophobic family members, and if that's the case, she would have been 1,000 times better off just saying that directly rather than trying to downplay the significance of what she was asking, which just makes it all worse. Commenter 3, you deserve so much better than that horrible treatment. Stick to your guns and don't go to the wedding, or any other family event until Alex is fully accepted and you get an apology.
My brother overdosed, mocked my family, and never apologized. When I got married, I didn't invite him. Now everyone says I'm the problem. I'm 27 and I have an older brother, Jack, who's 30. Growing up, we were close because we survived the trauma of our abusive, alcoholic father. But Jack never went to therapy. Over the years, he often lashed out, especially at our mom. He ruined holidays with his cruelty, and he was even physically abusive toward me. Despite everything, I forgave him because he was my brother. In 2021, I got engaged and shared the news with him. He never responded. Weeks later, he revealed he was struggling with a drug problem. I told him my engagement didn't matter compared to his health and that he could have always come to me if he needed help. In 2022, after the birth of my second child, he ignored me again. A couple of weeks later, my sister Ashley told me he had collapsed from drugs and had to be revived. He made her and our mom promise not to tell me, but she felt I deserved to know. A month later, I called him to ask if he wanted to talk about what happened. He brushed it off, saying he didn't want to discuss it. When I mentioned he hadn't even acknowledged my child's birth, he sarcastically said, "Congratulations." I told him I just wanted him to care, and he coldly replied, "I don't." I hung up. After that, we didn't speak for a year. This spring, Jack suddenly texted me happy birthday. We exchanged a few light messages, but he never acknowledged the cruel things he said or apologized. So when I got married this summer, I chose not to invite him. It was one of the hardest decisions I've ever made, but my feelings were still raw. I was also afraid he might relapse, ruin the day for my mom, or lash out again. My mom and Ashley were upset, but I felt I had good reasons. Am I wrong for not inviting him? Edit. My wedding happened 2 months ago, and Jack wasn't there. Since then, I've been hearing nonstop from my mom and sister about how hurt he is. I started doubting myself and even called him to check in, see where he was in his recovery, and maybe rebuild. It turned into 2 hours of being belittled and talked down to. He said he'd never forgive me for not inviting him and would be happy never speaking to me again. He told me I didn't try hard enough when he was struggling, and that even though he ignored me, I should have kept reaching out. He claimed when I brought up his collapse a year ago, I forced him into a conversation he wasn't ready for, and that showed I couldn't support him. I apologized for not knowing how to handle it at the time, but he hung up on me multiple times. Eventually, I gave up. Afterwards, I called Ashley, and she told me, if I want a relationship with Jack, I need to apologize for everything. Pretend it was all my fault. She said it wasn't right, but that's the only way he'd forgive me. I won't do that. My biggest takeaways are that I made the right call not inviting him, he hasn't shown any growth, and I'll be staying no contact from here on out. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Addiction explains some of his behavior, but it doesn't excuse years of cruelty. You protected your peace by not inviting him, and that's valid. Commenter 2. Families often pressure the one who sets boundaries because it's easier than facing the addict. But enabling him won't make him change. Commenter 3. Sometimes love means letting go. If every interaction leaves you feeling smaller, then staying no contact is the healthiest choice.
After 17 years of marriage, I lost everything when I found out my wife was cheating. My home, my job, even my kids. Now, a year later, the only reason they reached out was to ask me for money for college, and I told them no. I, 38M, and my ex-wife, 45F, were married for 17 years. The marriage ended last year after I found out she'd been cheating on me for years. That was the final straw. I didn't want the details, I didn't want to hear excuses. The marriage was over, and it left me with a disaster I'm still trying to recover from. We also have 3 kids, which makes everything harder. When everything came out, my daughter was 16 at the time. She actually tried to cover for her mom. She swore that what I saw wasn't real, that I was mistaken, that I must be imagining things. It made me feel crazy. Later I found out she knew her mom had been cheating, but she wanted to protect her. Once the truth came out, I looked like the fool anyway. That stung more than I expected. My therapist told me she was basically gaslighting me, but I tried to forgive her because she was just a kid in a bad situation. Still, it hurt in a way I didn't expect. After that, my ex's hidden financial mess came out. She had debts I didn't know about. We had to sell almost everything we owned together. My credit was ruined. On top of that, the restaurant I had managed for 10 years closed down. So I lost my job at the same time. With no other openings where we lived, I had to move to a part of the state I don't even like. I ended up stuck with roommates I can't stand, and I don't have any friends or support system here. Since the divorce, I haven't heard from my kids. Not a call, not a message. It's been silence. And then out of nowhere, recently they reached out. But the reason wasn't to reconnect with me. They wanted money for college. I told them flat out, I can't. I don't have the money. Everything I had went into paying off the debts and surviving after the divorce. I can barely take care of myself. But I didn't tell them the full truth. I didn't want to throw their mom under the bus, even though most of this mess was her fault. They live with her, and I know what it's like having an unstable parent. I didn't want to make things worse for them. The truth is, I want a relationship with my kids. I miss them every day. But sometimes I wonder if I want a relationship with the kids I imagine they'd grow into, not the people they are now. Because right now, all I see is that they cut me off for a year, and then came back only when they needed money. So, was I wrong to tell them no when they asked for help with school? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. So you're protecting your ex to spare your kids' feelings, but at the same time you're upset they're blaming you for the divorce. They only see half the picture because you won't tell them the rest. At this point, they're old enough to hear the truth. Honestly, it feels like there's more going on here than you're saying. Commenter 2. Being transparent matters here. If you just say, no without context, they may think you're choosing not to help rather than that you literally can't. Laying out what happened with the finances keeps the blame off you, and teaches them that actions have real consequences. Commenter 3. Why aren't you exercising visitation or co-parenting them? Sounds like you walked away from them instead of the other way around. You're the a-hole for not having an honest relationship with them, or being involved with parenting them. My dad raised me alone after mom abandoned me. 10 years later, she reappeared and told me he isn't my real dad. I'm a 20-year-old guy. My parents were young when they dated, and my mom got pregnant with me. They broke up during the pregnancy, and when I was born, my mom called my dad to the hospital. She handed me over, told him she wasn't interested in parenting, and left. She did nothing for me for the next 10 years. No contact, no child support, nothing. And yes, my dad tried to pursue support. But she completely disappeared. My dad raised me alone. He was fully committed. When I asked about my mom, he tried to stay neutral, sometimes leaning a little positive, because he didn't want me to hate myself for being half her. I actually appreciate that now, because I was fragile as a kid. If I had known how awful she really was, I think the insecurity and self-loathing would have broken me. Then, a few weeks after I turned 10, my mother suddenly showed up. She acted like she could just play supermom. She told my dad she wanted to take me and raise me. She told me I was moving in with her. I fought back and said I wanted to stay with my dad, because she was a stranger. When she didn't get her way, she lashed out. She told me my dad wasn't my real dad anyway, and that I belonged with someone else. She said it to hurt us both, hoping my dad would dump me right there. Until the DNA test came back, I was shattered. I felt guilty, like my dad had raised me under false pretenses. I didn't want to lose him. I was terrified another man would come in and take me away. But my dad never let me feel unwanted. He reassured me over and over, I am your dad. You are my son. I love you. He even paid for a private DNA test just to comfort me, even though deep down he believed I was his. The test proved it. I was his 100%. My mother was furious. Instead of apologizing, she disappeared again. Fast forward to just 2.5 months ago. She moved back to town with her new husband and his 2 little kids. They showed up at our house, saying his kids' mom had died, and that my mother was going to be their new mom. She said we should all be one big family. I told her I wanted nothing to do with her or them. I said after what she did, she had no right to act like I'd ever want her in my life. She argued that it was 10 years ago and she had grown. I told her she could f*** off and die in a hole because she was a spiteful, unworthy mother. Her husband called me a monster for saying that, because apparently I was dooming his kids to be motherless twice before age 5. But I ignored him. I don't owe them anything. She's tried to approach me a few more times since. I ignore her every time. She says I should give her a chance. But I don't want to hear her side. I don't want her in my life. And here's the kicker, I'm now the same age my parents were when they had me. I feel too young for kids, but even now, I know I'd never screw over my child like she did. She was 30 when she abandoned me. She wasn't a kid. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she didn't care about me or my dad. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Your dad is the definition of a parent. DNA or not, he chose you every single day while she chose to disappear. Commenter 2. Her husband blaming you is backwards. If his kids are hurting, that's on her choices, not on you for protecting yourself. Commenter 3. Your mom didn't just abandon you once, she abandoned you twice. First at birth, Then again after trying to blow up your bond with your dad by throwing out the he's not your real father claim. That kind of pattern shows it was never about love or wanting to reconnect, it was about control. If she truly cared about you, her return would have started with an apology, not an ultimatum.
My sister's best friend spent years bullying me. She outed me as a lesbian when I was only 14, spread it through school, and called me horrible names. 2 weeks ago, she passed away in a car accident. And now everyone is asking why I refused to go to her funeral. My sister, 17F, has been best friends with Lily, 17F, for basically their whole lives. But Lily really didn't like me, 16F, and she was super mean to me a lot. The worst thing she did was out me to everyone about 2 years ago. Lily was sleeping over, and I locked my room because I was spending the night at our grandparents' house to avoid being around her. My sister gave Lily the spare key to my room, and Lily let herself in and found my journal where I wrote about being a lesbian. Nobody, and I mean nobody, knew about it. After that, Lily became really homophobic. She called me gross and said all kinds of slurs against lesbians. Lily told everyone at school, and it spread everywhere, even to home. It hurt so much that my sister just let that happen. I was really upset with her, but I also completely hated Lily after that, so I refused to be in the house during the day if Lily was around. My parents eventually let Lily come over less, but they didn't do much else to help me. They just said they accepted me and would stand up for me if anyone treated me badly. But I was mad they still wanted Lily in their lives. My sister stuck by her best friend and defended her. 2 weeks ago, Lily and her boyfriend got into a car crash and both of them passed away. My sister was obviously heartbroken, but I didn't feel anything for Lily. I didn't try to comfort my sister or anything. On the day of Lily's funeral, I outright refused to go. My parents tried to make me go, saying it wasn't really for Lily but for my sister. I asked if they really thought that was the same sister who supported her homophobic best friend bullying me, outing me, and defended her all those years. My parents insisted she's still my sister and that we could grow closer now that Lily was gone, but I told them that would never happen. My parents tried everything to change my mind. After the funeral, my sister was angry and upset that I hadn't gone. She told me it felt like I was celebrating Lily's death and that not going to the funeral showed that. My parents told her nobody was celebrating it, we just needed to figure out how to come together. Later, they told me privately that they were disappointed in me. Even our grandparents didn't go, which upset my sister and my parents, and she accused me of making them not go. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You're not in the wrong here. Your sister started it by letting Lily invade your privacy. Without that, Lily never could have outed you. If anyone besides Lily acted like a bully, it was your sister. Commenter 2. You're not the jerk. Lily was cruel, she outed you, and your sister defended her. You have every right to protect your peace. Commenter 3. Your parents really let you down, and I'm sorry. Until your sister sincerely apologizes and makes things right, you don't owe her anything. It's okay to distance yourself from people who treated you so badly. You're not wrong for skipping the funeral or for refusing to put up with your sister's behavior. My mother-in-law hijacked my baby shower, ignored everything I said, and tried to make it all about herself. So I revoked all her grandma privileges. My husband and I have been married for 3 years, together for 7. After lots of planning, we're finally starting our family, and our first baby is due in February 2021. What should have been a happy time was quickly taken over by my mother-in-law. The day we announced the pregnancy to his parents, my mill went from congratulating us to taking control in less than 5 minutes. We were nervous to tell them because they hadn't been supportive of big milestones in the past. They scolded us for getting engaged, she tried to sabotage our wedding, and she always gets angry when we make adult decisions without her input. This time, instead of questioning us, she jumped straight into the baby shower. She said, if you would give me the honor, I would love to throw a baby shower just for our family, near where I live. I was surprised she didn't start a fight, but I also knew my own mom would want to help with the shower, so I told her I'd think about it. After talking with my mom, we decided it would be best to have one shower for both sides of the family, something simple and easy to manage. My mom reached out to my mill to explain, but it went badly. My mill threw a tantrum, stormed off during a call, and refused to respond to my mom's attempts to work things out. Eventually she started sending emails saying things like, you don't understand the needs of my family and my family won't be willing to travel. Keep in mind, the location we picked is only 20 minutes from her entire side of the family. Fast forward, my husband and I met up with her to look at nursery furniture, since she insisted on buying the crib and dresser. Everything seemed calm, until she suddenly pulled out a packet labeled with my name and baby shower. She proudly announced that she and my aunt-in-law had already booked a tea shop for the date and started making plans, completely ignoring everything my mom and I had said before. She made it harder by dragging in my husband's aunt, since we value that side of the family and didn't want to cause drama there. I was exhausted after a tough first trimester, and at that point I just gave up fighting her. We told her fine, she could throw her own party. But she didn't stop there. The moment we agreed, she announced she was also planning a diaper party for my husband. He already had his own gathering in mind with his friends, but she bulldozed right over it. And then she took it further, suggesting that if I couldn't attend in person, she could FaceTime me into the shower and personally open all the gifts on my behalf so everyone could still see. At that point I was done. She got her way with the shower, but that meant she lost everything else she was hoping for as a grandmother. Before we left, we told her clearly, there would be no guests at the hospital. There would be no visitors in our home without an invitation. If she showed up uninvited, we would not open the door. She would not get any updates about my labor until we were ready to share. And all information about the baby would only come from us, on our terms. What she doesn't know is she's already been cut off from the updates she used to get. No more sonogram pictures, no more medical updates, nothing. She had even planned on quitting her job to be the baby's primary caregiver, but I arranged to work from home permanently so I can be there instead. So yes, she can have her shower. But everything else she thought she would control? She's out. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. This wasn't about a party, it was about control. If she can't respect a simple no now, imagine how she'd act with bigger parenting decisions. Commenter 2. You didn't overreact at all. If she can't respect a boundary about a party, there's no way she'd respect boundaries once the baby is here. She didn't just cross a line, she trampled over it. The shower was never the issue, it's that she refuses to accept she's not in charge.
I told my wife I wanted kids just to win her back, right after cheating on her with one of her friends. Now she's dreaming of motherhood, and I'm secretly praying she never gets pregnant. Why should I give up my freedom just to raise a screaming burden? Plus 2 updates. I'm a 24-year-old guy, and my wife is 23. We've been married for about 4 years and together for 5. We got back together about 4 months ago after I finished my time in the army. We were apart for 2 years when she decided to leave, but we finally agreed to give it another shot and make it work this time. When we first started dating, I had no interest in having kids at all. However, seeing her passion for motherhood really changed my perspective. I started to warm up to the idea last year. But I think a part of me also felt pressured to want kids, not because I genuinely wanted to raise them, but more from a sense of obligation. I need to be honest, I'm selfish when it comes to this subject. I don't want to give up my dreams and goals right now to raise kids. If we had a child now, my own life and personal desires would take a backseat to my responsibilities as a husband and a father. The idea of that stresses me out. We recently watched our 4-month-old niece. I had said I wasn't really up for it, but my wife insisted I wouldn't have to do much. While she enjoyed it, I tried my best to put on a good face, but honestly, it felt like a chore. I had to step up and help out, which was expected, but I didn't enjoy it at all. There's nothing against the baby, but instead of feeling happy like my wife, I just found myself dreading the interruptions to my plans, rushing home, and being quiet just to keep the baby calm. I'm scared to tell her how I really feel. She has a pretty explosive temper and can get really upset, sometimes breaking or throwing things. I've already mentioned that I wanted kids, which played a major role in us getting back together, so for me to change my mind now would hit her hard. I know she won't take it well, and I'm worried about facing the fallout. What should I do? Update. 16 months later. Some backstory. I was the one who messed things up in this relationship early on. About a year after we got married and started living together, I introduced infidelity into the mix. After a lot of fighting, we ended up separated for nearly 2 years. During that time, I was with several women, including one who was her friend that I knew through work. At one point, I even filed for divorce, but I never got the papers back from her, so it never went through. We managed to get back together about a year and a half ago, and now we finally have a kid. But my biggest mistake happened when I told her, while she was 3 months pregnant, that I had been with her friend. I was initially defensive and didn't show her the understanding she deserved, which just made things worse. Since then, she has wanted out, and it's been almost a year now. I've thought about leaving too, but I really wanted to fix the mess I created, and I think I've only made it worse. Now I'm at risk of losing everything, including my daughter. If there's anything to take away from my experience, it's this: if you want to be in a relationship, make sure you're fully committed and ready to give your all. Don't make the same mistakes I did. Update. 6 days later. If you haven't read my first post, I shared how I've messed up with my wife. Feel free to throw tomatoes at me, I just need to let this out. Lately, I've had a few talks with her where she's expressed all the emotions she's been holding in, particularly about feeling like I don't value her. I really tried to listen without interrupting or defending myself because I wanted to focus on her feelings. She's unsure if I love her fully or if I'm all in. In the past, I thought that since I handle most of the financial responsibilities, pay her bills, and generally try to fulfill her requests, it should show my love for her. I see now that it doesn't work that way. We can't control how our actions affect others, and we can't dictate how they perceive us. I've been working on being more intentional with my words and actions so she's not left confused. While I think that's helped a bit, it seems like whenever things are going well, I find a way to mess things up. We were in a good place until I brought up my past with her ex-friend about 10 months ago. Since my wife and I got back together in late 2023, I haven't been with anyone else, and I've made a point not to reach out to anyone or go out with friends. I do this because I know it's important for her to feel valued and to know she is my priority. In our conversations, she feels the pain she's experienced justifies leaving, but more than anything, she wants to stay. She doesn't want to completely take our child away from me, she wants us to be the best parents we can be. So she's asking me to put in the work and give her the emotional support she needs. She's heartbroken over everything, and I really want to take on some of her pain because I know I was wrong. I got her a trophy that says Best Wife Award with her name on it, and we're going to the aquarium this weekend. I'm hoping that doing more date-like activities will help rebuild her trust and love. That's my venting for now. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Release her. You have damaged that poor woman. I was dragged along for years by a man like you, and it caused PTSD. You say you love this woman, set her free so maybe she will meet a partner that appreciates and respects her from day one. OP's response: she wants to stay, so I'm going to keep showing her how much she means to me and that I'm not just defined by my past mistakes. I've even told her that if she feels like she needs to go, it's okay. I understand if she doesn't think this is right for her or if she can't trust me again. I genuinely regret the hurt I caused. If she's willing to stay and love me, then I'll do everything I can to make this work. Commenter 2. Maybe don't start by giving her that trophy. That kind of token just feels hollow, especially at a time when she's extremely vulnerable. OP's response: I understand what you're saying, it could end up being more harmful than good. I thought it would be a nice gesture since she's mentioned a few times lately that she just wants to earn the Best Wife Award, meaning she likes my appreciation. She enjoys cheesy stuff like that, and I wanted to make her smile. But since she said she wants to feel like we did at the start of our relationship, I'll focus on planning some fun date ideas instead of giving her little gifts. My ex-wife tried to pass off another man's baby as mine, and now demands I take her stepkids and new baby on vacation with my sons. My ex-wife and I, both in our 30s, had a brutal divorce. She was unfaithful, tried to make me responsible for a child who probably wasn't mine, and when she realized I planned to test for paternity, she ended things and then blamed me for it. She also tried to push for alimony and extra child support, but with 50-50 custody of our 2 sons, that didn't work out the way she hoped. She eventually remarried, became a stepmom, and had another child. Our sons are 9 and 11 now, and compared to their step and half siblings, they live very different lives. With me, they can do activities they actually want to do, they have a gaming room at my house, their birthdays are celebrated with friends, and this past summer we even did Disney and later another trip with my extended family. My ex and her husband can't afford anything like that, and lately they've been more vocal about the difference. She's been asking me to include her other kids in the things I provide: vacations, parties, even everyday experiences. I've told her clearly through our co-parenting app that it's better to keep things separate and that I'm not obligated to provide for children who aren't mine. Since the summer, the pressure's gotten worse. She called me horrible for letting the disparity grow and said I show no concern for the other kids. But here's the truth: they're not my kids, and my sons don't want to include them. Still, I'm questioning myself: am I wrong for keeping things separate when children are involved? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Your only responsibility is to your kids. Teach them to stay humble and not rub it in with their siblings. They can still share what they do with you, just without bragging. You're not responsible for her other children or their feelings. Commenter 2. Offer to become the primary custodian of your boy so they aren't constantly compared to her other kids. It's not your fault or theirs that she and her husband can't provide the same. Maybe it's better if your sons just visit their mom instead. Commenter 3. Those disparities can be tough for kids, but that's something your ex and her husband need to handle as parents. They could use it to teach their kids valuable lessons. If your sons ever taunt or act arrogant, that's where you step in, but there's nothing wrong with providing for your children and expecting them to do the same for theirs.
When I finally pushed back on being forced to babysit at 19, my dad got physical with me and said I'd always do what he said. Today I called the police when he showed up with 5 kids, unannounced. It started when I, 23F, was a kid, and it never stopped. For the past 3 years my parents have kept dumping my step and half-siblings on me with no warning. It's always been like this. Even when I was a minor, I was forced to babysit. They didn't care if I missed school or work. There were weeks I lost so much class time from constantly being sent back and forth between parents' houses that the school had to get authorities involved for truancy. Instead of helping me, my parents grounded me for it. I was expected to babysit, cook, clean, and somehow still keep my grades up so they wouldn't look bad. When I turned 19, I finally caught a break. My friend's dad owned property and, knowing my situation, gave me a really good deal on an apartment. But even then, my parents would still drop my siblings off at my place with no notice. I even lost a job over it, and their only reaction was that it was good, because now I could babysit full-time. I finally pushed back. That's when my dad lashed out and got physical, saying he didn't care how old I was, I'd always do what he said. I was terrified. My boyfriend told me to move in with him because his building has a concierge who screens visitors, and you can't get in without the tenant's permission. I sold my things, moved in, got put on his lease after landing a new job with good pay and benefits, and told my friend's dad why I had to leave. He let me out of my old lease, no problem. Today, my dad actually showed up at the building with all 5 of his kids, ages 3 to 10, trying to get them dropped off with me again. I told the concierge they are never allowed up, and to call the police if they didn't leave. So that's exactly what happened. Now my dad and his wife are blowing up my phone, calling me ungrateful and saying I'll regret this when they see me. Right now I'm waiting for my boyfriend to get home so he can go with me to the police station. I want to file a report and see about getting a restraining order because my dad is a big guy and I'm scared. My friends and my boyfriend all say I'm not in the wrong, but part of me still feels guilty for finally putting my foot down. Am I the problem here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You should definitely file a police report and keep a record of every interaction with them. A restraining order might be necessary. It could also help to alert child services so there's documentation of your parents' behavior, since the younger kids may be at risk. Commenter 2. It's time to live your own life. Their kids were never your responsibility, and if you feel safe, you should cut contact or keep it as limited as possible. Commenter 3. You feel guilty because they conditioned you to, but this is called parentification. They need to raise their own kids and stop forcing you to carry their choices. Keep their messages muted so you still have evidence if the police need it. You're absolutely not the problem here, they pushed you too far, even costing you a job. It started with a slice of bread, then my coffee and snacks, then half my meal prep, so I locked my pantry and now my roommate is furious. I'm 23, and I share an apartment with my roommate Layla. Things were fine until she started treating my groceries like they were communal. At first it was just small things, a slice of bread, a bit of milk. But then she began hosting her friends at our place, and I'd come home to find my coffee, snacks, and even full meals gone. I finally told her I couldn't afford to feed 3 extra people, and she rolled her eyes and said I was being stingy with food. The last straw was when half of my weekly meal prep disappeared because she told her friends they could help themselves. So I bought a small lock for my pantry. Now Layla is furious, saying I made her look bad in front of her friends because normal roommates don't lock up food. Some of our mutual friends even think I escalated things instead of setting stricter rules. But from my perspective, I already tried that and it didn't work. I just don't want to keep buying food for other people to eat. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Roommates usually don't need to lock up food because normally, their roommates aren't stealing it to begin with. Commenter 2. Her feelings don't matter here. You told her to stop treating your food like a free buffet for her friends, and she ignored you. She kept acting entitled, so you solved it with a no-nonsense lock. If she keeps complaining, just stand your ground and remind her the lock doesn't stop her from getting to her own stuff. Commenter 3. How exactly are you making her look bad? Normal roommates don't play host with someone else's groceries. She's either embarrassed her friends now see how cheap she really is, or she's upset she has to spend her own money instead of pretending to be generous with yours. Either way, that's not your problem.
My dad built a secret second family for 10 years, and now he expects my mom to pay for their school lunches because he and his affair partner lost their jobs. My dad had a second family for most of my life, and all of my brothers. I'm 16M, he's 14M. Dad had another woman, 3 kids with her, and helped raise her other kid who's my age. She knew he was married and knew about us, but they still built a whole family together and waited 10 years before she basically told my mom herself. It broke my mom, and me and my brother had our whole world blown up. Neither of them ever felt bad about it. They expected us to be happy. She wanted us to be close to her kids, and Dad kept saying we were all siblings who should have each other's backs and avoid favoritism. That never happened. Me and my brother are each other's favorites. We don't care about the others. We don't include them in our lives, and we don't feel guilty about it. We have semi-wealthy grandparents and a mom with real support from her family. If the other kids are jealous, that's not our problem. I hate my dad. I think he's sick. I don't have to go to his house as much anymore, but even 10 days a month feels like too much. I'd rather have nothing to do with him or his second family. The judge says me and my brother have to have a relationship with them until we're 18, so now we're counting down. We even have our phones set for the day we can finally cut contact. At home we count the days down together. My mom never says anything bad about Dad or his other family. She's civil around them, even though Dad tries to punish her. He's been pushing her to do stuff for the other kids, and she always refuses. Recently, he expected her to pay for their school lunches. Both he and his wife lost their jobs this summer and had to take new ones that pay less. My mom took over paying for me and my brother's lunches when school started again, and Dad told her to do the same for the others. She refused. Dad ranted about it in front of me and my brother. He told the other kids that Mom wanted them to starve, that she could afford it but didn't care. He even showed them photos of her taking us out to eat. I was furious. He's the one who cheated, built a second family, and now he expects her to pay for it? That's disgusting. He told me I was hostile when I spoke up. I told him he was disgusting for trying to make Mom support his affair family. He said they're my family too, and Mom should help because of us. I told him I didn't want her to. I said they'll never be my family and I can't believe he'd stoop that low. He told me to watch my language, then said my mom is worse than him because she hates the kids and only a monster would act that way. He said I should hate her for not taking care of them. I told him they'll never be my siblings in my eyes. He said Mom would let them die rather than help. I told him I don't care. He said I should care and stop treating him like a monster when he's done nothing to me. He said their marriage is none of my business and me and my brother hate him anyway. I told him I always will. Then he ran to my grandma, his mom, and she told me not to be so set in my thinking, that I shouldn't choose sides or hate my dad. Am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You should call him out for running to his mom every time things don't go his way. And you should ask your grandma why she tells you not to take sides when her grown son is still crying to her about his problems. Commenter 2. Your dad probably didn't tell the entire story to your grandma either. Commenter 3. Your dad can get lost. If they're struggling to feed the kids from his affair, maybe the court should reassess whether this custody setup makes sense. At 16, your opinion carries weight, and you could even bring this up with someone handling the case. As for your grandma, she's wrong, your dad did do something to you. He broke your family, destroyed your trust, and keeps forcing you into a situation you don't want. On top of that, he's trying to punish your mom financially and alienate you from her, which is worth mentioning if custody is reviewed.
My mom told my dad I was septic and needed emergency surgery. He stayed on his business trip and sent a text saying he was too busy with work. I, 22F, was hospitalized on Saturday because of an infection that went ignored by doctors. I didn't realize how sick I was until my mom, 50F, insisted I go to the ER instead of meeting her for lunch. When we got there, it turned out I was septic. If she hadn't stepped in, I probably wouldn't be here right now. My dad, 50M, was away on a business trip. The second I was admitted, my mom told him how bad my blood work looked. All I got from him was a text saying he was sorry I felt sick. At that point I didn't realize how serious it was, but even then it hurt that he couldn't pick up the phone. I told him I wished he was there, but he said he was just too busy with work. Things kept getting worse. I needed surgery, was transferred to another hospital by ambulance, and put on nonstop antibiotics and pain medication. My dad finally called the next day before surgery, but it was only a short call where he just said he hoped everything went well. After surgery, when I was stable, a nurse explained how close I had been to dying. That's when it hit me how bad things really were. Even now I'm okay physically, but realizing I had a near-death experience is going to stay with me for a long time. What cut the deepest is that my dad didn't come. My mom told him I was septic, and he still didn't get on a plane. He stayed at work while I could have died without seeing him for weeks. And honestly, it shouldn't even matter if I was fully septic or not. I was in the worst pain of my life, I'm his only daughter, and all I wanted was for my dad to be there. I'm discharged now, staying with my mom while I recover because I can barely stand for more than 5 minutes. Last night, I told my dad how much it hurt me that he didn't even try to be there, and that it's broken some of the trust I had in him. His only response was that he didn't mean to hurt my feelings. He doesn't understand how much he let me down. I love my dad so much, and he's never failed me like this before. But in the moment when I needed him the most, he wasn't there. And I don't know how to move forward. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. The only way I can make sense of it is maybe he didn't realize how serious it was. I feel you though. I was hospitalized in my 20s with a blood clot and my mom skipped the ER because she had lunch plans. She was only 20 minutes away, and I'm her only child. Commenter 2. You don't have to forgive him unless he shows real repentance. He owes you a real apology, not the weak one he gave. If it were me, I'd have been on the first flight home. Family comes first, always. My kids know there's a place for them with me as long as I'm alive. Commenter 3. Your mom was with you, you weren't alone. Maybe your dad thought since she had things handled, him rushing back would have just added stress without actually helping. My sister lied about my stepdad walking me down the aisle. Now my mom and stepdad are uninvited, and she might be too. I'm getting married soon, and I told my mom's husband he won't be walking me down the aisle, won't get a special dance, and won't have any father of the bride role. To me, he's just my mom's +1. That's it. My sister hates this decision so much that she actually lied to him and told him I had finally come around and was going to ask him. That lie kicked off a huge fight with my mom and her husband, and now things are so bad that neither of them are invited to my wedding anymore. For context, my sister, 22F, and I, 29F, share the same biological parents. Our dad died when I was 9 and she was 2. A couple years later, our mom remarried. To my sister, mom's new husband became dad. She's always defended him and puts him on a pedestal. But to me, he was never a father. I was 11 when he married mom, and my dad had already raised me longer than he ever did. I never leaned on him for parenting or support. This divide between us has been there for years. A while back, my sister even cut off our dad's parents and siblings after they left a card on his grave calling us his little girls. She told them we weren't his anymore, that we were our stepdad's daughters, and that he raised us. I told her that wasn't true and that he could never replace our dad. She said I was set in my ways and claimed I'd understand better if I wasn't so hung up on a man who wasn't alive anymore. I reminded her he raised me longer and nobody can just replace him. That turned into our first real fight. Since then, we've clashed every Father's Day and every time our dad comes up. I still post about him and honor him. She thinks that's disrespectful to her dad. She doesn't understand how I can't just accept him as mine, while I feel like she's trying to erase the memory of our real dad. Now the wedding has become the breaking point. I made it clear her dad wasn't going to be father of the bride, and she went behind my back to try and force it by lying. That set off a storm with mom and her husband, and I finally had enough. I told them both they're not invited anymore. My sister and I fought again, and this time I told her that if she keeps pushing, I'll take her off the guest list too. She lost it and accused me of always hating her for loving him. She told me I ruined our family by choosing a dead dad over someone alive who wanted to be our dad. I told her I could never take my love away from dad and give it to someone else, especially someone who tried to force his way into that role. She got furious, cussed me out, and called me an ass for threatening to exclude her. Since then, I've stopped engaging with her. She keeps reaching out, telling me I'm not being fair, that she loves me, and that she doesn't want to miss her only sister's wedding. But I'm honestly thinking I might need to keep her away if she won't stop. Am I wrong for drawing that line? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Why keep putting yourself through this? Your sister should have been uninvited a long time ago. She's not letting this go. She either gets her way or she'll mess up your wedding. Commenter 2. Your sister thinks she's the main character when it's your wedding, not hers. She keeps pressuring you because she wants things her way. The truth is, she doesn't really remember your dad the way you do, and that's why you see things so differently. When it's her wedding, she can have your stepdad walk her down the aisle if she wants. But this time, you're the bride, and it should go the way you want. Sounds like she's used to throwing fits until she gets her way. Commenter 3. Your sister shouldn't be at the wedding or reception, she'll just cause drama. If your mom and stepdad can't respect your choices, they should stay away too. You don't have to follow traditions, skip the father-daughter dance if you want, just do what makes you comfortable. My dad sent me to live with my aunt at 17 after I finally reacted to years of my stepbrother's behavior. Now that my stepbrother has passed, he wants me to come home and apologize. I'm 19F, and grew up mostly with my dad as a single parent. My biological mom was never in the picture. When I was 10, my dad met Tina, and by 12 they were married. Tina had a son, Todd, who was 6 when I met him. He had serious health and behavioral challenges that made things very difficult. The very first time we met, he hurt me badly enough that I needed medical treatment. I begged my dad not to let them move in, but they did anyway, and he kept saying things would get better once Todd settled and got more treatment. Things didn't get better. I wasn't allowed to be upset because it wasn't Todd's fault, and I was told I should be grateful I was healthy and would get to live a long life. By 16, I was having daily nightmares and avoiding home as much as possible while being lectured for not helping Tina more or bonding with the family. The only adult who really saw what was happening was my coach, who set up private training sessions just so I could nap and get homework done in his office. Honestly, that's what kept me afloat. The breaking point came when I was stressed about both a regional track meet and an important school project. Todd was having a bad day, and Tina was trying to calm him. I went downstairs to print my paper when Todd grabbed my laptop and smashed it. I don't remember what happened next, but my dad said I completely snapped, and he had to pull me away. After that, Tina wanted me gone. My dad sent me to my aunt's house and said I could come back once I apologized and was ready to be part of the family. I said fine and ignored him for the rest of my senior year. It was honestly the most peaceful year of high school. After graduation, I joined the Navy, and it's been the best decision of my life. I finally feel good and have shipmates who are basically family. My dad kept trying to reach me, but I never answered. A couple of months ago, my aunt told me that Todd had passed away. I didn't go to the funeral, but I sent a card and flowers. Last week, my dad used my aunt's phone to beg me to talk. He said he's sorry for sending me away, that he felt stuck in the middle back then, and he didn't want us to be estranged. I told him he made it clear I wasn't welcome unless I apologized and played happy family. I'm not going to apologize for giving back 1/100th of what I endured, and I don't want to be part of that family again. If it makes him feel better, Aunt can let him know I'm still alive. But that's as far as I'll go. My aunt says I'm being a jerk, and Tina's sister even emailed me a long rant about kicking them while they're down. But honestly, I don't think I'm the bad guy here. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Your dad chose his new wife and her child, not you, and he's the one who caused the estrangement. Whether you want to mend things later or stay estranged forever is your choice. With your aunt, try to remember she's in the middle. If you value that relationship, explain that calling you names won't erase what happened. As for Tina's sister, she has no place in this. Close that door and move on. Commenter 2. People love telling you to be the bigger person even when you were the one mistreated and pushed aside, but you don't owe them an apology or a place in your life. Your dad chose his new family over you, ignored the harm you endured, and then punished you the one time you reacted. That's on him, not you. If you want peace, cut off contact completely. He lost that privilege when he sent you away. Commenter 3. Your dad should have protected you, but instead chose his partner and her child over you. He's the one at fault, and your aunt should be calling him out instead of lecturing you. She's wrong for putting the blame on you.
After our son's autism diagnosis, my wife became completely dependent on her therapist. Now everything I do is labeled as abuse. After our oldest son was born, my wife decided not to return to work and stay home with him. About 6 months later, we started noticing missed milestones and strange behavior. We told his pediatrician, but they brushed it off, saying milestones were just guidelines. My wife got increasingly anxious. She was convinced something was wrong and that we needed to help him. We went to another pediatrician who gave us take-home evaluations. Those forms completely overwhelmed her. She said she couldn't fill them out because she was terrified of answering something wrong. I tried to do them myself, but I needed her help since she spent all day with our son. When I asked, she broke down and said I wasn't supporting her. Eventually, the pediatrician diagnosed our son as autistic right before he turned 2. My wife was devastated. The doctor suggested she see a therapist. Apparently that was common for parents who struggled to adjust. In a way, that's the last time I saw my wife. The woman I knew faded, replaced by someone who only speaks in therapy talk. She treats her therapist like a higher power. Every thought, every action has to be approved by them. Here's what her therapist has allegedly told her over the years. Our son is emotionally abusive because he doesn't show enough affection. He was 3 at the time. I'm emotionally abusive because I canceled a date after she called me a loser. I'm sexually abusive because I didn't want to be intimate after an argument. I'm financially abusive because I said we couldn't afford another baby. And I'm physically abusive because I stopped her from walking into broken glass while I was sweeping. Our son, at 5, was physically abusive because he accidentally kicked her during a tantrum. She still wanted another baby. I told her we weren't ready, that we needed to focus on our oldest and get him the support he deserved. Even bringing it up was labeled abuse. We had the baby anyway. Our younger son just turned 1, and my wife now treats our older son and me like enemies. She refuses to take care of him. I had to cut back on work to handle drop-offs and pickups, but that nearly sank us financially. I finally found an after-school program so I could keep my job, but it's expensive. I told her it isn't fair, to our older son or to me. The baby obviously needs her, but our first child still deserves love. Her response? She said her therapist told her it's as if the baby she expected never returned, that our older son replaced that image and she can't connect with him. I told her I don't care what her therapist says, she's neglecting our family. She said neglect is a weaponized word. I said if that's true, she can go marry her therapist because I'm done. I told her I'm filing for divorce. She exploded, saying I was trying to alienate her from her support person. Even my lawyer friend said it was harsh to insult her therapist. But this therapist destroyed our marriage and made my wife unrecognizable. How am I wrong for saying that? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. That's not a real therapist, that's an enabler taking advantage of her. Not every therapist is competent or equipped to handle a situation like this, and some end up doing more harm than good. Commenter 2. You're not in the wrong. Honestly, you've shown way more patience than most people would. The moment she started neglecting your older son should have been the breaking point. It's heartbreaking how she's treated him like he doesn't matter while focusing only on the new baby. Commenter 3. She's either completely misunderstanding what her therapist is telling her, or the therapist is seriously unfit to be practicing. At this point, walking away might be the only sane option.